all the fuss about this Nocturne show? I don't know. It might be pretty. It's time for the Captain's Cast. Let's go. Oh, theoretical producer. We have to talk to the people. Why, hello. How nice to see you on a fine Sunday. I am Captain Garrett. Welcome. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. Come aboard, one and all. We're going to talk about a lot of shows. I got to tell you, that third episode of the Continental, what a barn burner. You know, I was struck by the fact that, like, look what this show, you know, if I were to channel Heath Ledger's Joker, look what this show was able to do with a few bullets and 3 episodes. Everybody just loses their minds. I'm telling you right now, after the absolute hell that was 8 episodes of Chinese water torture, aka Ahsoka, at the amount, the absolute lack of accomplishment that show had in 8 episodes, 8 hours, what they were unable to accomplish, Continental, it was like a season finale, the third episode, and it's not even the end of the season. It was absolutely incredible. I'm stunned at the comparison. So we got to talk about Continental. Absolutely. And we got to talk about Gen V. I continue to enjoy what I consider perhaps the only exception extant to the rule that woke storytelling isn't a thing. Like, it's an oxymoron. Woke storytellers are terrible storytellers. I think Gen V is the model. If you want to be a successful woke storyteller, this is the show. It's actually pretty damn entertaining. It knows what it is. It's not trying to change any existing source material. It's just what it is. And I can't even tell. I really can't tell, folks. Is it making fun of itself? Is it making fun of both sides? I don't know. But I continue to enjoy it. So we'll talk about that. And the new Grizzy episode. The last gasp of the Ahsoka Shills. We shall enjoy it. Dear sailors and stars, we shall enjoy it together. How you doing? Hi. How are you? Who's in the chat? I think I saw Fu Man Blue in there. Fu Man Blue says, look at me, one step closer to being like my idol, Smooth the DJ. I subbed on Twitter. By the way, we are live on X, formerly Twitter, YouTube, and Rumble. Join us on any and all. And we're going to be playing some clips that might run afoul of copyright, so they might have to be cut out later. So if you are here live, you will have the advantage of seeing clips that may not be available on the restream. So welcome. Tom says, by the way, don't call this a wrench in front of Star Fury. It's a spanner. Thank you, Tom. Yes, that would be a reference to the new mods. Fu Man Blue, Tom, Star Fury, you're all mods now. And you too, Wrangler. If you're out there, let me know. If you want to continue being a mod, great. If not, well, if you are a mod, guess what that means? That means that you are a commissioned officer on the quarterdeck at the right hand of the captain. So, a hat tip to the mods. And as a aside, just don't tell anyone this. It's just between you and me. Star Fury, I think this might solve your problem of getting kicked out of the YouTube chat. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if it works. Fu Man Blue says, do mods have the power to remove the hearts? I noticed we have them back. I researched this a lot. So the hearts in the chat, this is like a feature that YouTube is testing, and it just does it randomly on certain I don't know why it's there. I don't like it either. You know, it's not the proper disposition of a tar at sea to be, throwing hearts around. It's ridiculous. That is for sweethearts in port only on approved shore leave. Star Fury in the hat. In the hat. Star Fury, the cat in the hat. Star Fury in that. Star Fury is in the chat. Ahoy, Star Fury, welcome aboard. You are a mod, sir. Yes. Join the Discord. Wrangler, if you're out there, you can join the Discord. The link is in the description. Anyone else, join the Discord. Have some fun. Troll if you want, but Star Fury's out there, so you got to be, troll at your own risk. I'm just saying. I'm going to say Star Fury's position on the ship is probably, I would say, the Master Gunner. So just you have been warned, as Judge Dredd would say. Fubad Blue says, there he is. Welcome aboard, Star Fury. Nice Spanner. Oh, all right. Spanners. Yeah, anyway. You know what? I'm not going to say anything. Wrangler's in the chat. Hail, Wrangler. And in case you missed it, you are a mod, sir. You're a mod. Thank me. No, I'm just kidding. That's something Mark Levin always used to say. Thank me. What else we got to talk about? Okay, we got so much to talk about. We got the Grizzy Shills. Now, this Castlevania Nocturne, I'm scratching my head a little bit on this one. So I remember the Castlevania games on Super Nintendo. I remember I never really played them, so I don't know a lot about the lore, but I had friends that played all the Castlevania games. So I kind of am Castlevania fan adjacent. And there's this show on Netflix that people have been twisting my arm forever to watch, Castlevania, and I haven't. And part of the problem is I have kind of a 5-minute rule / first episode rule with shows, and I only break it to the extent that I do it for this channel in order to review something and to be fair, as the captain must be. But I have resisted the arm twisting with Castlevania because a lot of times with these animated shows, they don't grab me in the first 5 minutes. And if they don't grab me, I'm out. There's too much content, folks. There is too much. I can't handle all of it. So anyway, this Castlevania Nocturne comes out, and everyone's complaining. It's Netflix's latest woke boondoggle. And look, I'm not looking for another one of these to subject myself to. I'm not really trying to go out of my way, but I was curious. And so I fired it up last night. And before I started watching it, I paused it. It was like, okay, 28-minute runtime. Okay, yeah, I can do 28 minutes. I'm like, if this is an hour, screw it. I'm out. I'm not doing it. And so I start watching it, and it starts with an establishing shot in Boston in 1783, and there's all these fireworks going off, and it's the celebration of winning the American Revolution. And I'm thinking, well, that's kind of cool. I enjoy that imagery, and seems pretty authentic. But you know what's funny is there's nothing in this show. I watched the whole episode. A lot of it seemed inoffensive. I didn't really see anything that was wowing me, and I didn't really see anything that was, like, oh God, there's the woke message. Oh geez. I didn't have any of those moments, but I gotta tell you, it's an extraordinarily boring show. It is and the dialogue is like, no offense to fan fiction writers out there. This is cringe fan fiction dialogue. It's bad. Like, now listen, I do not write historical dialogue with exacting detail to the exact way that people spoke back then. I sort of subscribe to the theory of Deadwood, the dialogue. So if you've ever seen the show Deadwood on HBO, they made a decision to use modern swear words in the show in order to allow the audience to experience the shock value of what the swear words of the time would have been like to people visiting Deadwood. So in other words, they didn't use authentic swear language from the 1880s. They instead favored, we'll just use modern because it'll have more of an impact for the viewer. I kind of do that. I try not to make dialogue old-timey in historical writing because I want it to feel vivid and real, but I try and lace it with as much verisimilitude as possible. This show makes no effort at that. Like, it's literally like so it opens up with his mother, who's a vampire hunter. The main character is Brandon Belmont. What the hell is his name? Who cares? Oh, Victor Belmont. That's right. So Victor Belmont's a little kid. And of course, his girl boss mother, who's dressed in not in the way that a woman would be dressed in this time whatsoever, is in the streets of Boston fighting a vampire, and they have a big, dumb, boring fight, and then she has to be killed, and he's very sad about it. But there's like one little line of dialogue where she's like, "Go to the ship, I'll catch you up." But catch you up? That's not the way people. This is ridiculous. But it's not even that the dialogue isn't period specific. It's the fact that it's I would say it's one step above Ahsoka dialogue, which is to say it's pretty bad, folks. It's like it's really bad. They say all surface level things. I think the vampires are at the chateau. Really? Why would the vampires go to the chateau? Well, where else would they go but the chateau? They must be at the chateau because there's a lot of activity at the chateau. I'm like, oh Jesus, this is so. Oh my God, does nobody write dialogue anymore? And so I'm watching this, and I'm looking for the wokeness. I'm trying to like find. All I would say is it's full of. I've only seen one episode. It is chock full of girl bossery, and this is the thing that struck me. There's a what the hell's her name? Oh, who cares? There's a blonde girl that the grown-up Belmont is now working with. They're sort of a vampire hunter team, and she is the most insufferable, whiny bitch all the time. And this is the thing. It takes place during the French Revolution. So there's an establishing scene in the beginning in Boston. Where are all the people in the streets? There's nobody in the streets. They're fighting. There's supposed to be a celebration of the end of the Revolutionary War. There's not one civilian bystander anywhere in the middle of the town. I'm like, where is everybody? Who's setting off the fireworks? Then we flash forward into the French Revolution. And here's the thing that struck me about it. It struck me how historically illiterate modern writers are. You can just tell that the wokies love the French Revolution because there's this whole conversation. What the hell's the name of this character? The blonde chick. I'm just going to call her Wrangler. I've left your chat up there. Wrangler got extra attention. There we go. So yeah, so the blonde chick, blonde girl boss. We'll just call her blonde girl boss number one. How about that? Blonde girl boss number one, whose eyes, by the way, are very weird in the show. I don't understand this artistic choice, but she's at a gathering of La Resistance in the forest because why not? And they're sitting around a campfire, and she's talking about the rich have stolen all of our wealth for years, and now the revolution is going to overthrow them. And we are part of the revolution. And you are also in the revolution. And the revolution must this, and the revolution must that, and the revolution this, and the revolution that, and the enemies of the revolution, and the anti-revolutionary. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like listening to an SJW. And I'm thinking, you know something? I kind of think, be careful what you wish for, SJWs. Be careful what you wish for. Look up Robespierre. In modern terms, Robespierre was the leader. He was the chief SJW leading the French Revolution. Off with their heads. He was the guy that was bringing all the aristocrats to the guillotine. And you know how Robespierre died? His fellow SJWs, to use the modern parlance, put his head in a guillotine. Look it up, folks. It's called the Reign of Terror for a reason. So the thing that is hilarious about SJWs is they think that the dogs won't turn on them. They think that if they win all the marbles, they'll just be living high on the hog. They'll be living off the fat of the land. Little do they know that their fellows will turn on them. They will turn on them. And it's so funny because the way that this character talks, she's insufferable. She's annoying. She reduces all the ideology of the French Revolution to bumper sticker slogans, which is perfect because that's how SJWs think. They have only a superficial knowledge of anything. And it just struck me that this isn't even an idealized portrayal of the revolution in France. It's just a historically illiterate modern person's idea of what the French Revolution was, because they're just saying, oh yeah, the aristocrats are just the orange man, and revolution just means the resistance and fight the power. I just find it funny because it's like they don't actually understand what the issue was with aristocracy. The issue with aristocracy was not that they were rich. The issue with aristocracy was because of the status of their birth, the fact that they were born into having a divine right to rule over people without their consent. That was the issue. And that is why they were rich, because they simply had all the power of the state. There was no way for any person who was lowborn to ever become an aristocrat. Now, there were rare exceptions, but such as being knighted for, achievements in battle and things like that. But that was rare. That was rare, and it rarely resulted in you rising to something like royalty. That just didn't happen. That's a fairy tale. That's not real. In reality, if you were born a peasant, you were a peasant until you died. Your children were peasants. Their children were peasants. And that meant you did not have power over the state. You were ruled. You were the subject. In fact, I was doing research for Blood and Oak Book 3, the third book in my Iron Age series. And check out the link in the description, www.bloodandOak.com. I am an author. And it is a nautical story, Tales of the High Seas fighting the Barbary Pirates. And I'm researching the next chapter. And one of the things that I'm researching for the next chapter I'm about to write. And there was a concept shortly after the American Revolution was won. There was a concept that even if a British citizen emigrated to the United States, became naturalized, had papers to prove it. Yes, even in the late 1700s, you had to have papers to prove citizenship. You had to be documented. Even if you had the documents to prove you were a legal immigrant to the United States in the late 1700s, the British had a doctrine which was called inalienable. What was it? Inalienable. Damn it! I had it written down. I have to find it. Inalienable subjects, I think it was. Inalienable allegiance. Don't quote me on it. I'll find it later if I can. But essentially, it was something along those lines. Inalienable allegiance. I'll find the exact quote when I can. But it basically referred to the fact that if you were born a subject of the British Crown, you were going to die a subject of the British Crown, and you were obligated to serve the king, regardless of whether you moved to another country or not. So what they would do is British ships would stop American ships. This is shortly after the Revolution, between, I would say Napoleonic Wars and then shortly after the Revolution. They would stop American ships. They would search them for British deserters, and they would just conscript. They called it impressment. They would just conscript American sailors into the British Navy because they always had a manpower shortage, and they would just take them. And sometimes it was full-blown, natural-born American citizens. You look pretty British to me. You're now a member of this crew. And it's essentially what led to the War of 1812, because it got so bad that eventually we Americans just couldn't take it anymore. And so we just had to beat the stuffing out of the Brits a second time, which was the foundation of a friendship that was to last another 2 centuries. But why do I bring that up? I bring that up because that is exactly what the wokies now support. The wokies, they want aristocracy. They worship aristocracy. The new aristocracy is the state, the democracy. It's whatever Dr. Fauci wants. It's whatever Uncle Joe wants. It's whatever the woke Democrat agenda is. That's what they want. And they do not want any dissent. They don't want anyone else. They don't like free speech. They don't like, they only like freedom to protest when it's them. They only abhor political violence when it's not them using it. And so here I am watching. And so they don't realize that they're the baddies here. So anyway, this was my impression of Castlevania Nocturne. It's being written by historical illiterates who have learned nothing from history. Yes. Starfury. How dare Starfury? How dare you, sir? Still burnt down the White House. Well, you didn't get all of it. You didn't get all of it, did you? There's still a lot of it left, as you can see. Yes. I do. I'm telling you what, I can't wait till I get to the part of the Blood and Oak series where that event happens. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tom says we didn't want that one anymore anyway. Yeah, we were going to renovate anyway. So yeah, it was no big, Starfy. You did us a favor. It's funny too. At that time, basically most of Washington D.C. was a swamp with very few like businesses or amenities. It was like exile. The congressmen and senators living, they hated it. They lived in taverns. Basically, they didn't have really much housing. They had to live at inns and things like that. And they did a lot of the business of Congress at taverns in those days. And it was a swamp. It was a miserable place to live. And you know what? Now it's a different kind of swamp. But Fu Man Blue, yes. Yeah, laugh it up, Fu Man. Laugh it up. It's such a fascinating story, the burning of the White House, too, because it was such an odd decision. Even the British leadership was like, why'd you do that? That was like, what? You burnt it down? Why? There was nothing to gain. And it was, well, look, hey, it's war. Shit happens, okay? Tensions run high. Emotions get the better of us in war. So, Starfire says, we Catholics couldn't even blow up Parliament. I know. There you go. Do Gunpowder on HBO, starring Kit Harington, who played Jon Snow, as essentially the mastermind of the Gunpowder plot. It's fantastic. It's a 3-part miniseries. So, yes, you tried hard. And that's what matters. What matters is that you tried. So I want to make sure, okay, checking all the streams. We're looking good. Fu Man Blue, and I had a window in the way, so I didn't see it. Fu Man Blue with a $5 Rumble rant. Yes, don't forget, we are live on Rumble and Frequency. That's the Star Fury. Is also on Rumble. So Fu Man Blue with a $5 Rumble rant says, like I always say, these SJWs don't realize that there is no place for them at the end of the road they are trying to pave, and that is by design. Absolutely. But, here's the deal. It's a warning for all revolutionaries, that revolutions rarely end nicely. It's just the way it is. It's it's a last resort. You really don't want to get to that stage, because that's when things get ugly. There is a scene in Battlestar Galactica in the 4th season. It's one of my favorite scenes ever. Do I dare? I probably couldn't get away with it. What was the character's name now? Who is God dang it, what was his name? What? It's been so long since I saw it. I swear, don't drink, folks. It's bad for your brain. Tom Zarek. That's right. Tom Zarek. It was yes. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how I can locate this clip, because I would love to just play it. Of quorum. Yes. I think that might. I can't find it. All right, I'll just explain it. But so in Battlestar Galactica, spoilers for Battlestar Galactica, which ended 20 years ago. Anyway, in the 4th season, things get really bad in the fleet. The fleet's falling apart, and some of the crew of the Battlestar Galactica and the rest of the fleet are just really sick of the fight against well, actually, the issue is that now some of the Cylons are allies of the humans, and some people are like, no, we've been fighting the Cylons, and we're not going to put up with this. And so a civil war starts, and Tom Zarek, who has been a kind of a radical revolutionary from the beginning, helps Felix Gato, the officer, the main officer mutinying on the Battlestar, helps him sort of take over the government. And the legislative body of the government is the Quorum of 12. They're kind of like a mini Senate of sorts. And Tom Zarek assembles the Quorum. They've taken over the government. They've taken the Admiral Adama out of command, and they they assemble the quorum of 12, and Zarek basically says, look, there's a new sheriff in town. We've taken over the fleet, and we're expelling the Cylon allies. They're no longer allies, and we would like you 12 to agree to this. It's a coup. It's a coup. And the quorum, sort of naively, you could argue naively, they basically say to Tom Zarek, this is an illegal coup. We're not allowing you to take over our authority. We want to speak to Admiral Adama, and we refuse. And Tom Zarek kind of pleads with him, and he's like, listen, these are all the things that have gone wrong. And he tries to make his case, and they all just make this proud stand against him. And they're like, no, we refuse. You're not going to take over this government. And Zarek looks kind of defeated. He kind of hangs his head, and he walks out of the room, and the quorum continues to argue with each other. And as he walks out of the room, there are 2 tactical guards on either side of the door. And he just looks at them and he says, shoot them. And then he walks out. The 2 guards walk in, and you just hear gunfire and the screams as the quorum are massacred. About 5 minutes later, Gaeta, who is the military side of this coup, walks over the bodies of the quorum of 12, and he's horrified. He's like, this isn't what I authorized. I wasn't signing up for this. And Tom Zarek says, this is what happens. This is a revolution. This is how you do it. And this is and a lot more is going to be, there's going to be more blood before it's over. And I love that scene. I freaking love that scene because I love that it shows that Gaeta has this humanity. He's trying to launch a clean revolution for just reasons. And it gets out of his hands almost immediately. And Zarek is kind of, it's beautiful writing because they're both sort of right. Gaeta's saying, hey, we had the moral upper ground and now you've ruined it. But Zarek is also kind of right because he says, look, you want to win this or not? Okay, you're going to have a stronger stomach if you want to win this. And that's the thing SJWs don't get. That's the thing. It's like, and I would even argue some of the some of the voices on the other side that are like, they think, shall we just say, what can I say on you? You know what I'm talking about. A unhappy separation among the states. Let's just put it that way. It's the same deal. It's like, look, you think that you could do this in a way that wouldn't get ugly. You can't. Even the American Revolution, which is, I would argue, one of the more not peaceful, but clean revolutions that have ever happened, it was still ugly at times. It was still bloody, and the John Adams series indicates that well. Yeah, Star Fury with a £2 super chat says, "Vive la Revolution!" Thank you, Star Fury. Salute to you and to Fu Man Blue for that $5 Rumble rant. Thank you very much. You do me great honor, sir. £2 sterling. £2 sterling. Beautiful. And what is you took Fu Man Blue says, you took that guy serious as hell after, though. Oh, you're right. Talking about Tom Zarek. Absolutely. God, Battlestar Galactica is such a brilliant show. I like all 4 seasons. They have it. So the later seasons have their problems, but I just love that show. And, Zarek, this is the thing. If a woke writer had been writing that event in the show, it would have been one-sided. It would have been superficial. Zarek would have been murdering a bunch of basically the equivalent of white supremacists. He would have been murdering the elites, and they would have been total assholes that deserved it. And Zarek would have been a heroic revolutionary fighting the power, and there would have been no moral nuance to it at all. There would have been no moral complexity whatsoever. There would have been nothing to debate. And that's the feeling I get when I watch Castlevania Nocturne. It's easy to forget. Everyone remembers Marie Antoinette saying, "Let them eat cake." What they don't know is that Marie Antoinette was actually one of the aristocrats that would donate to the poor, and she had great concern for them, and she got caught up in it. The reality is, it's just not that simple. In history, it's just not that simple. I mean, one of the reasons I love the film Oppenheimer so much, it's a great film, flawed and certainly not perfect, not as good as I think it could have been, but still a brilliant film. when it's focused on Oppenheimer and the moral complexity of what he did and what he led and what the scientists did and the whole building of the bomb and what does it mean for humanity, like that's when that movie is brilliant. And there is such an incredible scene, spoilers for Oppenheimer, but right after he successfully tested the gadget and it succeeded and the bomb worked, and now he's giving this sort of victory speech to all of the scientists, and they're all gathered in an assembly. And he's giving this amazing speech. And this is some of the most brilliant sound design I've ever seen in a film. It's my favorite scene in the movie. It's absolutely exceptional. I go to a cinema to have a new experience, and that's an experience I've never had in a cinema before. It was just so cool. So he's giving this speech, but as he's giving this speech, there's this kind of like sound pounding on his consciousness. And it's sort of like his guilt. And it's this claustrophobic, like walls closing in. And so on the surface, he's all like excited. Oppenheimer is, he's all like ebullient and overjoyed. But like underneath it, he's thinking about what's about to happen to the people that are going to have the bomb dropped in them. And he starts to see the audience suddenly become like burnt bodies. And it's just like, oh my God, it's absolutely stunning. And it adds to the reality that there's no clean way. There's no clean way to win a war. It's an ugly, awful business. It is to be avoided. Although it is sometimes necessary. It is, regrettably, as a very last resort. Hey, look, even the Federation had to fight the Dominion, okay? Even the Federation had to. By the way, I watched a little more DS9 lately, and God, I love that show. I love that show. Captain Sisko, his journey as a character is unreal. Like, they've never had that in Star Trek before, where he starts out as this kind of typical Federation atheist captain. He's all about science and the rational and the material universe. He gets named the emissary by the Bajorans. He's now the spiritual he finds himself the spiritual leader of a less advanced civilization who think he's some kind of prophet, and he knows he's not, but he kind of has to, he's there on a diplomatic mission, so he kind of has to play along with it. And that's how it starts. By the end of the series, he has a full religious awakening. He is going to build a house on Bajor. He embraces the role of emissary of the prophets. He believes in the religion, all of it, even to the point where Starfleet's annoyed and irritated with him about it. It's just, he goes on a spiritual journey across those 7 seasons that's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. One of my favorite episodes of Deep Space Nine was an episode called Rapture. And it's kind of one of the episodes where he finally starts to embrace his role as emissary, because he kind of resisted it. But there's an episode where he finds this tablet buried in an ancient Bajoran city, and it gives him a vision of this ancient city. And there's a puzzle he's trying to solve, which is the location of the city. The problem is the visions are starting to cause like blood clots or something in his brain. So they're dangerous. But he knows that like an important prophecy is being revealed to him, and he's on this like spiritual quest. And Major Kira, who's like one of my favorite all-time Star Trek characters, she, being a believer, she's all for it. She thinks the captain is doing what he has to do, but his other officers like Dax are like, this is lunacy. He's going to kill himself. And it's a brilliant episode. It's called Rapture. It's one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Footman Blue with a $2 Rumble Rant says, this culture of hyper-acceptance makes it very hard to write an interesting villain without crossing some cultural line that jeopardizes your project. It's all very sad, Captain. The tide is turning. Take heart, Fu Man Blue. Take heart. In fact, I had a note to myself to acknowledge something you said. I'll get back to, well, it's kind of unrelated, but I will get to it later when we talk about Gen V. But you had a point fine, I'll just say it. Gen V, you had a point, and I kind of missed it last week, which was that the character who changes genders in the show, the way that character uses the male side for like, brute strength, and then switches to the female side when he or she needs agility and speed. And I agree with you. I think that's a smart, I will say this about Gen V. It shows a better use of superhero powers than we are seeing in any of Marvel Stage 4 or Stage 5 or any of the new DC movies. All you see in the Marvel and DC movies now is just big, bloated, this guy punches that guy throws her, she lands in some bricks and it shatters, that's all it is. Or it's just magic. It's just magic fighting magic. And it's like, how does it work? What are it? Nobody knows. This show, Gen V of the Boyz universe, uses superpowers the way that comic books used to use them, which is cleverly. There's a rock, paper, scissor element of superhero powers that's really cool. And it's even interesting how the personality of the characters is informed by their superpowers. So we'll talk about Gen V a little bit later as well. So the chat is just going crazy. Yes. I should probably read the chats before I put them up. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but Anyhow, where were we? What should we talk about? Okay. Oh, Grizzy Shills. Yes. Okay. We have the new episode of the Grizzy Shills has dropped now. Your dear Captain. We're not going to spend long on Ahsoka, I promise you. But just to close the book on this dumb show, Critical Drinker has his review out, and it's fantastic. His review of this show, he just nailed it at every level. He is at the top of his game, let me tell you. He's one of the best. He's the best reviewer that I know of, frankly. And I used to read Richard Roper. I used to read it's been a while since I read them, but several different mainstream critics of the Chicago Sun-Times. I used to read, I don't read them anymore. It's why I can't hardly remember them anymore. Critical Drinker writes some of the best reviews I've ever read. They're just absolutely brilliant. His ability to break it down and hit every right point. Anyway, check it out. And then, which totally distracted me from my point. Let me just pull up the video. But I watched the last 2 episodes because I heard everyone said about it, and I just kind of wanted to. Queuing up the video, ready to go. All right, cool. I just wanted to have that full picture because I heard what other people are saying about it, and it is the most devoid of substance show since the last devoid of substance show, Secret Invasion. It's incredible to me how little that show accomplished with so much. Never has so little been achieved with so much in resources, so much in acting talent, so much in goodwill and good faith. So that, it is incredible to me how incapable Disney is of hiring a good writer. And, the Continental, which is definitely, it's imperfect to be sure. In fact, it's slipped a little in the Captain's rating because of some plot holes. There are definitely some irritating plot holes in the Continental, which are dragging it down. Even in spite of that, there is so much that it's doing well, that show. I couldn't believe it. The 3-episode arc of these 3 episodes of the Continental were so complete, were so action-packed, were so absolutely full of shit happening that blew me away. Frankly, I was like, "Wow, what did I just watch?" I got to the end of it, and I was like, "Holy shit, man! Did anything not happen in that 3rd episode?" I literally thought, "Is that the end of it? Was this just a 3-episode season? That was the end of the season?" Folks, it could have been the end of the season. It was that explosive. The 3rd episode of the Continental. It was so well done. It could have been the end of the season, and it would have been a pretty satisfying. It's a 3, like the Sherlock Holmes series, how it's 3 episodes per season. It's incredible to me that it accomplished about 10 times as much as Ahsoka did in 8 episodes in 3. It's incredible. And Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat says, "We're not going crazy. We've always been crazy." That's I'm going to use the Joker voice. "We're not going crazy. We've always been crazy. See, sanity is like gravity. It just needs a little push. Dude, Heath Ledger's Joker is unreal. I watched The Dark Knight again recently. Oh my God. That is, I think, I'm going to say that is my favorite super villain portrayal of all time is Heath Ledger's Joker. Like, they're just hands down. And then my second favorite villain portrayal of all time is Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin in the Netflix Daredevil series. I would say those are my top two of all time. They're just, and number three would be the Green Goblin, as played by Willem Dafoe. We just slipped into a top villains of all time. Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, especially, dude, he did not miss a beat in his reprisal of that role in Spider-Man No Way Home. He was the reason to see Spider-Man No Way Home. He was the reason to see it. He was incredible. That his performance in pure cackling evil as the Green Goblin is nothing. I got chills. I got actually intimidated watching that movie when Tom Holland's Spider-Man is just punching the hell out of the Green Goblin. And he's just punching with all of his might, and he's just just laughing in his face like it's nothing. Dude, that was terrifying. That was terrifying. So good. So good. What was I doing? I can't remember what I was doing. All right, here we go. We're gonna watch the Grizzy Shills. Are you ready for this? Yes, you hit exactly. Strike. Fu Man Blue, strike true. Grizzy Shills. Are you prepared for the Grizzy Shills? The final chapter begins now.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Like a lot of people, I was frustrated with constantly getting...
Okay, so just so you know, I've not seen this yet. I saved this for you, my dear. I have not seen this yet. This is my first reaction.
Rejected. But that was before I discovered never getting laid.
Nice.
When you make a commitment to never getting laid, you no longer have to waste time in your mostly unsuccessful pursuit of sex. It's essentially like you're telling your sex life, you can't fire me because I quit.
Son of a bitch, dude.
And we already know how low your standards are. Try never getting laid today, because you can't disappoint anyone in the bedroom if no one wants to sleep with you in the first place.
And that's a fact.
Oh my God. We are in for something.
I think this show has had some of the best moments in Star Wars, period.
Well, that's because you're an idiot.
Look at her! So did she get an upgrade? Can she power up now?
Who cares?
She's super witch.
Why is everyone so fucking stupid?
You dusty old queef.
It's a mortal blade.
Oh!
I don't know why, but this woman literally reminds me of this chick from South Park.
They call me Nut Gobbler. This is everything I've ever wanted.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
That chick, you know what? She is the perfect epitomization, or she is the perfect exemplar of this idea of this is the best content since last content. This is everything I've ever wanted until next content.
There go the two Phis. What a shot, dude. I just got chills.
Can you shut the fuck up?
The Jedi, the Witch, and the Warlord.
Rip off!
Dude, I wanted to throw up in my mouth when I saw that title. Are you shitting me? This is, there is a fine line between homage and just being a moron, Dave Filoni. It is weird, the level of ripoff, that there's a level of unoriginality. I would say Filoni's work, I would say it's derivative. The problem is, in order for a work to be derivative, it must be copying what it is deriving from. And he doesn't copy anything because there's nothing happening in the show. I just
love this show. Pathetic. You're a freak.
I've connected to it in
No.
a way which I did not think.
Stop
I'd
this!
be. When did you become such a pussy?
Who told you how to build a lightsaber anyway?
Oh my god, dude, he's making a freaking lightsaber. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know what? I have said before that I take these people at their word that this is an honest. This one is fake. That's no way that's real. Dude, you do not. You need to like live some kind of a life. Although, look at those shelves full of Funko Pops. This can't be an honest reaction. He is hamming this up.
God, dude, he's making a freaking lightsaber. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm like, yeah. Why don't you mind your own business, you scrout out?
You gonna light it?
Well done.
Oh, it's blue. It's blue.
Are we seriously doing this again?
Red. That's red.
It's blue.
Years later, a doctor will tell me that I have an IQ of 48 and am what some people call mentally retarded.
No, not the Nazi.
Woo! God.
Just body check them both.
Oh, God.
Oh! Ah! Jesus.
Look at this.
Oh, this
Look at
big
this.
Colors.
This right here is the new Jedi
They
Order.
literally just said, like, all the pretty colors. Look, you know what? This, honestly, I'm less looking at the shills here. I'm just looking at the horror show that is this show. I mean, I have never seen a character be as absolutely tactically stupid as Thrawn, yet the show thinks he's a genius. He's literally like, yes, it's all going according to plan. Every time I lose my 2 TIE fighters and my 2 troopers, why does this guy, he's literally, you know what he's like? He's like a video game villain. You know how the video games villains always just send their troops in waves that you can easily defeat? And it's like, you know, if you just sent all the troops at once, then I wouldn't be able to defeat them. But you always send them like 2 at a time. And that's what he does. He sends 2 troops, 2 TIE fighters at a time. It's like, dude, I've never seen this man's. I've never seen a portrayal of a military leader with so much resources that he doesn't use. And I got to tell you something. It's a good thing that I don't consider Disney Star Wars actual Star Wars, because if I did, I'd be done. I would consider Star Wars like childish garbage. I would consider it childish garbage if it were based on this show. Fortunately, I make a distinction between pre-Disney Star Wars and current Disney Star Wars. So it is only Disney. But if this were representative of the entire franchise, I would be done, frankly, with the military portrayal of like ship combat in this. I've always been a little suspect of the way the blasters on ships work. That they essentially, look, it's a World War II aerial combat environment, which Rian Johnson took a little too literally in the Last Jedi, but we'll not get into that. And that's fine. It's dogfights in space. That's totally fine. But in the original series, there was still the idea that like a super star destroyer could wipe out a planet if it wanted to. It could glass the surface if it wanted to. And so this has always been implied that these ships have massive firepower, that there is a real danger. In this show, Thrawn unleashes a full bombardment of the surface, which, by the way, why doesn't he just go up to space and glass the planet? Why the hell doesn't he just go up to space, glass the planet? Ahsoka's dead, Ezra's dead, they're all dead. Who cares? Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do it? No, he won't. And so he unleashes this deadly barrage, and it's like it doesn't do anything. It's like they just dodge it all. There was an actual Korean War veteran that came to my place of business once and gave a speech about his experiences in the war. In the Korean War. This is a man who lived through actual combat. He watched most of his entire unit get annihilated by Chinese forces in Korea. He described what it was like to experience an artillery barrage. He said, when you are under an artillery barrage, all time stops. All time comes to a stop. There is nothing else in the world except that. And the way he described it put chills down my spine. It painted a picture of horror that I don't think people fully appreciate. It is a nightmare to endure, what that event. And I'm just thinking, like, this show, there's nothing. There is no danger, no tension, not at all. So yes, let's listen to the Shills. Oops. Let's listen to the Shills continue with their inane fake reactions.
Sure.
I guarantee that guy's still a virgin.
Yes! Seeing Ezra with a saber again, man.
Oh, that was sick. That was sick.
Oh my god!
She moves like a grandma.
That was awesome.
All right, nut gobbler, chill out.
That was very cool.
I've got an infected urinary tract.
Oh,
I've
no.
been pissing blood for a week.
Oh no! Oh, these stupid witches!
There's something seriously wrong with you.
Oh, the green glow!
I'm so glad they're seeing this. I'm so glad fans are seeing this.
Woo! Nobody gives a shit.
Oh, sick! Holy!
This is a Dave
Oh,
Filoni
damn.
type fight. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
dude.
creepy jaw. Creepy jaw.
Oh God! It's
Oh
time.
yeah, she has the force because of course she does.
Yes! Yes!
All the fanboys be hating right now.
See Kylo.
Oh,
Are you
oh.
fucking serious?
See Kylo. See Kylo.
He made
See
Oh.
Kylo.
Dude, you guys are fucking retards.
Come on. Come on, Sabine. Yes. Yes.
I sure do love being gay.
Yeah! Dude, decapitation!
Oh, the
Oh my
use
god!
of that music. Fuck you, Disney.
Damn!
Let's put it this way. I'd be busting nuts like a squirrel.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Eat shit.
Oh!
Dude, all the different Oh my god!
This is Disney Star Wars, so you do know there's no guarantee she's dead, right?
Oh!
Oh my god, he's so
Fatality.
right about
You
that.
don't know that!
I fingered myself so hard, broke a nail.
Today, victory is mine. Long live the Empire.
No!
Yes!
No, no, no. No, because they're following me.
What? Why do you care?
I'm retarded?
I thought they'd be able to. I can't even speak English right now.
Can you ride in the wave? Can you catch it too? No?
I'm surrounded by idiots.
It's the father and the son.
Whoa!
Live action Dathomir. Live action Dathomir. Live action Dathomir.
She literally sounds like a chimpanzee.
Live action Dathomir.
She wears underwear with dick holes in them.
Oh, Dave Chappelle, we miss
Ezra?
you.
Pussy. Hi, Hera.
Oh, God.
Ezra?
Ezra?
All right, nut gobbler, since deep down I am a gentleman, I'll let this one slide.
You really care about me. Not really. You're just a hooker, and I need to get laid.
Oh, why didn't they hug? I need the hug.
Don't you get it yet? Because actual human warmth, emotion, and humanity and romance is not allowed in Disney Star Wars, you dumb...
What is wrong with your face?
Give it to me, man.
Yes!
Force Ghost Anakin.
Dude.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes!
I have been finding God throughout this entire experience.
Still no tears? Dude, she's the Amber Heard. She's the Amber Heard of Disney Shills. There's no actual tears.
The coolest thing about this episode was probably the fact that we got to see Anakin as the ghost.
Dave fucking Filoni doesn't disappoint, does he?
God.
Please like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Make sure you check out some of the other Star Wars content already live on the channel. And most importantly, thank you for watching, and thank you for watching this series.
Oh, Grizzy. Oh, Grizzy. A service to humanity. A service. Oh my God. If I never see another shill reaction to that stupid crap, it'll be too soon. It'll be too soon. Oh my God. What does the chat think? What does the chat think about the shills? I must know. I must have your thoughts. Comments. That's why the witches are wearing red. No, no, Star Fury. No penicillin for the UTI. Oh, no. Star Fury says, where the hell did they get the kyber crystal to be able to build a lightsaber? Thank you. Thank you. You know, this is so there's this whole scene where Ezra say, oh, he just happens to have, as who said this on like Friday Night Tide or something, he just has like a whole Jedi Ace hardware store, you know, in the ship. And he just got all the stuff he needs to build a lightsaber in 5 minutes. Oh, didn't need one. The Force is his ally, but never mind. It's incredible to me. How can you as a writer write a scene that then is immediately contradicted in the next scene and not say, oh shit, we have to rewrite this? How can you not say that? How can you not say, oh didn't we in the last episode script, didn't we say that he doesn't need a lightsaber? And now in this script, he's building one as fast as he can. Do we think we should rewrite this? How can they? Anyway. Did not they make a giant deal of this in Rogue One, that all the kyber crystals are being strip mined out of every Jedi temple and every planet by the Empire? Did not we make a big deal out of Order 66 wiping out all the Jedi? Was it not implied that Darth Vader hunted down virtually every Jedi in the galaxy to a man? Was it not implied? You know, and so just, oh no, we got a whole drawer full of kyber crystals. Oh, do you want red? You want white? You want blue? You want pink? You want yellow? We got, what do you want? We got whatever you want. We're the Jedi all-purpose hardware store here. Whoa, that guy almost took his beanie off, says Fu Man Blue. The human race has no hope. Please nuke the planet. Tom says it's the only way to be sure. No, not look for this. Fu Man Blue says, is it me or are there fewer different shills? I don't know that I saw that. There was a couple ones in there I haven't seen before. Definitely. Yes. What else? What else did I miss in the chat? Starfury says, I don't care, but they don't follow their own internal logic. This show is just references. It's just references. That's all the show is. It's like the best part of the show was when Anakin was a fourth ghost. Dude, that's their only answer to this whole series. That's all they ever... Anakin was in it. Anakin was in it. That's all they can say. It's like, but folks, you dumb shills, why was he in it? That's the question. That's the question. Why was he in it? For no reason. That's why. Got it. That my fate, it's classic. The guy in the last edition of Ahsoka Shills, the one that, he says, here, take your lightsaber. She says, take your lightsaber. And Ezra says, no. And he just he just let it slip. He's like, what? Why? No, take what? No. It was like, yes, sir. That is the correct reaction to this nonsense. It's nonsense. That's why jeez. No, I read that one. Yes. It's because Luke built one in episode 6. This is the thing. Everyone is giving the worst argument about this. I despise this argument. You have to have seen Rebels. You have to have watched the Clone Wars. Well, I fucking watched every single episode of the Clone Wars, and I watched every single episode of Star Wars Rebels, and I have reviewed Dave Filoni's episodes previously in those shows positively. Some of them were quite incredible. I now kind of want to go back and check the credits because I have my doubts now how much of it he actually wrote. I'm telling you, Filoni is not even consistent with himself. He's not even consistent with himself because there is an entire run of episodes in the Clone Wars in which Yoda takes several younglings to a planet and they have to go on a long, scary, and dangerous spiritual journey into the Kyber crystal caves to find their Kyber crystals. And then they have to spend time in contemplation about what their lightsaber design should be and why they should design it one way or not the other. And there's a whole process, a whole spiritual journey you have to go through. This is in Filoni's own stupid lore. So don't tell me that I haven't watched Clone Wars or that I need to watch Rebels. Filoni is, if he ever had a shred of talent, he is at his absolute rock bottom worst here. He has phoned it in. And I don't even believe that's the case. I believe that there's a lot you can get away with in cartoons, definitely. But I'm telling you, part of it is he is a soy-infused acolyte of the woke mind virus. He has been infected, and regardless of whether he ever had any chops or currently has any chops as a writer, he is up his own asshole with his own lore. He just thinks everything. He thinks he's the golden goose and he's just shitting golden eggs. That's what he thinks. And it's the danger. It's the danger of slipping out of your professional mindset as a creator and going into an amateur's mindset. The amateur is self-identified. Their work is their identity. And that is what I see in Dave Filoni. His work is his identity. Chris Gore made an excellent point on Film Threat, which is if this show had some self-awareness, it actually might work if it just understood what it is and had a better appreciation of its own tone. And I'm going to give you proof of this in just a second. But do you notice that there's something about Ahsoka's writing where it's like it seems very proud of itself and it's so cringe. It's like when, let's just face it, someone is telling a joke that they think is really funny, but everyone else in the room is like, that's not funny. That's what Ahsoka feels like to me. It's like, this is so dramatic, what's happening? And I'm like, no, bro, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Thrawn is the most embarrassing antagonist I think I've ever seen in a Disney story. And that is saying something. I'm trying to think if there's a worse one. I mean, I hated the High Evolutionary in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I despise that character. But even he was more interesting than Thrawn, who I can't. Nothing comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. I'm telling you, Thrawn, there is nothing worse that Thrawn could have been truly an excellent character. I was just thinking, this made me think of Halo, the lore in Halo. If you've ever read the deep lore in the Halo series, the Covenant's war of annihilation against the human race is spectacular in terms of like military strategy. Basically, what the Covenant does is anytime they find a human colony, they glass it. That is, all of their ships fly in a grid pattern across the ship and just nuke it with plasma energy. They just strip it of all life and then they move on. And the only thing that's keeping the human race going is that they haven't found all of our planets and they haven't found Earth. That's the only ace in the hole that we have at the beginning of the Halo story. And I think that demonstrates, like, that creates a sense of peril. It creates a sense of stakes and tension. If the Covenant find us, we're fucked. Like, that's important, folks. And there's none of that with Thrawn. And I'm so grateful that I can, in my mind, separate Disney Star Wars from actual Star Wars. Because if this were representative, Thrawn has just demonstrated that there is no such thing as military doctrine, tactics, or verisimilitude in Star Wars at all. Fortunately, I don't say that because this is not real Star Wars. This is a man-child, male feminist who is groveling at the feet of the idiotic intersectional feminist mind virus, and he has his balls are in a purse, and he is showing us all of his favorite toys, and it's super cringe, and we're ready to make an excuse to leave his house. That's basically what it is. So, all right. Well, Rumble, we got to get rid of some. No spamming the chat in Rumble. That's the only rule. Say whatever you want in Rumble chat, but no spamming the chat. So spammers will be removed from the Rumble chat. Okay, let me check. I missed a comment from... I got a couple comments in here. I think I saw someone new in the chat. There he is, Old Man Nixon. The plot holes inside of plot holes and the stupid headcanon. Yeah, dude, the shills don't even, do they even have headcanon, honestly? Like, I watch those shills and I don't actually see them commenting on the story. They're not ever do you notice that? They're never commenting on the story. They're kind of just like, oh, he Vadered. He's Vader now. Oh, look, it's Anakin. It's Anakin. He's Anakin now. Oh, look, it's a red lightsaber. Oh, look, it's a blue lightsaber. It's like, what? They're not even reacting to a story. They're just, you know what they're like? They're like the characters in WALL-E. You know, the fat humans in WALL-E. They're just floating around on loungers all day, and their eyes are just glued to whatever entertainment's in front of them, and whatever picture passes in front of them, that's just all they see. And it's like, that's what they are. They don't even, you know what's funny too is I bet they would enjoy having an actual story to react to. Like, dude, let me tell you something. You could have done reaction channels like this with House of the Dragon. You could have done reaction channels like this with like Breaking Bad. That would have been awesome. I don't know. Maybe people did do that. That was I wasn't really plugged into the YouTube scene at that time. That would have been something because you would have had something to talk about. You would have been like, oh my God. When Walter White's head is in the sand and it looks like Ozymandias because he's just presided over the murder of his brother-in-law. Oh my God. It's like there would have been something to actually discuss, or like questioning. Why does Walt really hate Jesse, or does he just want revenge for being a rat? Like, there would have been things to discuss, is my point. And it would have been nice. It would have been nice. I had to turn my headcanon into a pretzel to get things making some kind of sense. Absolutely. And all I could see in this show was missed opportunities. And there's something, I don't know what it is, but Filoni doesn't seem to want any of his principal characters, protagonists or antagonists, to be effective. I mean, if I could only summarize this in one word, this whole show to me is impotent. Impotent. None of the characters are effective at anything. That's really what it is. Okay. So there was a video. There is a video that I want to show you that I think illustrates in a very clever way kind of the missed opportunities. So here we go. There is a YouTuber that went ahead and created. They basically redesigned Ahsoka as if it were in the 80s. Yeah, as if it were a cheesy 1980s. And I'm going to tell you, this is amazing. This is so awesome. Here we go. So this is if Ahsoka were a cheesy 80s TV show. And I remember watching MacGyver and Quantum Leap and what was it? Miami Vice. I remember shows like that vaguely when I was a kid. And yes, they were very dorky.
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the master of evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy.
Dude, this is the best thing ever!
Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never before.
I just love how they show her cringiest slow movements, and it's like that's what they show for. Dude, this is exactly what it was like a Buck Rogers in the 500th century or the 50th. What was it? Buck Rogers in the 9th century or something. That's what this reminds me of.
Foreseen abilities, water breathing, whale song, and quick change. Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed to pilot. And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
Dude, I love this!
With the threat of a new Star War looming over them, they wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save one of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedi. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them.
Yes!
But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
Yes! Dude, I am watching this show all day long. I am watching that show. Tell me you wouldn't watch it. Dude, okay. There's so many good parts. Huyang, a 25,000-year-old robot with the knowledge of all the Jedi, possibly the most valuable artifact in all the galaxy, is assigned to ship maintenance. Oh my god, that is one of the best things ever. And then I love it's like Ahsoka, the last Jedi, must search for another of the last Jedi, Ezra, who is hunted by one of the last Jedi. Oh my god. But dude, it's like the subtle cheesiness, as a new Star War looms. it's just a little off brand, just slightly off brand. It's so, oh my god. It's like if, because there's this weird negotiation. It's of back then, the network, you'd have a creative who creates a TV show, but then the network has to sell it to the viewer, because back then you had to earn viewers. Back then, you couldn't just be a woke-tard with a Netflix deal and make as much garbage as you want and just fail upward. Back in those days, you had to sell. If it was garbage, they had to try and sell it. And so I like how it's almost as if a network executive is interpreting what the actual creative ideas of the show are. So it's a little bit off. So it's just like, the great Grand Admiral Thrawn as a new Star War looms. Just so funny. That made my week. I'm telling you right there. And what's so great about that too, Chris Gore made this point. Hat tip film threat. And I love this point. He said, if you could make this show just be its own thing and have its own kind of a little bit oddball tone and have that self-awareness, it could have been pretty enjoyable, possibly. I would argue that, look, it's still got to have a plot. Okay, it's still got to have a plot, but a plot. But he's kind of right about that. There's something about shows that have, The Boyz is pretty good at this. I'm trying to think. There was something recently I saw that was a little bit like this. And if it comes to mind, I'll share it with you. But, Loki is probably, of all of the Marvel cinematic shows, I would say it's probably the one I found most enjoyable at the first season. Now, I understand what it is now. It's a total mystery box where nothing's ever going to get answered. And I did get very frustrated by the end of the Loki story. And I find the whole time authority thing very annoying. My point is, though, the thing about Loki that I think it does do well is it has a quirky, oddball sense about itself. It has a very consistent tone throughout. It kind of knows that it's an oddball show, and it just plays it as kind of an oddball show. It's still, unfortunately, suffering from the problem that literally all Disney shows suffer from, which is that they just can't ever deliver on the promise of the premise. Like, not ever. They can't ever do it. I don't know what it is, but like they are unable to just have a plot resolve. They just won't do it. Do you realize what Ahsoka is? Like, literally, you have Thrawn, who is in the other galaxy trying to get to this galaxy, and we have Ahsoka trying to get to that galaxy to stop him. And at the end of the show, they've just swapped places. They've just swapped places completely. That's it. That's it. Starfear says, I feel like I am back in the 80s with that TV commercial. Dude, it's one of the best. It's one of the best things ever. So that was Hat Tip. The links are in the description, by the way, for everything I'm playing. So especially make sure you give a like and a subscribe to Grizzy. Oh, throw a like on what is this is. Dang it, I got too much stuff covering it up. Anyway, the link's in the description for that video, so please give that creator a follow. Says Wrangler says, wait till they cross her over with Tron. I know, right? Yes, moving on in the stack of stuff. So, should I share this article? Yeah, I was talking about Castlevania Nocturne. Yeah, let's fire up this article. I want to, because it kind of is relevant to Ahsoka. How did we get here? How did we get to a place of storytelling like this? Well, this is one of the ways. So this from Forbes, and you'll have to forgive me because getting rid of all these ads, it won't allow an ad blocker on the site. But fortunately, we shouldn't have to spend too much time. This from Paul Tassi of Forbes. Netflix's Castlevania Nocturne again proves the uselessness of user reviews. I was excited to see that Netflix's Castlevania Nocturne was reviewing extremely well, a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, living up to the high scores of the previous show. One of the best game adaptations of all time. But I was perplexed. These ads. Is there no justice? By the 52% audience score, literally half of the 100% and Rotten, as it were. I wondered what was going on here. It's another one of these. Having watched all of the series now, I cannot agree with the bad writing, bad characters complaints at all that you see in the user reviews. But instead, a lot of focus is put on what else? Its prevalence of black characters and other characters of color. Cough button. There's a through line of oppression and the horrors of slavery in the plot, And outside of that, a focus on gay characters as well. Multiple reviews call the franchise ruined and are upset. Freed slave Annette has the most screen time. My favorite is multiple reviews that call it wokeavania, the most contorted inclusion of the word woke I've ever seen. Ew, gross. The show constantly beats you over the head with current day talking points, another review says. In fact, let me bring in a guest host to just underscore this point.
Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
It's a good show. I don't know what else to say. The worst thing you can say about it is that it might not be quite as good as the original series, but that is an incredibly high bar, so it's no real surprise. I cannot tell you how exhausted I am of user reviews for projects like this. Who the fuck do you think you are, Paul Tassi? Who the fuck do these people think they are? You have no right to deny anyone their opinion. If I have to listen to your insipid, absurd opinions, and you get paid to just shit out this crap, then you can sit here and you can listen to the opinions of people. As the great Henry Cavill said, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. Do you see how this works? The diversity, equity, and inclusion crowd, that they hate inclusion. They hate inclusion because inclusion means everybody's included. Well, they don't want that. I say this on almost every stream. Woke people have no principles, none. They have zero principles, because if they have a principle, in the next second that it's inconvenient to have that principle, they will drop that principle. So the principle of inclusion is not actually a principle that they hold, because they don't want the inclusion of any ideas that they disagree with because they don't like it. This keeps happening over and over. Some established IP include other characters of color or different orient. You see what's happening? See, he's not actually angry. He's not actually angry that it's getting bad reviews. He's angry because their ideology is in the marketplace of ideas and the marketplace of entertainment. It is failing. It is failing. And it's like clockwork. You can set your watch by it. Every time something that they create fails on its merits, what do they want to talk about? They want to talk about problematic opinions. So that just proves to me that this ideology is an ideology of force. It is an ideology of propaganda. It is an ideology of lies. It is an ideology that can only survive when its critics are silenced. Because when there is an open and fair and honest debate where everyone gets their say, the good, the bad, and the ugly, whether you agree or disagree, in that world, wokeness always fails. And do you know why in that world wokeness always fails? Well,
because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Exactly. That would be the great heels versus babyface.
There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off.
Wrong one. I have another one. Here we go.
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
Thank you, Az. He just popped it. He just popped by. He popped by to share that with us. Anyhow. Oh, yes, that clip is getting a lot of use, Wrangler. You know it. You know it. So now, why do I bring this up? I bring this up because the only way that their ideas can succeed is through lies, through subterfuge, through obfuscation. You know, if they had the courage of their convictions, they would welcome debate. They would welcome debate. But they know they will lose. They will lose on the battlefield of ideas. And you want to hear some proof of this? I got receipts. This from Data Racer on X. Rotten Tomatoes critic admits that they give fake positive reviews to maintain their access. Would that be review bombing?
Everybody in our industry occasionally has to play softball, occasionally has to, look the other way a little bit. Everybody has to do it.
Wait, returning what? Like a movie
in
that's
the sense that,
bad,
I hated a movie, but I won't say that I hated the movie, or an actor behaved a sort of way and you don't want to, put it out there that happened.
Right, because you might not get the next review.
Right.
Next
So
gig.
to some
Okay.
degree, everybody in our industry that is a part of this quote unquote access media has to sort of decide which battles they want to pick. Everybody in our industry occasionally has to play softball, occasionally has to, look the other way a little bit.
So, in other words, what you are saying is that you are liars. That you are liars who want access, and you have to toe the line and you have to toe the message. But if anyone has their say from the audience, well, they're bigots. Well, they're istophobes. Yep, exactly. So this is the Ahsoka. Ahsoka is what Ahsoka is because of this shit. This is why. Because they don't have to succeed on merits, because they only have to succeed on the ideology in their mind. So, and this brings me neatly along to the subject of the Continental, because I have been watching the Continental, and by compare, it puts Ahsoka to shame, even with a couple of plot holes that are driving me a little bit mad. Fu Man Blue says the schoolyard level of reactionary dialogue is what's exhausting. Exactly, Fu Man Blue, referring to as a rebuttal to Paul Tassie's, whining. They're such whiners. You ever notice this? They're such whiners, these people. They can't ever take it. In fact, you know what? I'm going to interrupt myself for just a second, because this is on this same subject, right? I found this little nugget on the internet the other day. I'm not going to play the whole clip. It's a Piers Morgan clip, but he was talking to a podcaster, a wokey pop podcaster, who's defending the Snow White and the 7 magical creatures bullshit. How they removed the dwarves, right?
Who played Hornswoggle, the leprechaun, in WWE between.
So this is an actual dwarf who is pissed about the fact that they've changed. They basically denied 7 opportunities for acting roles from little people. And then you've got this woke asshole.
2016, and by the podcaster and commentator James Barr. All right.
Exactly what you said. What gave him the voice for all for 7 different actors that from my community, and I don't feel it's right that got taken away from us.
And utterly agree with you. And the irony is that they profess, these progressives, to want to do this to protect you, right? They protect dwarf actors from being,
so I
somehow
get this
smeared.
one clip of
but you don't
the
feel
guy's
that's to what he should
But
feel.
definitely
Having
not.
literally, hang on,
And
having literally just lectured me about speaking for someone in the dwarf community, Warwick Davis, you now accuse a dwarf actor.
No, it's not what I said. I said that if you're signing with anyone, you've got to worry.
Right.
What I'd like to say actually is that I kind of mostly agree with what you're saying.
No.
And
Now sir, that's just taking a pot shot there.
No,
by saying,
it is
Piers
absolutely
Morgan
taking a
agrees
pot
with
shot.
me.
But I do agree with.
So what he said was, he said to the dwarf, this guy on the right, he said, if you're agreeing with Piers Morgan, you really have to be concerned about who you're agreeing with, which is what they're referring to in the pot shot.
What you're saying, I completely agree with your point of view, and I think that's really important. But I can only speak from my experience, and as a gay man, I know that growing up, I witnessed gay people being villains in movies when I was
7 dwarves aren't villains.
And that I think stereotypes are really important to.
What stereotype do you think
and
they
actually,
represent?
In the universe of Snow White, wouldn't it be better if dwarfs
This isn't a part of this about the stereotype.
Right.
This is about roles that were made for people of my stature that don't have the chance to go out for other roles normally.
But you, James,
so
Barr,
why are we
you want to stop Dylan getting a role in a Hollywood film?
I am not going to get into an attack on a dwarf.
You don't want a dwarf actor to land a role playing a dwarf part.
Listen, dwarf can play a dwarf part, but I think it's important to change narratives that don't fit in today's society. And really, it It might be better
What's the-
if dwarves
sir-
just exist
sir,
in
pardon
normal
me.
roles everywhere
What's-
because they do exist.
What was
in
so
real
bad about
life.
the way dwarves are depicted in Snow White? Have I missed something?
Well, listen, I'm not here to talk about.
That's what I'm kind of wondering. As well.
I don't
Tell us.
represent Disney, but I'm just saying I think I see their point of view.
What's their point of view? What was so bad about the depiction of the dwarves?
Why are you
What's the
so
point of view?
upset about a movie changing with the time?
Oh, that is my favorite woke gaslighting. Why are you so upset? Why are you fuckers so upset? Nobody had a problem with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs for 80 years until you idiots came along. Why? And that's always what they do. They are always the most upset. They're the most incensed and outraged and angry. And they're wanting, we're so angry. And then the second they're losing, well, why are you so upset? What are you so upset about?
Times and moving forward.
Because I think that honestly, with great respect,
there is real news we could be discussing.
No, but this is real news if you're a dwarf actor who are now out of work because of virtue signaling idiots.
But you're just
who
using
think that
this-
everything has to be rewritten
You are just
to be
using Dylan
inclusive.
as a cheap
when in
shot.
fact it's not inclusive at all.
No, you're using Dylan as a cheap shot to attack a Wookiee. That's
I don't
what's
think
happening.
Dylan feels I'm using him as a cheap shot. And what I would say about the Wookiee thing is this. I have spent the last year listening to people tell me only gay actors should play gay parts. Only Welsh actors, so Michael Sheen, should play Welsh characters, and so on and so on and so on.
Conversations are nuanced.
But the moment we have dwarf roles, which are the most famous dwarf roles in Hollywood history, then the only people apparently who can't play them are dwarf actors.
weren't dwarf
and I
roles.
see there
It's a cartoon.
stinking
Piers.
woke hypocrisy.
It has not changed. It was a cartoon. Those weren't.
Oh, that's my other favorite, isn't it? Oh, it's a cartoon. They're not dwarves. They were drawn characters. It's like, oh, so they're not. But if you had a person of color in a cartoon and you swapped them to be whites, then let's see how far that argument goes.
Actually dwarfs in the movie. They were drawn, okay? So firstly...
They were drawn as dwarfs.
No, that is...
But it's a
literally-
story
They're
about
called
dwarves, sir.
Dwarfs.
Well, they
It's a
shouldn't be
story
called that.
about
They should be
dwarves.
called...
They shouldn't be called dwarfs.
No, they should be called people with dwarfism.
They shouldn't be called-
What's wrong with
They
being
shouldn't
called
be
dwarfs?
called dwarves.
Snow White and the Seven People with Dwarfism.
That's not the correct
That's the
term.
story.
Dylan,
The story
apparently
is
you're
literally
not
Snow
allowed to
White
call
and the
yourself
Seven
Dylan can call
Dwarfs.
himself whatever
Apparently,
he
Dylan, you're not allowed to call yourself dwarfs, apparently.
I would love to hear, what should I call myself, sir?
I think you should call yourself whatever you feel comfortable with, but as a person...
He calls himself a
A
dwarf.
dwarf.
That's
A
great. then.
dwarf.
Good
Yeah.
for you. I'm happy.
So now, sir, let me pause that. So it shouldn't be called Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It should
Listen,
just be
I
called
do not want to
Snow
get
White.
cancelled
So are you
because I
saying-
think your point of view is more important than mine right now. But what I'm annoyed about is
There it is. That was what I wanted you to hear, my dear sailors. Listen to what he said. He says, I don't want to get canceled. Can you believe he said that? So listen, with great love to the wokies out there, stop being willing slaves. Stop living on your knees. This is the thing that is so cringe about Castlevania Nocturne. Like the elites, they rule over us. Like, have you ever seen a man so desperate to be a slave? It's like, well, your opinion is more important than mine. That's so unbelievable. I could never be like these people. It's like you literally have to spend your whole life groveling. So the whole issue here is he's like, well, dwarf that's a problematic term. But then the dwarf that's on the show is saying, I'm fine with being called a dwarf. Whoa, well, that's good then. You should call yourself whatever you want. It's like, no principles. They have no principles. They don't. I saw something in the chat. Wrangler says, let's make Cobra Bubbles white and Tarzan black. That's called creativity now. Yay. Exactly. Oh, there was another great point, too, where Dylan, the dwarf in this video, he said to the guy, he's like, listen, I don't think I should be playing a guy who's supposed to be like 6 feet tall and like a big burly like barbarian or something in a movie. I'm okay with not being cast in that part because you need an actor who looks that part, and I don't. He's like, I'm fine with that. I don't have an issue with that. They got into the whole thing about only gays should play gays. And like
Piers trying to take a cheap shot.
They never have the courage of their convictions, because if this guy did, he would argue to this guy's face against that.
At someone that believes in society moving forward.
Yeah, I'm actually
because really, if
I'm actually exposing the hypocrisy of the woke mentality of only gay people can play gay parts, only trans actors can play trans parts, and so on and so on and so on.
I think we will
right
get
to the
to a
point,
place where
right to the
everyone
point.
can play
Snow
every
White and the
role.
Seven Dwarfs has to be cancelled because you're not allowed to have dwarf.
You should be happy, Piers, because it means that now you can play your dream role of Grumpy.
I would love to.
It is these assholes accuse everyone of what they are because the minute he's losing the argument, he's like, "Oh, you're grumpy." Who are the most insufferable, bitchy, annoying people in the world? Wokies. Okay. Like they're the most shrill. That's why they can't take a joke because they're such assholes all the time. But just the audacity of this guy to be, well, everyone should be able to play any role unless you're white. It's bizarre. It is bizarre how many contradictions they hold in their head. Look, this guy looks like he's a robot about to break. But, this is the thing, though, that I'm acting as though you could take anything he says at face value. I'm acting as though he's acting in good faith and he's trying to make a sincere argument. He's not. This guy is a narcissist. I'm talking about the guy on the right. Don't know his name. Don't care. He is a narcissist. All he wants is fame and adulation. He is towing the line. He is bending the knee. He even openly says it. I don't want to get canceled because that's all he cares about. He would say anything. He would say anything to have the clout and the validation that he wants. There is immense power in adhering to an ideology which empowers you and entitles you to destroy anyone who dissents from your opinions and views. It's incredible to me that the few that are willing to engage in debates, they never debate the merits of the idea. They never debate the merits of any of this. They just go back to, oh, well, you're grumpy. Oh, well, it's just animation. Oh, well, why are you so upset about it? It's like we were fine for years playing our Warhammer, playing our Dungeons and Dragons, our Magic the Gathering, our Halo games, our Star Wars, our Lord of the Rings. All those things were getting along just fine until a bunch of angry, grumpy, bitter, resentful SJW social justice warriors like this asshole came along and started causing problems where there were no problems. So anyway, I just thought I would... but my favorite part of that whole clip is where he basically says, I don't want to get canceled. I don't want to get canceled. It's proof. It's proof that everything they say is a lie. And without those lies, they couldn't succeed. Now, on to the Continental. Wrangler says, if that were true, then Ian McKellen wouldn't be allowed to play Magneto because he's a straight character. For now. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Keep watching. Fu Man Blue says, it's so funny watching one of these professional fake offended folks try to explain it to one of the people they've been pretending to care about. Dude, did you see the part where he kind of like slams his head down in exasperation and he's kind of laughing as he does it? And that to me was very telling. The body language there was very telling. He has no respect for this guy, Dylan, the dwarf. He has no respect for him. He would love nothing more than to just treat him like dog shit. He kind of reminds me of like an asshole frat boy. That's kind of what he reminds me of, like an asshole frat boy, a kind of preppy who thinks he's better than everyone. And he wants desperately to just act that, because he acts that way toward Piers, right? He's totally fine acting that way towards Piers. And he his normal tactic when if it were just a normal, like, well, okay, I didn't mean normal. If it were someone of a normal height that was sitting there in that chair saying the exact same things, he would have been happy to be a smug asshole, but he knew that he couldn't. He knew that he couldn't, and that's why he's like, he's frustrated because he's like, oh, my normal tactic of being a smug asshole is not allowed. It's not allowed right now. So it also showed me that he doesn't actually take his own arguments very seriously, I thought. Because I think he knows it's all bullshit. It's like, but what else would he say? Starfury says, no, I don't want to be Zulu warrior and get shot at by Denzel Washington, who's leading the British forces at Rourke Strip. Yeah. Oh, can anyone play Zulu warriors now? I think anyone should be able to play a Zulu warrior. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, Fu Man Blue says, once he gets outside his memorized talking points, has no clue what to say. Right, too, it's kind of amazing because a lot of times these assholes will kind of try and back off. They'll try and avoid addressing the point. He was okay with just admitting he's like, well, he says, what should I call myself? If dwarf is a problematic term, what should I call myself? Well, I think you should call yourself whatever you want. It's like, oh my God, the patronizing, just the ivory tower smugness. And it's like, that is a total contradiction of everything you just claimed, and you don't care. A modern day fop. Exactly right. He's a fop. He's a modern day fop. I also despise this attitude he has about as a gay man. It's like, you don't speak for the entire LGBT population. And quite frankly, you're not wanted. You're not wanted speaking for that population. So there's just the group think. I listened to this entire Audible lecture series on secret societies once. And as for research for kind of something I was working on, it's a really great lecture series, by the way. And it just goes through all the secret societies. It even delves into like the assassins, which are that were the basis of the Assassins characters in Assassin's Creed. Like there really was a secret society of assassins historically. So it's super cool. They go through the Illuminati, the stonemasons, all of them, and a whole bunch you haven't even heard of. And the author in the beginning talks about, I've always been obsessed and fascinated with secret societies, but I've never joined one. I've never been inside one. And people have asked me why. Students have asked me, why didn't you ever try to join a secret society if you were so interested in them? And he says, I always tell my students that because while I'm fascinated by secret societies, in order to be part of a secret society, you have to submit to everything that the group demands of you. In a secret society, you have your identity and your individuality become subordinated to the secret society and its motives. And you must toe the line. You must buy into the groupthink. You must participate in the rituals, and you cannot break your oath of secrecy to the secret society on pain of consequences. And some of the consequences, even to this day, are quite severe. So he's just said, I'm not a groupthink guy. I can't bend the knee to the group and just go along and be part of the hive mind. I've just never been that kind. I'm a free thinker. And so I would never work in a secret society. And I just found that really interesting. And I was like, I agree with that. I agree with that totally. Like, secret societies are fascinating, but I would never want to kneel and say, okay, I will do whatever you do. Honestly, I remember when I was in college, I rushed for a fraternity, and that was that was never going to work. That was just never going to work. And there's several problems with fraternities, not the least of which is an absolutely dangerous level of alcohol binge drinking. It's kind of criminal what fraternities and sororities get away with in terms of just dangerous levels of binge drinking. And I've seen people that had to go to the hospital and get their stomachs pumped, and it's catastrophic. But aside from that, there is something about like having to become a slave to an organization that is just loathsome to me. It just is. That's kind of the thing. It's like, if you want to be part of the group, you have to be a willing slave. And I'm just not. At least when I show up to a corporate job, I get a paycheck. So, hey, being a prostitute's better than being a slave. Maybe. I don't know. Fuban Blue says, I hope they never hire a method actor to play a Zulu warrior. No, you would not want that. So now on to the Continental. So far there's 3 episodes. I got to tell you, I get to the end of these 3 episodes and I'm thinking, is that the end? Is that the end of the season? Because no, I don't want to spoil. I'll give you a kind of a very light spoiler, but I won't tell you kind of what happens. But basically, it's all building towards Winston Scott, who is, of course, Ian McShane's character in the John Wick future. He is plotting to take over the Hotel Continental and take it away from Mel Gibson's character, which is Cormac. And all I will say is, there is like a solid hour a solid hour of just this absolute battle royale with assassin versus assassin. It is just this battle of attrition, this war of annihilation on like every floor of this hotel. It's incredible. Some of the tactics that they use against each other are just amazing. The way they use this environment of the hotel in so many clever ways absolutely blew me away. It was stunning. But this is the thing though. Almost every setup, almost every emotional beat that they set up in the first episode, they paid off in this crazy, epic, totally bananas climax where just nothing is left on the table. Every single element that they can throw into it, they just throw into it. They go whole hog. It is just a knockdown, drag out, full-blown, crazy, absolute battle. And everything the show has on the board goes into this. I mean, every character does their thing. Every single character that has a vendetta or an axe to grind, grinds it. You know, it's just, every rivalry is paid off. Every battle is brutal, ugly, life and death. Every minute, it's another reversal of fortunes. You know, 1 minute, Cormac's winning. The next minute, Winston's winning. The next minute, Cormac's winning again. Then Winston's winning again. You feel emotionally drained by the end of this episode in a good way. Like, it just goes and goes and goes and goes. And by the end of it, you're like, holy shit. Oh my God. There's like, and dude, this is the other thing that's really awesome. At the end of it all, the show kind of pauses and lets you it lingers on the aftermath. This is very crucial. This is a very key thing. And this is one of the things that all of the Marvel shows and all of the Star Wars shows on Disney cannot do and do not do. They don't spend time letting you live with the aftermath of what's just unfolded. Also, nothing is unfolded. So that's kind of two problems. A, nothing interesting unfolded, but also when something sort of mildly interesting or supposedly interesting unfolds, you then have no time to appreciate it because, oh, go, on to the next thing. No time to stop. What I love about this battle royale in the Continental is after it's over and the conclusion has happened, they linger on all the consequences in the aftermath, and you sort of see the wreckage and the scorched earth, and it's breathtaking. It's just breathtaking to behold. It's so cool. It's like you've come through an actual war in terms of what's happened in the show. And I was so stunned by it. It was such a complete and satisfying sequence of events with so many great setups paid off that I couldn't help but think, is that the end of the season? Because like that would be a pretty satisfying end to the season. And it's only been 3 episodes. That being said, there is an epic and awesome hook for the next episode, and you want to keep watching. But it would have worked just as well as a hook for the next season. It's like, okay, this is the setup for the next season. See you next year. And I was stunned by this because I have just sat through Ahsoka, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, do you realize what Ahsoka could have accomplished? Think of this. Episode 1 of Ahsoka, soup to nuts, establishes the whole issue with Grand Admiral Thrawn and Jason Sudeikis being trained by Ahsoka, and he might be going to the dark side. And we get all the way. That's episode 1 sets up all of that, and we're off to the races to stop Balin, and it's a breakneck race to stop him. Episode 2 is an absolute knockdown, drag-out fight with Ahsoka versus Balin, and she almost gets killed. We have a massive spiritual payoff with Anakin. Episode 2, right? Episode 3, we are now in the other galaxy, and we have, in this episode, we find Ezra. There is an absolute battle royale with Thrawn. It is mayhem. Somebody dies, and then he escapes anyway to the new galaxy, and we're kind of screwed. And that's the end of episode 3 of Ahsoka. And we've still got 5 episodes to go. Could you imagine, folks? Those dumb shills wouldn't even know what to do with themselves. They'd be like, wow, what was that? That's like, but the larger point here that I'm getting at is this is what really bad writers or at least really inexperienced or rookie writers don't understand. You know, I've sat in a lot of writers groups, okay, with aspiring writers working on kind of their first novel, or they're working on some short stories or whatever, and they're not very experienced yet. I've sat in on a lot of these, and let's just say, lower skilled writers that I've encountered, one of the big mistakes they make is too much mystery. And we like to, in our corner of the internet, call this the dreaded mystery box, thanks to J.J. Abrams. But that's what I would say it is. It's too much mystery. You don't want to just spoil everything right in the beginning. You want to have some mystery to keep your reader engaged, but you also do not want to have too much mystery where you never answer a question. And it's a very common mistake with rookies where you can tell that they're holding back the good stuff. They're holding out on you. That's basically what it is. It's like, okay, well, how come these characters are talking about this in like the third dialogue and still, you know, this character hasn't answered this question, or they're not being pressed on this, or we still don't have a reveal about, you know, what's going on in this haunted house. We still don't have a reveal on this. It's like, and that's one of the main mistakes that they often make. And this is the key thing. Ahsoka, and I would argue Loki, it is shaping up to be the same thing, and Secret Invasion, they were like an entire show of setup. They were an entire show that was saying, get ready for what's going to happen. Ooh, get ready. And then finally, at the very end of the episode, the thing that should be the inciting incident of Act 2 is what happens, which is Thrawn returns. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm so excited. It's like, wow, you just accomplished what should have been accomplished in Act 3. Now, why? Or Act 1, I should say. Why did you hold that back? Why did you hold all of that back? Now, the Continental does not make this mistake. The Continental goes the opposite direction. I literally thought that we would not get the full-blown Winston Scott assault on the Continental. I didn't think that was going to happen until like the last episode, like episode 10. And here it is in episode 3, and I am blown away. And I think part of it is I'm just not used to this. I'm not used to things happening in TV shows. It's unreal. So anyhow, I thought that was super cool. Now, my problem with the show is there are some plot elements that are bugging the crap out of me. So at the end of the first episode, how can I say this without spoilers? The coin press. So the gold coin press is really the MacGuffin that everyone's after in the show, and it's what sets off all of the events of the show. Winston's brother Frankie, in the first episode, he steals the coin press from the Continental Hotel, and Cormac, the head of the Continental Hotel, is tasked by the High Table with recovering it. Well, at the end of the first episode, without getting into spoilers, Frankie's brother, leaves the issue of the coin press hanging in the balance, and he doesn't tell Winston where it is. Now, my problem with it is there's actually no benefit to Winston not knowing where it is. I feel like the thing that Frankie should have done at the end of the first episode, given the events that occur, is he should have told Winston where to find it, or at least given him a hint, but he doesn't. And so the way the first episode ends, it puts Winston's life hanging in the balance without any card to play. And I found that irritating, and I still don't think the show answered that very well, given what happens at the end of the first episode. However, they do kind of work their way to paying it off in a way that's somewhat satisfying, despite that plot hole. But then there's an event that happens in episode 3 that I think contradicts Winston's character, because he has mostly been shown to be he's a pretty good guy. He likes to take care of people. He doesn't really want people to get hurt if they don't have to. He seems to demonstrate concern for people. That's his character. But then there's a scene in which he is getting attacked by 2 assassins who've come to kill him in his hotel, not the Continental. It's another hotel. And they're attacking him. And it just so happens that Lou, she's the karate girl in the show. She is there with him. And so they're fighting off these 2 assassins together. Well, there's a moment in the battle where Winston escapes the assassins and is, he's just fleeing. So number one, he leaves her for dead. So he leaves Lou for dead. And she gets knocked out by one of the twins. And the twin conveniently doesn't kill her. He's massacred. This assassin has massacred every civilian, no matter how inconsequential that he's encountered in the entire show. But for some reason, he lets Lou live. So that's annoying plot hole number one. And then annoying plot hole number two is the very next shot is Winston calmly walking down the steps of the hotel and straightening his jacket. And then he gets interrupted by the detective shows up and she's trying to arrest him. And it's like, this is classic. You know, this is like Mahler would tear this to shreds. It's like, he has no way of knowing the assassin's not hot on his heels. So number one, he should be running. Number two, why did he leave her for dead? That's out of character. Number three, what was he going to do if the detective didn't show up? So it's a lot of plot contrivance and convenience. And it bugged the shit out of me. And it was enough that like I was still thinking about it, like when the next scenes were happening. And that's really the problem with bad writing. When there is a plot hole or something is not well written, it just takes you out of it. Because now you're like, wait, that doesn't, wait, why did he do that? Why didn't he do that? That doesn't make any sense. So right there, I've just given you like two major plot holes in the show. And because of that, the captain is officially downgrading the rating of this show from a 9 out of 10 bars on the epaulets based on the first episode. I am now downgrading it to a 7 out of 10 epaulets. And I'll tell you what, it was slipping down to like a 5 right up until all the shit happened in episode 3. And I was like, damn, that battle royale in the Continental is so absolutely just bananas crazy awesome that I was like, okay, you can keep a 7. You can keep a 7 at it. That's a C. It's a passing grade. So the show gets a passing grade, if only because, but I've got it. Look, if I were just by comparison with Ahsoka, it's about an 11 out of 10. I'll tell you that much by comparison with Ahsoka. But that's not the game we play here on the Captain's Cast, live on the Swords and Starships channel, YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Please like and subscribe. And thank you for joining us in whatever capacity. We don't do that on the Captain's Cast. We do not rate shows by comparison. We rate shows on a principled rating system of merit. And so I can honestly say the show is sitting at about a 7 out of 10 because there's some sloppy writing at parts. But I got to tell you, what this show is able to do with as many characters as it has is pretty impressive because it's very much an almost Ocean's 11 kind of Golden Fleece heist story. It's similar to that in how it works. So there's a big team of characters working together. The first 2 episodes are kind of Winston recruiting his team, which is done pretty well, and setting up the heist, which in this case is more like an assault, not really a heist. He's assaulting the hotel to take it away from Cormac. And by the way, Mel Gibson is freaking awesome. He is awesome in this show. I love his character so much. And I got more to tell you about his character in a second. But all these characters have a story. They all have a rivalry. They all have a payoff. They all have their own personality and backstory. They all have their own motivations and reasons for doing the things they're doing. And what I really like about the show, and I hope that they strengthen his character a little bit more, that would be Winston. I like that Winston, he's a little bit like Commander Shepard in Mass Effect, kind of building a team to take on the Collectors or the Reapers or whatever. He's building a team, and that's kind of his strength. If John Wick is Death's very messenger, capable of walking solo into a hornet's nest of assassins and wiping them all out, Winston is kind of the opposite. He's actually very much incapable of wiping out a hornet's nest, but what he can do is recruit people and get them on his side and get them working for him, which is, by the way, exactly what he does with John Wick in John Wick Chapter 2. So it's actually very much in character for Winston, because you notice that Winston frequently manipulates John Wick in the John Wick movies into doing what he wants. Well, he's very good at that in this show. He manipulates mostly in a friendly and caring, but he's a little bit selfish, which I kind of like that aspect of his character. And it works very well. It's a very good ensemble cast. Everybody gets a payoff. Everybody has a reason for doing what they're doing, even. And here's why I bring up the mystery box, right? Because What is the problem with the Jar Jar Abrams mystery box? The problem is setups, but there's never a payoff, and they just hope you forget about it by the time they move on to the next payoff. Well, this show was starting to annoy me because there were mysteries in the show. Even as I was watching episode 3, I was like, okay, but why? Why is this? I was like, why is this detective even care who Winston is? This doesn't make any sense. Why is she after him? What was even the inciting reason for that? So I'm starting to rack my brain here, and I'm thinking, dude, is this just a bunch of dangling plot threads that are going nowhere? And then they reveal the motivation of the detective, and then they reveal the motivation of this character and that character. And I suddenly realized, oh my God, this is how writing used to work. This is why when I was watching WandaVision or Loki season 1, or Mandalorian seasons 1 and 2, I was still watching it in good faith because they would do these little mystery box things, but I would assume that they were going to pay those things off. And now it's the opposite. Now I'm watching the Continental and they set up something that's mysterious and I'm annoyed. I'm immediately distrustful. I'm like, why aren't you answering this question? And it's because I have been trained by these garbage TV shows to expect that mysteries will never be paid off. It is incredible to me the complete and satisfying story arc that episodes 1, 2, and 3 of Continental told, with setup and payoff, mysteries and questions answered, but yet with more mysteries yet to come. Do you know another TV show this year that did this very well? Star Trek Picard season 3, as written and guided by Captain Terry Matalas, and the first 4 episodes of Star Trek Picard season 3 are a kind of mini story arc, and it also surprised me when I was watching Picard season 3. It really surprised me that episode 4 had such an incredible payoff and such a satisfying conclusion to the story with a great hook for the next run of episodes. And I thought, this is a banger way to do long form storytelling. Like if you're going to do a season of something like 8 to 12, maybe 8 to 14 episodes, folks, I think this is how you do it. You have the first 1 to maybe 5 episodes, depending on the total length. So in other words, the act 1 of the season. So I would say that's roughly episodes 1 to 3 or 4. And you just tell a really banger storyline that comes to an epic close at the end of that 3rd or 4th episode with a massive hook for the next run of episodes. And then acts 2 and 3 of the season. So the episodes, I would say like 4 to 12 or 14 or whatever the number is, that's an even larger arc. And I think that is a solid way to do a TV show. I really do. And the shows that do that are the ones I enjoy the most because you get this like mini ending in the middle of the season and it gives you this sense of payoff and satisfaction. And some of the better seasons of American Horror Story, not the current one, some of the better seasons of American Horror Story also did this pretty well, having a kind of mini payoff in the early part of the season. And it's like, dude, you got to throw your audience a bone. You cannot just leave them dangling unless you're a dumb shill, unless you're nut gobbler. Nut gobbler, like, it's a blue lightsaber. Readout Productions, beat bop, beat boop. Yes. Acknowledged. Hail. Star Fury says, permission to disembark granted, sir. Thank you, Star Fury. Thank you for joining. And there he goes. There he goes. What's happening in the Rumble chat? Star Fury. Star Fury, I believe your Frequency Studios. Yeah. Frequency Studios over there in the Rebel chat. The other thing I love about Cormac in this show, played by Mel Gibson, he is an example of a villain that is a madman. He's like a screaming madman. He's always angry. He's yelling all the time. He's kind of flying off the handle and he's unpredictable, but it's done well. So if you recall in my review of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, I was very annoyed by the High Evolutionary because he's always yelling, "You're failing me!" and he's just screaming at everyone all the time. He's like the opposite of Thrawn. It's like, Thrawn in this season of Ahsoka, he's like, sir, all of our TIE fighters have been wiped out. Yes, that is an acceptable loss. Everything is going according to plan. Sir, they wiped out a whole division of our stormtroopers. Good. Excellent. Sir, our resurrected zombie stormtroopers have been slaughtered to a man. We're losing. They're about to catch us. Very good. That is an acceptable loss. We are succeeding wildly. It's so stupid. Oh, I love Thrawn. Thrawn's my favorite villain now. Thrawn is my favorite villain ever. There's no news that's bad news for Thrawn. He's like, sir, a member of the Jedi has snuck aboard. We don't know where he is. He'll probably kill us all. Good. This is exactly what I wanted. And then you've got the High Evolutionary in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. He's like, no, you're failing me. Now, Mel Gibson's character, Cormac, is sort of like the High Evolutionary, but it's explained by his character because he's kind of a madman from the beginning. It also helps that he's so damn hilarious. He has like these incredible lines. I wrote down like one of them. So he's sniffing. He's basically got like this drug that it's like, I don't know if it's not ether because that would knock him out or something. But basically it's this drug that has a vapor that he inhales from a cloth. And so he's telling Sharon, who is the young version of who played Sharon in, his name escapes me, in John Wick. Yeah, Readout Production says Mel Gibson, a madman as usual. He truly is. He is a madman. He is one of the funnest characters in this show. What portray Lance Reddick? Thank you. Okay, Lance Reddick. Okay, so Lance Reddick's character in John Wick is played by a younger actor. He's the younger version of him, Sharon. So Sharon is setting up this drug cocktail for Cormac, and he hands it to him. And then Cormac at the time he's a Catholic, and he's kneeling and he's praying at the same time. And he inhales it, and he's like, oh, that's the mother's milk. He's like, oh, you truly are a man of the cloth. Well, that's such a great line. And then he's like, Sharon, they're trying to put me out to pasture. The high table wants to put me out to pasture. He's such a great character. But like, there's reasons why he flies off the handle. There's reasons why he goes so crazy. And when he does, there's consequences because he makes a mess. And now it's a mess that's just adding to the chaos. He is a great character. He's how you do a madman correctly. He's how you do, because it's all justified by his character. It's not just that he's losing in the plot and they just need to make him scary and intimidating, so they just have him yell. It's that, no, he's a mad dog. This is what he's always been. And when a mad dog is cornered, he gets even worse. And that's basically how they play his character. And it's really well done. He's got this dynamite New York accent. It's fantastic. I would just watch the show just for Mel Gibson. He's just too much fun. What else did I have in here? Sharon has this great story I also love because they're shading in. I'm not the biggest fan of prequels because there's always a risk you could break the lore of the original story. And then sometimes they're kind of boring because you know what's going to happen in the future. I think this is a prequel done well because what they're doing is they're kind of shading in some of the backstory so far of these characters in a pretty clever way. Sharon is an immigrant from Nigeria, and he's living in this hotel. And there's this great conversation he has with this cellist who plays the cello for the patrons of the Continental Hotel. And him and Sharon, it's implied that they kind of have this friendship developing, which might be a little bit more than a friendship. And he's basically saying to Sharon, don't you want to live somewhere where you're not surrounded by death all the time? Don't you want to live somewhere peaceful? Like come with me to England, because he's going to England. He's got like a scholarship at a music university. And Sharon tells this story about how his father in Nigeria, when he was living with his father, violence was everywhere. He's like, your neighbors could kill you at the drop of a hat for almost no reason. He's like, I grew up knowing violence and never feeling safe anywhere. He said, but the violence here in the Continental it's controlled violence. It's violence I understand. There are rules to it. So I actually feel quite safe here. And I thought, dude, that is brilliant. That is brilliant character work right there, because it sets up like the fact that Sharon lives in this insane, violent world, but to him, it feels peaceful by comparison to where he came from. And it suits him, and he kind of likes it. I thought, damn, that is super fun. And there's lots of that with all the characters throughout the show. So one of the things that this show proves is that the reason mystery box storytelling, as proposed by Abrams and his acolytes, the reason why it doesn't work is because you need to show us what's in the box, right? What's in the box? There's got to be the missing half of the mystery, right? And this show uses mystery box storytelling, if there is such a thing, in the way that it should be used, if ever, which is there's a mystery, and then in episode 3, you pay it off in an explosive, crazy, bananas battle of attrition, and it's excellent. It's absolutely excellent. Yeah. I could hear Gibson saying that in my head. He said, you truly are a man of the cloth. That's so good. They want to put me out to pasture. The high table wants to put me out to pasture, Sharon. So good. Unlike the J.J. Abrams mystery box, which is, quite frankly...
Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Exactly. That's the problem with the Abrams mystery box. The captain has some new memes today. So check out the Continental. Still sitting at a 7 out of 10. We'll see how it goes. I can forgive a plot hole or two if the show's really good, and it is pretty good so far. And man, the visuals in this, the way the whole, I said in my episode 1 and 2 review that like New York City in the 70s is just a character that lives and breathes in this story, and that's truer than ever in the 3rd episode. But also, the Continental Hotel itself is a character. One of my favorite things about the Star Trek show Enterprise, and I am a great fan of Star Trek Enterprise, the last true Star Trek series. And one of the things I loved about it was because the ship was a little smaller and it was a little more antiquated because it's a prequel series and it's not as advanced as Kirk's Enterprise or Picard's. I liked the fact that over the course of the 4 seasons of the show, I started to actually feel as if I really could find my way around the ship. Like if I were suddenly on that ship, I would know where things are. And because it was kind of the right size where I could just sort of understand where the locations were. And it started to feel absolutely real. The ship just felt very much real and a place you could just imagine was really out there. I loved that. And I think that's the real beauty of all the Star Trek series is they all make the ship a character. Or in the case of like Deep Space Nine, the space station is a character. The promenade, Quark's bar. It's like all those things become this predictable, immersive part of the experience. And this show uses the Continental in that same way that good Star Trek shows used to use the ship. You kind of get to know all the places, the nooks and crannies of the hotel. It's got secrets. It's got hidden doors. It's got hidden floors. It's got, elevators that don't go everywhere. And it's got other elevators that go to somewhere special. It's so cool. It's got this pneumatic tube system that delivers messages by pneumatic tube. It's awesome. There's a basement, there's a kitchen, there's a control room, there's a penthouse, there's just all these real places. There's ducts that you can crawl through. There's a file room where one of those tatted up chicks with the typewriter lives. Like there's all these little cool elements and you feel like it's a real place. And then when the battle takes place in the hotel, they use everything. Oh, and lest I forget, there's the rooftop with the grand fireplace, and it's surrounded by this almost claustrophobic skyline of Manhattan skyscrapers. Dude, it is so cool. It is so cool how they create this world in the show. So check it out. Now, another show moving right along today, another show that I am surprised to tell you I'm continuing to enjoy is Gen V from the Boyz universe. We're going from the John Wick universe now to the universe of the Boyz. Are you still watching this one, Fu Man Blue? Because I'll tell you what, I gotta say, I'm really liking it. I'm really liking it. In fact, dare I say, it's almost a little bit better than the Boyz. Now, I don't know if I would say it's better than the Boyz season 1, because I really like the Boyz season 1. We'll see. We'll see how it ends, because I did not like the ending to the Boyz season 1. I felt like they just didn't. It was okay, but it was a little bit of a letdown. I don't think they paid off enough. And then in season 2 and 3, I feel it's gone so crazy with just the topical, the current day, you know, or as you know, the problem with the Boyz season 2 and 3 is
there is nothing I love more.
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
There you go. That's the problem. One more time.
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
However, now that being said, what I like about the Boyz is this. Look, it is a woke show based on a woke comic book by woke people who know that it's woke. And actually, I'm okay with that. I don't have any problem with that. In fact, I actually think that there's a couple of things in play here. Number one, these are clearly talented filmmakers, talented actors, and talented writers. That is true of all of the Boyz. I haven't seen the animated show, so I'm excluding that. But these two shows, there's talent here. There is talent at work. That's number one. By the way, they write comedy very well in these shows. You know, the She-Hulk writers claimed this was going to be a Ally McBeal kind of legal comedy superhero show. There was no authentic legal drama at all. There was no authentic comedy. There was just nothing. It was garbage. It was a bad superhero show. It was a bad legal drama. It was a bad legal comedy. It was none of those things. The thing about the Boyz is it's a satire on, it's a dark satirical comedy lampooning the tropes of superheroes that happens to actually be very funny, very dark and witty, and it actually happens to portray superhero powers in really clever and inventive tactical ways. That's what's kind of amazing about it. So, and all of this is from the perspective of what I would say is progressive writers that have a very progressive worldview. They're not, they have no bones about it. But it's their own original world. And that's why I think it actually works very well. And this is, so if you're going to do woke storytelling, this is how you do it. Just make your own original world, make it as woke as you want, get actual talent to write it, and stop with stop whining when it's not good and people tell you that. Stop whining. It's like, actually make it something good, and it works, and it's fine. And if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. I'm surprised to say that it doesn't really, yes, there's eye rolls in it all the time, but it really doesn't bother me all that much because it happens to be written very well. And this is kind of what gives the lie, I think, to the inclusion, diversity, equity arguments, is that, you know, I'm okay with watching their stuff when it's done well, but if they see anything that's problematic, it must be banned, censored, shamed. So yes, that's what separates us. That is what separates us. Wrangler says, sorry, I had to step away. Had to call. The captain will allow it. No, I'm just kidding. No, Wrangler, you never have to apologize. Never on the captain's cast. Even when you're away, we know that you're here. So good to see you. Fu Man Blue says, if the fish guy wasn't in the Boyz, it would be time better spent. I will admit they linger a bit too long. That's the Deep. You're talking about the character, the Deep. Now, listen, if the guy weren't so damn hilarious, I probably would agree with you, but he's so funny. He's such that character is probably the most hilarious. Because I'm trying to think of just, he gets what he deserves. Like, bad things happen to him and he deserves all of it. I do like some of the episodes where he's upset about like fish. He's upset about the fish being explained, or like when he has the love affair with the octopus. Oh my God. Fu Man Blue says the eye roll stuff usually garners an eye roll from the main character. I dig that. Yes, and you made this point on the last stream, Fu Man, and I agree with you. I agree with you. And also, I realize your name is a reference to Fu Manchu. I believe I discovered that recently. I still don't know. I still don't know what else to tell you. He asked me in a previous stream if I understood what his name was from. Marie is the main character who has the blood powers, right? That we're talking about Gen V now. She is a great character. She really is. And I thought, from the first scene of the show, I thought, oh my God, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be one of these girl boss characters that's going to be lecturing everyone and bitching at everyone all the time. And she's going to be insufferable and annoying. She's not. She's actually a very complex character. There are times where she's greedy and selfish, and she does cringe, I wouldn't say cringy things, but she does things that are clearly irritating, like irritating things, but in a very human way. She also has times where she does the right thing. She goes out on a limb to help someone in need. She sometimes aspires to be heroic. She also realizes she has to play the game. She's kind of this naive character who's down on her luck, which makes her very sympathetic. In other words, she's a character with complexity and nuance, and she actually makes a pretty good protagonist for the show because she's kind of on the fence. She's sort of caught between, the selfish narcissism that dominates this school for the gifted supers. But on the other hand, there's a part of her that wants to actually do good. Mostly what drives her character is that she wants to make up for the damage she did when she accidentally killed their parents and orphaned her sister when she discovered her powers. It's a pretty solid motivation. So her specific goal is not to get famous and be a superhero. Her specific goal is to use her powers to achieve something that allows her to provide a good life for her sister, because she's trying to make up for the damage she did. That's a pretty solid foundation for the character. What surprises me about this show, because in the Boyz series, the sympathetic characters are the humans for the most part. Starlight is the only character that's sort of a good guy. And actually, Queen Maeve turns out to be a really good character by the end. Actually, I really like the character of Queen Maeve. They do a great job with her. Dude, the way that she is so terrified of Homelander while still kind of standing up to him, that's how you do a badass woman right there. Not saying she has to be terrified. I'm saying she's in the presence of literally the most dangerous character in the show, but she's not just like girl bossing her way out of it. Like, no, she knows if Homelander decides it's over for her, it's over. And that is what makes her character so likable, because it takes courage. It takes courage to stand up to him. And so when she makes the choice to stand up to Homelander, it makes it that much more meaningful and that much more. That's actually inspiring. That is actually inspiring. When a character who's in fear for their life finds the courage to stand up to someone that could easily kill them, that's what makes you like the character. And but the thing with the Boyz is most of these superheroes were not likable in the Boyz show. And the characters I like are the humans that are trying to kill them. What's interesting about Gen V is I expected every single one of these students to be insufferable. I expected it to be like the show Bloodline or Succession, where it's like every single character in the show is awful. They're all pieces of shit and they all deserve to die. And I wouldn't have stayed. I wouldn't have kept watching it, because that really is a boring. I don't enjoy watching shows like that. I need some characters I want to root for. What kind of surprises me about this show is all of the core protagonist characters, this kind of ragtag group of students that are working together. They are all very flawed people. They all have deep moral failings of their own, but they also all have, aspects of them that are heroic or self-sacrificial, or are at least trying to do the right thing, or at least trying to find some good in the world. It turns out that they're all pretty damn likable characters. they're all pretty endearing. They all have redeeming qualities that make you kind of root for them, even when they're giving in to temptation, or they're maybe doing something that's, greedy or self-interested. I really like the character of Cricket. She's such an endearing character. And I would say this, they're basically like actual young adults. They're like actual young adults. They're immature, they're inexperienced, they're naive about some things. They're horny all the time, which is, that comes with the territory. They've got all that angst that they're dealing with. That they're hungry to like have success in life, and sometimes they're willing to step on someone to get there. But they're also learning lessons. They're also learning that, okay, maybe the world's more complicated than I thought. Okay, maybe stepping on people to get my way isn't always the best approach. And it's really well done, I have to tell you. And as I said before, if you're looking at it through the lens of the Blake Snyder Save the Cat 10 genres, it's an excellent institutionalized story, because it's basically about a group of people that are caught up in this institution, right? And they're basically having to make decisions about, are they going to play along with what Vought wants, or are they going to rebel against Vought, or is Vought going to crush them? And that's kind of what the tension and the drama in the story is. And you're starting to see these disparate characters are starting to knit together in a very organic way as a kind of unlikely friend group. Do you know what it actually reminds me of? It reminds me of like teenage, high school, or college movies of the late 90s. It actually reminds me a lot of that. Like shows like movies like Road Trip or Can't Hardly Wait, or like it's another good there was a lot of those kind of slasher movies in the late 90s, like I Know What You Did Last Summer, or Scream, or what was one of the other ones that was really popular in those days? The Faculty was a good one. So there were a lot of those kind of horror movies, comedies, dramas that were surrounding the angst about high school and college. American Pie comes to mind is another one from that era. This show kind of reminds me of that. And I say that it reminds me of that because it's not just about selfish, spoiled brats on TikTok whining about the patriarchy. It's not just about them whining about all their stupid, current day, as would say, drama, their first world problems. It's actually has a lot of heart. They have a lot of relatable desires of like, they want to make their way in the world, and they're just caught up in this hellish world of the Boyz. I think I'm saying I can't believe I like these characters. I really can't believe I like these characters this much. It's weird. It's weird. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, she seems to react based on the situation without having to flash back to inform every choice for the audience. That would be Marie, the main character. Speaking of the Boyz, Fu Man Blue says, the deep only exists for the plot beat of the blowjob girl. That was priceless. Oh, he gets a little more than that in the show, but yes. He's the Me Too character, is the deep. Fu Man Blue goes on to say, I like how her goals, that being Marie, I think, create some blinders for her in a way so she isn't sucked into every new thing she sees, like all the social dynamics she's introduced to. Cricket is interesting too. She reminds me of the Smallville cult lady. I don't remember the cult lady in Smallville, but I did see all of Smallville. Actually, that's a good comparison though. I would say Smallville and a lot of those shows like that in the early 2000s, late 90s were very good at doing young adult characters who had a mixture of, flaws and weaknesses. I will say Smallville probably had some Mary Sue's. I really got annoyed by the journalist character. She was always able to hack into anything. She always knew exactly what to do. She never seemed to have to struggle. Like whenever Clark just needed something smarty pants done, he just went to her and she could do it. That always kind of annoyed me because she's supposed to be a high school newspaper writer. I mean, come on. But, what do you want? It's a CW show. Although CW has slipped in quality, because I'll tell you what, Smallville is Shakespeare. It is the equivalent of The Sopranos or Breaking Bad compared to what they're writing on CW now. Good Lord. Oh, dude. So this latest episode of Gen V introduced this character called Ted Knight. Okay. Oh, no. Tech Knight. Tech Knight. Now, because you have the character Golden Boy killed himself under mysterious circumstances on the show, you have this sort of reality TV mystery hunter who shows up, and his name is Tech Knight. He's a TV detective. And he does these super cheesy, like, it's like for investigation discovery, that kind of thing. And he just hams it up for the camera at this college, and he's investigating the mystery. But he also has a superpower, which is something along the lines of like a Sherlock Holmes kind of mentalist ability to just notice every detail. So he can detect people's pheromones. He can see sweat dripping down. He can hear their heartbeat. He can, he can smell the adrenaline coming out of their pores. So basically his superpower is like super alertness to people's physiological tells. So he's a natural detective, and he can ferret out lies wherever he finds them. This character is excellent. He is incredibly interesting. He's hilarious. He's this egotistical narcissist, but he also has a deadly scary lie detector power. He's a lie detector. That's basically his ability. And he goes around wielding it like an absolute scalpel. And he's got a knife to the throats of every character in every scene. It's unbelievable. So there's this other character, and she is the dean of the college, who surprisingly does not annoy me either. I'm really surprised that I like this character, because this is definitely the typical kind of matriarchal character who's there to lecture all the toxic white males about their patriarchy. She's not at all. She's very complex. She's definitely a social climber. She is a power hungry character, but she's done very well. And there's a great scene between her and Tech Knight where she thinks she has the upper hand, and she's telling him a lie. She's spinning a lie about something that's gone wrong. And he's like, well, the adrenaline coming out of your pores tells a different story. And immediately you see fear in her eyes because she realizes she can't hide the lie from him. It's great. The other thing, though, that's great about it is he's fucking hilarious. He's so funny, this guy. And he's like, oh, man, I'm going to Johnny Depp the shit out of some unlucky kid at this school, because he's going to pin the whole thing on him knowing it's a lie. It's so awesome. Now, what I love about this character, though, I'm watching this show, right? I'm watching this show that is really a satire or a light parody, a tongue-in-cheek parody of superheroes. And I'm thinking, but look at how seriously this show takes superpowers. The Boyz universe takes superhero powers 10 times more seriously than the current MCU or DCU does. Because in the MCU or the DCU, every time a character does something with superpowers, somebody has to make some kind of meta joke about how silly it is or whatever, and constantly has to undermine it in some dipshit way. Also, they use superpowers in the most banal, boring, uninspired, uncreative way possible. You now have, perfect example, Tony Stark, who was one of the coolest, and the Iron Man suit, one of the coolest visual elements of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, seeing all those different gears working together, seeing the mask slide down over his face, seeing how all of the internal, rockets and everything are working. It was cool. It was cool. And what did they turn it into? Stupid nanotech. Oh, it just Ant-Man and Ant-Man and the Quantum Wasp. Who fucking cares? Everything is nanotech now. Just boop, helmets on, helmets off, helmets on, helmets off. So they don't even use the powers in a clever way. They don't even look visually interesting with the suits anymore. Now you have the Boyz universe, and it's like, dude, this is what comic books used to be like. In comic books, you would have characters like Batman able to defeat Superman. How? Because Batman is a smart detective who always has an ace in the hole. He always finds the weakness, right? That's cool. The Boyz does this with the different superpowers, because you have this character of Tech Knight who doesn't have any of the physical abilities. He's not super fast. He's not super strong. He's not a physical threat. And yet he's able to walk around undoing the plans of every single character because he's got this one ability to detect. He's a lie detector. It's freaking brilliant. And I thought, for a show that doesn't seem to like superheroes, it does superhero abilities and the kind of rock, paper, scissors, tactical gamesmanship of it. It does it really well, and it uses them in ways that serve the plot, that explain the character and their motivations and are devastatingly hilarious, like devastatingly funny how he uses his abilities in some of these ways. All the characters have this. It's damn impressive, folks. And it's also an absolute travesty. It's an absolute travesty. And I'll tell you why. It's a travesty because Marvel and DC should be embarrassed that a show that is essentially a tongue-in-cheek parody of superheroes understands superheroes and how to use their abilities in clever, creative ways. It should be Marvel and DC that are making the Boyz look silly. The world is upside down, folks, is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Fu Man Blue says Ted Knight. You laugh my eye. I missed that guy. No, I meant Tech Knight. Tech Knight. On the show, yes, Ted Knight. Hyper perceptive. That would be the word I was looking for. Hyper perceptive. So Tech Knight has this hyper perceptive. That would be his ability. But that's what you were talking about. Yes, 2 actors got sucked into the cult. The journalist is one of them. Yes, the journalist character from Smallville. She got Rose McGowan. Rose McGowan has exposed a lot of that. I really like, but going back to Gen V, I really like Cricket's character. She was starting to annoy me a little bit in the first episode because she had this kind of Carrie thing, like, oh, everything bad that can happen happens to her. And it's like, look, when it gets to a point where I feel like the only purpose of a character to show is for me to always feel sorry for them, I start to get annoyed. It starts to strain my patience. I start to feel manipulated as an audience member. So the bullied character is becoming the modern trope of this, where it's like they are just in every way a human can be bullied. They're perfect example. Stranger Things season 4, which I really liked and turned out to be pretty good. But in the first episodes, the way that 11 is getting harassed and bullied in a way that is over the top. It was way over the top. It was very much like they had contrived situations just to make it worse and twist the knife. And it was starting to piss me off. I was like, you're starting to seem manipulative, show, and it's annoying me. And I didn't like it. Fortunately, they stuck the landing with season 4 of Stranger Things, and it all worked out. It all worked out for the best. So the captain will allow it. But in this show, Cricket has actually turned out, when she meets Luke, which is Golden Boy's brother, who's locked up in the loony bin under the school. He's locked in the basement of the school. Their interactions are actually pretty awesome. And the way that they're able to build a kind of romantic relationship naturally it's so refreshing, because you definitely get the sense that they are 2 people that can't quite trust another person, and yet they're starting to trust each other. And it's beautiful, it's touching, it's moving, and you also know it's headed for disaster, which is fine because it is the world that it is. But it struck me also that, look at how lifeless and dull every interaction is between Sabine and Ezra in Ahsoka. I mean, they're like strangers at a DMV talking to each other. There is no life whatsoever in the interactions between Sabine and Ezra, or frankly, any other characters. As the critical drinker would say, he's an absolute block of wood. One of the dullest characters I've ever fucking seen in Disney Star Wars, and boy, is that saying something, is Ezra. And he's only the dullest character since the last dullest character, quite frankly. And it strikes me look at how Gen V is able to take these 2 characters. One is he's essentially suffering from some kind of schizophrenia, and he's been locked in a loony bin. The other is a girl that's being bullied and harassed and kind of used by the people she's met at the school. And look at how these 2 are able to have this kind of tender, charming, slow, tentative, but slowly earning it romantic relationship. And it's interesting to watch. It's fun. It pulls you in and makes you root for them. You kind of want it to work, even though you know it can't. You're like, oh, I hope it works out for him, but I know it won't because it's the Boyz world. It's not going to work out. That's charming. That taps into all those primal elements of being young and, trying to find your way in the world. It's great. Wrangler's got to go. Permission to disembark, not needed, but always granted, Wrangler. Yes, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Plank of wood, hail the drinker. Hail the drink. Oh, his review of Ahsoka, it is nuclear, folks. It is devastating. Like, he nukes Ahsoka from orbit. It might be one of his, I mean, it's in his top 10 reviews of all time, I think. He tears it to shreds. And it's not even like it's a soft target, but even so, there's not like one point I think he missed about it. The characters are dead and lifeless. Ahsoka, as played by Rosario Dawson, is one of the most sluggish, frankly embarrassing acts of choreography I've ever seen in a show. Totally unconvincing. Like, I was struck by the fact in Ahsoka that when the characters are running, I still feel like they're moving slow. I can't explain it. I'm like, why does everything in this show happen like a glacier moving across the tundra? I don't understand it. Like, even the plot is set up for it. Like Thrawn is very, very slowly docking with the ring. It's just, oh my God, I can't take it. And I think the greatest crime of Ahsoka is the show thinks it's brilliant and it's dumb as a box of rocks. It is dumb as a box of rocks. There is no tactical. And this is the thing too, is I really despise this argument of like, you know, because people who have not seen Rebels and Clone Wars are criticizing it. Let me just tell you, as someone who has seen all of Clone Wars and all of Rebels, and I'm very well aware of all those plot points, I'm telling you, you do not need to have seen those shows. All the critiques from people who have not seen those shows are 100% dead on accurate, deadly accurate. So it is a bullshit argument that you need to have seen Rebels and Clone Wars. First of all, you don't. The show's duty was to bring new audience members up to speed. It's not that hard. You can do it in 3 minutes with a voiceover if you have to. That's a pretty blunt instrument, but at a minimum, you could do that. Show doesn't even bother. Frankly, I would argue the show doesn't even know who the hell its characters are. They really don't. I don't think this show understands who Ahsoka is. I don't think it understands who General Hera is. She's a general. I'm a general. It's like Bo-Katan saying I'm Bo-Katan. I'm a Mandalorian, and this is the way. it's unreal. It's like every one of these things. It's like, okay, what is a Mandalorian? What is the way? What is the way? The way is, have you seen the Mythosaur? Okay, what does the Mythosaur have to do with being a Mandalorian? Well, it's the way. That's basically what all the lore in Dave Filoni world is. So it's like, oh, but you have to have seen the show. No, you don't. Because I'm telling you right now, there were military tactics in Clone Wars that were really interesting to watch. Now, trust me, there's plenty of episodes in Clone Wars that are pure filler, pure Saturday morning cartoon. But there are episodes where there are brilliant tactical plays that the characters make. Some of the Inquisitors do really interesting things. You know, I still think that, you know, they added one final season to Clone Wars to explain what happened to Ahsoka during Order 66. I'm telling you, that run of episodes, freaking great. And the final episode where Ahsoka has to escape Order 66 is excellent. It is excellent. It is a very fine piece of storytelling. And the show Ahsoka has zero of that. And so the problem is Dave Filoni has no understanding of how military tactics are doctrine. There is literally a scene in Ahsoka where the two TIE fighters are flying right at the ship. Now, number one, every time a blaster shot has hit this ship, it just goes pew, 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 and it just bounces off the hull. It doesn't do anything. So that kills all the tension. But then these TIE fighters are shooting at it. It's a stationary object hovering over the ground, and they can't hit it. It's so stupid. Listen to me. If you as a writer are not able to write an action scene in which your bad guys can hit something, can hit a target, you are not a good writer. You are not a good writer. If you cannot write a conflict in which your villain sometimes beats the heroes without killing them, but does beat them, if you can't write that, you're not fucking ready to write. You're not fucking ready. You are not a good writer yet. You have more work to do, fucking Filoni. The fact that Thrawn was not able to do one effective thing is a criminal. It is a crime against good writing. I have no respect for this man. I have no respect for this show. I have no respect for the actors, except for Ray Stevenson, rest in peace. I have no respect for any of them. This is the worst. This is the worst shit I've seen since the last worst Disney shit. Sorry, I look. It's because there are still people defending this show, and I'm like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how you could defend it gave me anxiety. This is pent up from watching the show, folks. When I'm watching the show, that's when these feelings are happening. I'm like, why can't Thrawn just? Why doesn't he send 4 TIE fighters? Why doesn't he go into space? Like it just, and then it boils over. It boils over on my stream. So I apologize. The order here. There will be order on this ship. Captain must demonstrate decorum on a vessel of entertainment. You know, it's not that there weren't episodes. There was like one episode. So like in the episode where Ahsoka has to escape Order 66, one of her tactics is she lets Darth Maul out of containment because she has Darth Maul arrested, which, by the way, was a pretty smart way of explaining, well, how did Darth Maul escape Order 66? So they kind of explained that as well. She lets him out and she says, you need to go do what you do because all the clones are attacking her. She still cares about the clones. She still doesn't, by the way, back when the characters had like motivation, you know, she still cares about the clones, even though they've turned on her, and she's trying to kind of save them if she can. But she still recognizes that, like, this is a fight for survival, and she has no choice but to defend herself. So she lets Maul out, and Maul's like, well, I'm glad to see you've made the right decision. I'll go, we'll work together to do this. No. She says, you misunderstand. I'm not teaming up with you. I just need a distraction. I just need someone to cause chaos. Now go cause some chaos. And then Darth Maul says, well, he reaches out implying, give me a lightsaber because she's got 2 of them. He's like, wouldn't you at least give me a fighting chance? And she's like, I'm not rooting for you. Get going. And so now that's good character work. It shows that Ahsoka is not the peppy little child that she was in the beginning of the show. It shows that she's wise. She's a fully realized Jedi. She's learned a lot of lessons through all the wars that she's fought. It also shows that she has confidence. She has confidence in her moral convictions. She knows who she is as a person. She understands that she's playing a bit dirty here, but she understands it. She's good with it. She's made her peace with it. Like, that's all very smart, consistent character work. That was in the Clone Wars. Okay, so no, this argument that some are making, honestly, I think it's probably just the shills making this argument. I don't know, but saying like you have to have seen the Clone Wars or Rebels. Well, to get the references, sure, but that has nothing to do with whether or not this is good storytelling, because it's not. Fu Man Blue says, it's why they write the way they do that is so sad. All these people could at least write a cohesive story without all the restrictions of the industry. It reminds me of that guy on the Piers Morgan show when he's like, well, the problem is it shouldn't be called the 7 dwarves. It should be called the 7 people with dwarfism. And then the dwarf on the show is like, well, I'm fine with being called a dwarf. So what do you think I should call myself, sir? Oh, well, I think you should call yourself whatever you want. And it's like, dude, so in other words, these are the kind of mental gymnastics that idiots like Dave Filoni have to go through to write this slop. This is why they write such garbage, because it's like Sabine shows up and it's like, oh, what if she's had long buried romantic feelings and they're reconnected? Oh, no, we can't have that, because that means that she needs a man, and good career women don't need no man. Okay, well, what if she's just feeling sentimental about the fact that her old friend who she thought was dead for 10 years and she's been pining for all this time, she's so happy to see him that the emotions get the better. Oh, no. We can't have that, because that would imply women have emotions. And we all know that women don't have emotions because all women are badass. And the ones that seem to display emotions just haven't discovered that yet. So no, she can't have any emotions. Okay, well, what if she just has a nice conversation with him where she tells the interesting story of her adventures, and maybe because she had to betray Ahsoka just to get to the other galaxy, she has to spin a little bit of a lie so that he doesn't ask too many questions. No, we can't have that because that would imply that she's having to do something to please a man. So what will the dialogue be? The dialogue will be, Ezra, hey, how did you get here to this other galaxy after 10 years of my being lost? Also, how did you know I was here? Also, where's Ahsoka? Where's everyone else? She's like, I don't want to tell that story. Okay, well, I'd kind of like to hear that story. I'm super curious. And then she gives the SJW, I've got like constipation smile. Can't I just have this? Can't we just have a peaceful moment? Dude, in Critical Drinker's review, he absolutely nailed it. He absolutely nailed it. When Ahsoka arrives, does she ask one question about why did you betray me to the Sith Jedi or not Jedi or Grey Jedi, whatever the fuck he is? Why'd you betray me to the Grey Jedi mercenaries? And also, why did you imperil the fate of the entire galaxy? None of that. Ahsoka's just like, well, you did what you had to, girl. Love you. Fucking great writing. What a dipshit. What a dipshit is Dave Filoni. Fu Man Blue says, you can see the writer trying to escape their confines. They're trying to escape the plantation, you know? Every time you see a decent plot turn that never gets paid off in the interest of empowering a female whammon in some way. And let me tell you something, right? The Continental has excellent female characters. So you have the character of the detective, JD, I think is her name. What's her name? It's either, I think it's JD. I might have that wrong. So you have the character of the detective. She has a very good reason why she's on Winston's trail. It is super awesome how she's able to handle criminals. She does it in a way that rings true to me to how cops learn to deal with criminals. She often uses mind games to get the best of them, but when she's got to throw down, she's smart about it. She gets the drop on people. It's great. Then you have the character of Yen, who is a Vietnamese fighter who has been trained in martial arts. She was basically a suicide bomber who wound up, her bomb didn't go off, and she wound up falling in love with one of the American GIs and following him back to America. That would be Frankie, Winston's brother. It's a great story. And she's got and the way she fights is freaking great. She uses her agility. She uses knives. She crawls through ducts so she can get the drop on the assassins. It's brilliant. She uses her brains. There's another character, which is Lou, who is her father trained her in karate in his dojo that he founded, that she has been trained in all of her life. One of the reasons she's such a good karate fighter is she loves she's trying to live up to her father's legacy. She's trying to keep the dream of his dojo alive. She's also a believer in her father's philosophy, which is guns are a stupid thing to use because they commit you to only one outcome, which is killing someone. If you use fists, if you use melee weapons, you have options. And so she's not just a good fighter for all those other reasons. She's a good fighter because she believes in her father's ideology about what it is to be a good fighter and what it is to use combat effectively. And there is an incredible scene where Lou is being followed by this Mayhew, who is a big burly detective, and he's on her trail. Lou is in a phone booth, an old-timey phone booth. It's not old-timey, it's the 1970s, right? She's in a phone booth and she catches on to the fact that this detective is following her. So she's in this phone booth and she tries to warn someone, and then she tries to escape the phone booth before he can get the drop on her. Well, he gets the drop on her and he charges at her right as she's opening the phone booth. She slams the phone booth closed, and this close quarters fight in the phone booth ensues. Now, here's what's so brilliant about this. Lou is an excellent fighter who is so good at karate, she can fight off multiple men. They've already shown this in multiple scenes. However, because she's in this cramped space, her agility, her speed, her ability to dodge is gone. She has no ability to dodge Mayhew. Mayhew has no fight. He has he kind of has the bare knuckle fighting ability, but he does not have like advanced martial arts skill. But he's big, he is strong, and he's got weight and size on her, and she has none of those advantages to avoid him. So what's interesting about it is she's just punching him, she's kicking him, she's like dodging him, but like all he does, he takes all the hits and then he just throws her, he slams her. It's freaking brilliant because she can't beat him because he's just, she can't go anywhere. So his weight and his size are allowing him to win. And so she's got to get clever, and she's got to use, like, she tries to strangle him with the phone cord. She waits until he throws a punch, and then she dodges it. So he punches the phone booth and then hurts his hand. Like, ah! So they use clever tactics. And these characters, all of their fighting ability is earned. It makes sense, and it's explained in the story. So there are 3 badass women in the Continental from the world of John Wick that are done excellently. I love these characters. I'm invested in them. I love watching their martial arts scenes. They're satisfying. They're interesting. They're inventive and creative. So woke storytelling is garbage because in woke storytelling, you're not allowed to actually be creative with how women can win in a fight. How does a 110-pound woman beat like a 220-pound man in an enclosed phone booth? How is she supposed to do that, even with all of her martial arts skills? Well, the answer may surprise you. Watch the Continental for more. But anyway, Readout Production says, I thought Ahsoka's personality was folding her arms and looking stoic, which is yes. A lightsaber is not all there is to being a Jedi. This is the way. Have you seen the mythosaur? The mighty mythical mythosaur? Fucking stupid. Herman P. Hunter's The Lore Forge says Wrangler bolted. Well, he had to go. He's got family stuff. He'll catch us on the restream. He says, I just got here. I know we're all very sad. We're sad that Wrangler is not with us, but he's a good chap and always in the chat. Welcome aboard, Herman. Good to see you. The captain welcomes you, sir. Welcomes you. I am Roth. Love it. Fu Man Blue trying to hold the gas face. Yes, that would be the SJW smile. Dude, I for the new people on the stream, okay, I found a clip. I can prove to you that this is how SJWs always smile. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to see it in the real freaking world? I'm queuing it up. Prepare yourself for SJW face. This is how Sabine smiles. This is how they all smile. Okay, here you go. Let me get the right. There we go. In 3, 2, roll tape.
You were quoted back in July saying you look forward to buying a union-made electric vehicle, but you currently have a non-union-made Tesla.
Look, she's been caught in a lie, right? She's been caught in a total hypocrisy.
Electric vehicle, but you currently have a non-union-made Tesla.
Look at how she got like this woman. Like, it's so sad that you know so little. It's so sad that you're not smart enough to understand why my lie is the truth.
Electric vehicle, but
there it is. Dude, when I saw that, I hat tip Benny Johnson. But when I saw that, I was like, there it is. Oh my God, it's large as life. That's how they smile all the time. That's how they smile. That's how that twerp on the Piers Morgan show smiled. Well, you can call yourself whatever you want, Mr. Dwarf. That's how all the Ahsoka characters smile. I tried to hold the gas face. Yes. Eric Marr in the chat. Hail, Eric Marr. Welcome aboard, sir. Hail the Iron Age. Yes, sir. Agreed. A fellow bard. It's good to welcome you. In fact, I've been seeing that on A Drink with Crazy. I saw that you've had some interviews with him recently, so I got to check that out. Star Shatter, hat tip, hail, Star Shatter series. Yeah, we got all kinds going on in the chat here. What are we talking? Well, we've covered a lot today. You're going to have to watch the restream, Ericmar, but we've been talking about the Continental. We watched the new Grizzy video, the Disney Shills. Oh, it's a blue lightsaber. Oh, God. Oh, my God. But yes, we have been talking about the Continental, which is freaking... Dude, this is what I was telling the chat, right? You have 8 episodes of Ahsoka. What happens in the beginning? Thrawn might return. What happens in 8 episodes? Thrawn returns. Gee, that was fucking great. Okay, now I'm watching the Continental last night. Okay, it's 3 episodes. 3 episodes into the season. The final episode, or not the final, I keep saying the final episode because it's like a final episode. The 3rd episode of the Continental is so absolutely explosive, just off the charts, full of action, payoffs, just shit hits the fan. I'm telling you right now, shit hits the fan and it just keeps hitting the fan and it just keeps hitting the fan. It's absolutely bananas. It's amazing. And I at the end of it, just the aftermath of it was so cool that I was sitting there thinking, wait, was this just a 3-episode season? Is that the end of the season? I really thought that. I'm like, I mean, damn, that was everything. That was so cool. And I thought, look at what this show was able to do. I like to use I watched The Dark Knight recently, so I just channel a little bit of the Joker, you know? Look at what I was able to do with a few bullets and a hotel in 3 episodes. Well, everyone just loses their minds. It's like, that's basically the showrunners of the Continental talking to Dave Filoni. Look, I just took the rules and I turned them in on themselves. It's fantastic. Best supervillain portrayal in live action of all time. Best of all time. So, yeah. And then what else were we talking about? We were talking about Gen V of the Boyz universe being surprisingly good and surprisingly entertaining, and the exception that proves the rule that woke storytelling is shitty storytelling. That the woke colonization of previous stories is doomed to failure because it's nothing more than propaganda storytelling. Well, the Boyz and Gen V is an exception to this rule. It's an exception to this rule because I actually think that if woke storytellers were serious about telling good woke stories, this is how they would do it. They would create their own universe that has the right thematic elements for the story that they want to tell, and they would actually have talent. They would have talent. And the writers of Gen V, whether you like the show or not, are pretty talented. They're pretty good at writing funny, witty, sardonic, sarcastic, kind of a lampoon of superheroes, but they also tell a really creative story about people with superpowers. Like, they use the superpowers in clever, interesting ways, not just like for their characters, but just tactically. Tactically, they use like I'll give you one example. Okay, there's a character, Cricket, who can shrink down by puking. She has to throw up in the toilet, like has bulimia, which is kind of an element of her character. She's basically kind of an allegory to she alludes to a bulimic character. Anyway, she has to literally make herself purge in order to become small. And then she has to eat again to become big. And you would think that, well, maybe that's too clever by half. And I kind of thought that in the first episode. Well, then there's an episode where she has to sneak into a facility by getting super duper small, like Ant-Man size. She gets into this facility and a guard stumbles upon her and catches her. She jumps onto the guard's shoulder in small form. I can't, it's so, it is, dude, do not be eating while you watch the scene. She crawls into the guy's ear and she kills him by crawling through his brain and out the other ear. It is one of the most blood-curdling, toe-curling things you've ever seen, okay? And I thought, damn, I didn't see that coming. That's what I mean about the fact that, like, these storytellers in Gen V are more clever with the use of superpowers than any of the writers of Stage 4 or Stage 5 MCU or DCU. So we've been talking about that as well. In fact, there's probably a couple points on that I meant to bring up that I did miss in Gen V. Okay, there's a great part where Tech Knight, who's like the TV detective, someone's like, "Oh, can I get a selfie, Tech Knight? Can I get a selfie?" And he's like, "It's an honor, boss." And he's like, "Isn't it?" He smiles for the camera. He's like, "Isn't it?" So great, dude. I'm telling you, one thing that works really well about Gen V, it is an incredibly smart and well done parody of Hollywood. That's really what it is. I'm telling you, it's probably not even fair to call it a woke show, because it's actually it really skewers Hollywood culture. It skewers Hollywood culture. It skewers, to an extent, it skewers woke culture, and it also kind of makes fun of like Gen Z narcissism. Like it really does tackle, but it also kind of makes fun of, like, I would say, millennial and Gen X smugness. Like the older generation kind of looking down their nose at the younger generation. It really kind of takes pot shots at everyone. It is clearly written by progressives who agree with a lot of the ideology of the progressive left, but it doesn't bother me, because that's what the show is. The show doesn't make any bones about it. The show is not stealing a character that already existed, like Batman, and turning him into a BLM enabler of looters. It's like, that's offensive to me. You're taking a character that would never do that, and you're perverting the character to push your bullshit politics, and it's not even interesting. It's not even a good story. What makes the Boyz universe work is because the Boyz universe just is that. That's just what it is. It's like, yeah, this is a show that kind of knows, that thinks that humans are trash, and if you gave us superpowers, this is what we would do. Which is an oversimplification. That's me making an oversimplification, because it turns out that the characters are actually pretty likable. The characters at Gen V have a lot of redeeming qualities, and I am stunned. I'm stunned that I find myself liking these characters. They're deeply flawed characters. They constantly make dumb mistakes, but they're the kind of dumb mistakes that young people trying to make their way in the world make. With the exception of yours. I never made those mistakes because I was born a captain. No, I'm just kidding. I was very much a lowly ensign back in those days, having to learn tough lessons. And Fu Man Blue made this point last stream also, which is that, there's another great example of how the superpowers are used very creatively in Gen V, which is there's a character named Jordan who literally can switch to the opposite biological gender at will. So this character literally is the personification of either a non-binary or a transgender character. Take your pick. And clearly this character's story is an allegory to that. But what's interesting about it is when Jordan is fighting another super, if he needs like strength, power, force, he's a male. If he needs agility and speed, then she's a female. And then she's using her agility and her feminine wiles. There's even a scene where she's kind of like romantically attracted to the protagonist, Marie, and switches to the male to then make out with her. Now, listen, regardless of what you think of the ideology, and if you watch this channel at all, you definitely know what I think about it. I actually think that's really good storytelling. I actually think that makes a lot of sense. In fact, this is when science fiction is good, it's sort of allegorical, meaning it creates a situation that is obviously fictional, but it uses it to explode the concept and explore it and look at it from different angles. Well, that's actually pretty smart storytelling if you want to. And here's why it works, right? Because I feel when I'm watching Gen V, I really do mean this. Unlike in most woke storytelling where I am the one being observed by the story is looking at me and saying, it's like good Soviet propaganda. It's like, are you a good communist too? Now, when I'm watching Gen V, I get the feeling that the writers are presenting this as something to think about. I don't mind that. The fact that a fictional superpowered character can switch biological genders at will is a total fantasy, and it has nothing to do with the real world. But I'm okay with writers saying, but what if this? Okay, I'm okay with that. And when Star Trek was great. And so it's a very disingenuous argument they make about Kurtzman Trek that, oh, well, Star Trek has always been political. It's like, no, you're dumb writers who don't know what the fuck you're doing. because this is actually, Kurtzman Trek is woke storytelling par excellence. And it is a perfect example of why woke storytelling is trash, because they never present something in an interesting science fiction way. They just use science fiction tropes so they can just have the story be so they can have Klingons dancing and singing to autotune. Like that, they are knuckle dragging morons, is what the writers of modern Star Trek are. However, the writers of Gen V are an exception. And that, by the way, is the exception that proves the rule. Proves the rule. Call him by his proper name, the Hedge. Who would that be? I missed something in the chat. I've been letting the chat go by. I marvel at like advanced YouTubers, that have been doing this a lot longer than I have, and damn, they're good. There's talent, and you need to have talent. There's like skills you've got to level up. It's like a video game, you got to I feel sometimes like I view my life as though I'm like a Fallout character or I'm in Mass Effect or something. And it's like, oh, you have unlocked the use of meme perk. You can now delight your audience with the use of occasional memes. Oh, yes, I've been working so hard to get that perk. It's like, you now have the multi-stream perk. You can now multi-stream on multiple platforms. Which, by the way, is my way of saying the Captain's Cast here on the channel Swords and Starships is streaming live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. So please do like and subscribe. Please. What else? I'm going through the chat here. There's so much to go through. Somehow Palpatine survived. Yes, Herman. Yes. Absolutely correct you are. Dude, I'm telling you something right now. If it were not for this channel, I would not watch another minute of Star Wars under any circumstances, with the exception of, maybe the original saga, the original 6. I would just never watch another minute of it. I couldn't. It's such trash because I know what's going to happen. The only reason I liked the Luke Skywalker return at the end of The Mandalorian Season 2 is because I mistakenly thought that was a course correction. I mistakenly interpreted that as a sign that they understood what they did. Or that, well, not that they, I would say that Favreau, and at the time I would have attributed this to Filoni as well. I thought it meant that Favreau and or Filoni understood the mistake that had been made by Rian Johnson in The Last Jedi, and that this was a way of saying, no. Here's Luke how he's supposed to be. A heroic guardian of justice, a Jedi at the peak of his ability. And it turns out, no. They are absolutely just full steam ahead, heading right for the sequel trilogy. And honestly, Palpatine coming back from the dead, to me, it is like not even the worst part, because then you've got Palpatine, and then you've got the Final Order and a copy-paste fleet of 10,000 Star Destroyers just chilling. And, oh, by the way, they all have a big, giant, planet-killing death ray, too. Why the fuck not? Dude, I could never enjoy Star Wars again, knowing that that's where it's going. I never could. I cannot watch Star Trek anymore. Picard Season 3 was an anomaly and a very welcome one. But, Kurtzman Trek, my God. It's such, dude, Strange New Worlds. I knew that show was going to be trash. I knew it. And that musical episode, I've also watched other episodes of it, and I'm telling you, it's garbage. They have no... Dude, you know what they did to the Gorn? In the final episode of Season 2 of Strange New World, they ripped off freaking Ridley Scott. They turned the Gorn into their own personal alien monster. And, because Alien was cool. We like Alien. So we're going to make the Gorn babies are like the Xenomorph. And it's... Oh, God, I hate Kurtzman Trek with every fiber of my being. Nothing built by weaklings lasts, says Eric Marr, with a typically Warhammer style take, which I respect, sir. I respect. In the grim darkness of the 400th century, there is only war. By the way, I'm reading The Devastation of Baal. Herman says, I'm also the guy who coined the term the wig of destiny, which is another huge inside joke. In fact, I think about half the inside jokes over there come from me. Yes, I must know more about the Wig of Destiny. Fu Man Blue says, again, I think the only talent the writers have that others don't is how to write a real story while adhering to the woke guidelines. I don't get the feeling that the writers of Gen V are writing according to woke guidelines. They're not, because I think a lot of the jokes at the show, that they're literally making fun of how narcissistic, self-serving, superficial Hollywood culture is. I mean, frankly, a lot of the characters are just a dead-on accurate parody of assholes like Rachel Zegler. Like, this show is skewering entitled brats like Rachel Zegler. They are skewering all these dumb celebrities that do these selfie, that singing a song during the COVID lockdowns. Like, dude, that is exactly the kind of mentality and culture that the Boyz universe just goes right at. And I appreciate that. I respect that a lot. And I don't think you can do that if you're following the woke code, because, it's just like that guy on the Piers Morgan show. He's so dumb. He's so dumb that all he can say, I won't say that to a dwarf because I don't want to be canceled. These are not smart people, most of them. I think Tucker Carlson had a great take the other day. He was talking to, who was he talking to? He's being interviewed, one of his interviews on X. And I just remember he was talking about how he spent a lot of years in Washington, D.C., and him and his brother, and they spent a lot of time around people because, doing his job for so many years as a broadcaster. He actually met a lot of people inside the Beltway, a lot of the politicians, congressmen, lobbyists. He met a lot of those types of people. And he was stunned by how not smart they are. He said, most of them are not, these are not geniuses at work. Like, very charming, a lot of them. They have magnetic personalities. They like the spotlight. They're good at that. Not smart people. Not impressive people. And I thought, that fits. That fits. Fu Man Blue with a great observation. Go down and hit that Discord link. It is in the description. As is also a link to bloodandOak.com, where you can check out my Iron Age novel, Blood and Oak, which is a nautical tale about when John Sullivan's sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the dastardly Barbary Pirates. He must embark on a suicidal quest of rescue and revenge. So it is a bloodthirsty tale. Now, on the Discord, we just like to hang out. We just like to hang out and chill. It's awesome. So don't be flexing, Eric Marr. Don't be bragging. That would also, aka Black Knight, my Star Shatter books. Which one? I have 11 of them. Respect. Impressive, sir. Captain Salute. Dude, you know what? Andrew Klavan, who is a novelist, and I love listening to his thoughts on writing. And he had this great point. He had a question from a viewer, and the viewer said, hey, I've been thinking about writing, but I'm wondering if I have what it takes to be a writer. When should I start writing and blah, blah, blah. And Andrew Klavan just had this great no BS answer. He's like, well, first of all, let's just clear up the bullshit. If you want to write, start writing. He's like, because someone who does not write is not a writer, and someone who does write may be a writer. So you just need to stop with all the excuses, start writing. In other words, you got to get to work. That is what a professional does. A professional shows up. A professional puts in the work. And as it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, to paraphrase, you are entitled to the work, but not the results of the work, meaning work is its own reward, and a professional understands that, which is why a professional is not the person you find standing there on the picket line saying, if I have to stand in this dress for hours, I deserve to be paid. Or Director X, who's having a big old melty because nobody likes Robin Hood. Oh my God, I totally forgot about that. I was going to talk about that too. All right, maybe we'll pull up Director X in a minute because that's always fun. Oh, this Director X, dude, this is the epitome. This is the epitome of an amateur at work. Like, I've talked about this before, the difference between a professional and an amateur, right? An amateur understands, a professional understands that there is a degree of separation between them and their work. Their work is not their identity. Their work is what they do. It is not who they are. It is not their life. It is not their identity. An amateur is defined, their identity is defined by I am the director. I am the actor, right? So Director X is a classic amateur who has been elevated to a professional position that is unearned. The man does not deserve to be directing anything. He does not deserve to be the writer of anything. That being said, I respect any man who says, hey, I'm writing something, I'm putting it out there, I'm creating it. But the flip side of that is if it's a failure, it's a failure. And the professional mindset is, okay, time to write the next one. That's how a professional responds to failure. Time to learn, time to grow, time to get better, time to write the next one. In fact, Stephen Pressfield, who wrote The War of Art, makes a great point about this. He had finished his first novel after years of struggling with resistance and, starting and stopping and never finishing. He finally finished his first novel. He called up his mentor to celebrate. He called up his mentor, who was also a prolific writer, and just said, hey, I finally did it. I finally finished my novel. It's so awesome. I feel so good. It's so amazing. Thanks for all the years of advice. And his mentor was like, good. Now start a next one today. Today, start your next one. It's like, damn. Now that's a professional. Director X is a whiny, bitchy, man-child amateur. And I don't have time for it. Eric Marr, on the other hand, with 11 Star Shatter books, and that's just one of his series. Professional salute from the captain. There he goes. What else we got in the chat? You guys have been busy. Redoubt says, gosh darn, dude, you've been streaming over 3 hours. That's some stamina. Honestly, it's not. I mean, dude, when I'm having fun, I just keep going. When I'm having fun, the stream's a long one. If the stream is like 2 hours, I'm like, honestly, again, and who makes it fun? You guys make it fun. You in the chat are the reason. Again, I could probably do 10 hours, honestly. That would be no problem for me. I would enjoy it. It turns out that I talk a lot. My family laughs because I tell my family, I'm like, yeah, I went 3 hours. And they're just like, yeah, that makes sense. Better that you're on YouTube talking for 3 hours. They all get to hear my opinions as well. Yeah, my opinions are no different on or off camera. In fact, I remember one of the reasons I used to think about starting a blog back when blogging was kind of more the thing. People would always tell you got to start a blog, dude. I'm like, maybe someday. I'm working on a novel. I don't have time for that. And, but I would come to work and people would be like, hey, I just saw this movie in theaters, but before I tell you what I think, I need to know what you think. And I was like, that was quite fun. I was like, yes, well, let's get into it. I love critiquing stuff. But part of it is because I've always loved storytelling. It's always been one of my favorite things. And whenever I've been watching, ever since I was a kid, if I was reading a book, if I was watching a movie or watching a TV show, anything, if I liked it, if I really liked it, I would immediately start thinking about why do I like it? That would always come to my mind. I was like, okay, why was that funny? Why was that joke funny? Why was that such a great battle? Why was that so exciting? And really, it just came down to how do they do that? How does a storyteller do that? And so I've just spent my whole life being fascinated by exploding the story, looking at all of its parts, and just figuring out what makes it tick. So I could do it. So in other words, in the words of Captain America, I could do this all day. I really could. Fu Man Blue says, why did it have to be 10K? I mean, it could have been a lot less and still win. I missed the chat that set that up. Fu Man Blue. If you keep talking, he's not going to stop. If you keep talking, he'll go long. He can riff for days if you give him ammo. That's true. That's true. Give me ammo. In fact, I have more ammo in the stack of stuff. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Shall we then, Fu Man Blue? Mr. Redoubt?
With them in the past, which I'll get to in this video, I also didn't try.
Hat tip to As Heels versus Babyface. So if you don't know, Az has been reviewing, he's been doing the Lord's work. He has a service to humanity, which is he is watching this stupid Robin Hood show and he's reviewing it. He has torn it to absolute shreds. And Director X, this amateur hour loser, who has directed garbage, government-sponsored propaganda garbage. He has no talent. He has no chops. He has no business making this. Now, listen, if he gets the funding and he gets it made, more power to him. That's not what I'm criticizing. I'm not saying anyone has to have a pedigree to make anything. If you want to shoot your movie on an iPhone, go for it. You've got my full support. But to get the enormous privilege of making something and then think you're entitled to success, the woke virus has poisoned you wokies. It has ruined you. It has destroyed you. It is anti-human, the woke mind virus, because let me tell you something. When you get it in your head that you have a right to success and that you should, and that the reason you're not successful is because of some other guy, well, you're fucked. You are fucked, and you're going to be a loser for the rest of your life. You're going to be a dumb, whining bitch, which is what this guy is. Shall we hear what he has to say?
To give you a taste.
Hey, how you doing? Julian Christian Lutz, PKA Director X, the creator and showrunner for Robin Hood.
Okay.
Can you speak up, mate? We can't hear you.
With a Y. And I'm going to respond to...
Yeah, with a Y, not an I.
Some videos I've seen recently about the show. Let's play it. Let's hear it.
So he starts off by saying that this is not Hollywood mandated. I had a vision 8 years ago. I had a thought about a modern day Robin Hood. And when I was talking to some people about it, they said, why don't you do Robin with a Y? And he's like, that seems new. That seems different. Well, of course, the fact that it'd already been done a long time ago.
Dude, I'd rather see that Robin Hood, quite frankly.
Don't worry about that. But I'm trying to be as fair as possible here. He does start off by saying something which I absolutely agree with. And I'm going to let him tell you in his own words.
And I get it. And I understand. I'm a comic book nerd. I'm a real fucking nerd. So I know the pain. I've lived through the movies and the TV shows where they take the things we love and fix them for us.
Then why did you do that, sir?
I'm making a modern day Robin Hood.
Well, that's the bit that's up for debate. But, however, I do agree with what he says at the beginning. Yes, you know, I've lived through it myself. I've lived through people fixing franchises, fixing characters. However, he does sort of discredit himself by saying this quite a bit.
Because first of all, none of y'all care that much about fucking Robin Hood. Two, no one cares about Robin Hood that much. Nobody. Stop this. There's no little boy at home like, oh.
Exact same argument that little twerp on Piers Morgan made when Piers is saying, you know, well, why do you have to change the 7 dwarfs into the 7 magical creatures? And he's like, why do you care? Why do you care so much? This fop, you know, this fop, as Star Fury put it. And he's just sitting and he says, well, oh, you why do you even care? They're animated creatures. What's the big deal? And here's this guy. It's the exact same argument. You can set your watch by these people. He's like, oh, you don't care about Robin Hood. It's like, well, then why are you destroying it, sir? Then why are you pissing all over it? This is amazing. It's amazing. These are the people, meaning wokies, adherents to this ideology. These are the people that are constantly saying we need to make space for people. People need to speak their truth. We need to hear everything. Why is it that it's never the truth when any fan criticizes something they have destroyed? It's interesting. It's like, imagine responding to bad reviews this way. I could not imagine going and making a very serious dour. So I got a bad review on my book today. And I'm going to have some words with the person who gave me 1 star on Amazon. And it's, first of all, they're wrong because my book is an excellent... Dude, I've gotten bad reviews. It stings. I understand how it feels. And I'll tell you what, they are entitled to that opinion. I have a guy with a bunch of spelling errors who gave me a bad review. It's like a 1-star review. And it literally was like, you won't feel nothing. Well, that was his whole critique of my book. You won't feel nothing. And I'm like, well, that hardly seems fair or nuanced. I'm like, but look, that's his opinion. That's his opinion. He has every right to that opinion.
Robin Hood. Robin Hood is my favorite character. Stop this, bro. It's not decimating some sake. It's Robin Hood.
As one self.
Then why did you undertake to make this story, you dumb fuck? I don't understand this argument. He's saying nobody cares about Robin Hood, which is why I wanted to make a Robin Hood story. Is it because you thought, because in your world nobody cares about Robin Hood, you thought nobody would notice your dumb, shitty work of garbage? Is that why? Is that why you did it? Let's just skip to the lead, shall we? This is a great video, by the way. It's linked. Did I link it in the description? If I didn't, go check out Az's video. It's excellent.
You literally told people This is how 101 retweeted the video.
Oh, dude, Gary absolutely destroyed him, Nerdrotic, on Twitter. He said alternate opening for Robin Hood, and he just showed the looters from the chick that filmed herself looting the Apple store. It was amazing. Now he ascribes this to racism, right? He says, well, Nerdrotic is being racist here because he's implying that that essentially the looters, this is a racial thing that they're looting. No, the interesting thing is, the problem is the morality of these stories, like the new woke Batman, where Batman is looking the other way when shops are looted and burned down. Well, this is the morality the wokies have put forth, that a looter, a shoplifter, someone stealing or destroying a business has a right to destroy that property. What Nerdrotic is making fun of is how sick that is. How fucking sick that is. How sick it is to endorse this behavior that in your stupid Robin Hood show. That's what he's making fun of. Race has nothing to do with it. But roll tape.
Roddick put out, taking the beginning music of the show and placing it to some current things that are happening in communities around America. And Director X decided to give his reaction to that. Yeah, he doesn't look too impressed, does he? But the irony, of course, the main villain simply wants to raise the value of the area because the people in Sherwood Forest are bums that don't seemingly have a job, and they're the ones that committed all of the crime in the first episode. But I guess Director X is completely oblivious to what he actually put out. Now let's just go to a post by Clifton Duncan, an awesome guy Clifton. Who we've had on the channel many times. Very intelligent, very clued in, and he understands bullshit when he sees it. Audiences don't hate diverse characters.
Bingo.
What they hate is being slammed as bigots for rejecting bad work from pretentious, unskilled activists posing as writers.
Preach.
If the demography of your characters becomes more important than the story, your story will probably suck.
In the words of Lieutenant Jim Dangle of Reno 911, do you hear that? Do you hear that sound? That's a period to your fucking sentence. That is the end of the sentence right there. It's like you are hiding behind racial attitudes to protect your dumb, pretentious, woke storytelling. You're bad. Not woke is not even the right word for it. It's just bad storytelling. So I just want to cut to the end because, dude, Az's finish to this video is great. It's just great.
Exactly who he is. An egotist. Weren't and made all the white characters in the show the bad guys.
So he's talking about, I might have missed the setup for this, but he's talking about how this guy, Director X, wanted to come on Az's channel live. And Az said, I will talk to you privately. I will agree to that. But I'm not letting you on my channel out of respect for my audience because I'm not walking into I'm not just going to give you I'm not going to give you my platform to sit here and smear me or my audience or the fans, but I'll talk to you privately and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And I think that was pretty cool. And the guy clearly was showing signs of chicanery. And he's like, nope, you're not coming on my show. Screw you. And this is how Az kind of closes the loop on that.
Because he's so fucking obvious. Projection is exactly what he's done. He's accusing people of the very thing that he is guilty of because he's unable to accept responsibility for the pile of trash which he's put on our TV screens. And I'll quote to you, the audience, the very last communication that I had with Director X. I said to him, you have nothing I need to hear. And the reason I said that is because I see him for exactly who he is. An egotist, self-driven and self-centered. Somebody who wanted to create another boring, far-left ideological story about victimhood so that he could get pats on the back from his peers, that they could tell him how stunning and brave he was and what a good boy for adhering to the message. Another vile ideologue that uses race as some sort of virtuous currency in the whatever fucking world he lives in. Well, we live in the real world, and we are brought together by things that we can all relate to, not by what you're putting out, which is trying once again to cause more division. Get out of here. I'll see you guys in the next video. You take care. Bye for now.
Dude, Az absolutely crushed it with that video. That just nailed it on every level. And there was something else he said in there too, which is like, no, I'm not letting you on my channel because I work for the audience and I have too much respect for them. There is nothing you have to say that we need to hear. There is nothing new that you're going to say. You're not arguing in good faith. You already have your mind made up. And, we don't have time for it. You have nothing we need. And, we've been talking about this earlier in the stream, too, of like how sad it is that that writing has fallen to so much. Like, it really is stunning. 80% of everything written on Netflix, Apple, what you name it, it's garbage, folks. It is absolute garbage. And I'm not even just talking about wokeness. I'm just talking about just bad writing. Like that Castlevania Nocturne. I only watched one episode. I mean, I didn't even see all that much wokeness in the first episode other than girl bossery. But the dialogue, it was like written by a creative writing 101 first-year student. It was bad. Bad, folks. And I'm just, as much as we are upset by this, what I can say is 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it was very difficult to push back against this crap. It was very difficult to get any traction pushing back on this nonsense because so many people were being guilted. Well, I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. That word is so meaningless now. All of the ist words, all the faux words, they mean nothing now. They mean absolutely nothing. And people are getting to the point where we have a thick skin. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, I'll give you exactly. I thought of this the other day. Maybe I should say, I'll just put it in here. I'll put it in the video anyway. How can I find this? Owl. Let's see if I can. I might not be able to find this clip. I'm usually pretty good at this, though. There it is. This might be what I need. Right. There it is. Yep, I got it. Spoilers for Watchmen, by the way. So, I am a great fan of the Zack Snyder Watchmen movie. I absolutely love it. I've also read the entire comic, and I love the comic as well. And brilliant. Absolutely brilliant story. Absolutely love it. And so in the story, spoilers for Watchmen, if you haven't seen it. Anyway, Ozymandias, who is one of the Watchmen, turns out to be the villain of the story. He's the most powerful of the superheroes that is not Dr. Manhattan. He's the most powerful superhero because he's super fast. He's basically undefeatable in single combat. And Rorschach and the Owl in the earlier part of Act 3, they fight him and he just kicks their ass. He just mops the floor with them. But then once his evil plan is fulfilled and it's done, he's a pacifist. So he no longer wants to fight anyone. And so when I think about what the words racism and sexism and homophobia and all that stuff. When I think about what that does for people, it used to be, it was like taking a punch to the face. Do you know what it's like now? I'll show you exactly what it's like Ozymandias in this scene. Racism, homophobe, sexist. You're a sexist.
Dad, a world united in a peace that had to be sacrificed.
You have an idealized man.
There you go. We're like Ozymandias. It's like, yeah, it's just, all right, sure, fine, whatever. Nothing, you have nothing we want. The wokies, you have nothing to offer anymore. We don't need Hollywood. We don't need the media. We don't need any of that. Hello, Eric July. Hello, Brandon Sanderson. Hello, Epic Verse. Hello, Eric Marb, aka Black Knight, the Star Shatter series. We don't want anything you're selling. We don't need Disney. Star Wars, yes. You killed Star Wars. You killed the MCU. You killed the DCU. You killed all the comic book characters. You killed Star Trek. My beloved Star Trek. You destroyed it, all of it, gutted it, left it for dead on the side of the road. You vandalized the Lord of the Rings. You vandalized the Wheel of Time. You vandalized Willow. You vandalized what else? Indiana Jones? The list just goes on and on and on, doesn't it? Well, we don't need your shit anymore. We don't need any of it. It's falling on deaf ears. We're going to build new things. We're going to build our own things, and they're going to be better than anything you have. And what you will do when you watch in horror, as you've already done with things like the Rippaverse, you will watch in horror as things succeed on merit and there's nothing you can do about it. And then you'll start fighting dirty like you always do. You know, you'll start whipping out all of your weapons, censorship, bullying, exclusion, reverse racism. You will use all of the weapons and sometimes you will inflict damage, but it won't matter because we're wise to your game. We're wise to your game. It doesn't work anymore. And the fact is, in the words of the great HBO miniseries, Chernobyl, which it closes with the words of the scientist at the end. He says, "The truth will lie in wait for all time." That is why a house built on lies will always collapse. And that's all I have to say about that. The owl looks like Star-Lord. I'll tell him what X always told me. Don't no. Should I have shown that one? I don't know. There you go. He should have been talking about Director X. He should have been thrilled that people were talking about that third-rate garbage at all. I might have shown that one during... You're exactly right. You're exactly right, Fu Man Blue. He's just clout chasing. He's just clout chasing. There you go. Redoubt says, Chernobyl is also one of the best miniseries to come out in the 21st century thus far. It might be the best miniseries of all time. For me, I'm telling you, that show blew me away. I love it. And you know what the best part of it is too? The final episode. So one of the things that was a little bit frustrating, I thought at first, when I was watching the first couple episodes, was they would not show you what happened on the night when the reactor exploded. They left a lot of that in mystery, and they're kind of doing this for the first 4 episodes of it. They're doing a kind of forensic investigation. So they're piecing together what happened after the fact. But I was like, but I kind of want to see it. Well, then in the final episode, they put it all together and they show you, and they do it in the setting of a Soviet show trial, and Jared Harris, who plays the lead scientist, who's freaking brilliant, and then Stellan Skarsgård, who plays the party leader that's working with him. They are incredible in this series, especially the way they play off each other. It's one of the most biting indictments of communism I've ever seen. And I honestly was like, how did this one slip the net? How did this one get by the Wokies? I don't understand what's in the water. You know, Death of Stalin is another great one. What was the one with Bill Pullman where he's in the chess game? That's another really good one. I forget I think it's Dangerous Game, maybe. It's on Netflix. That's a really good one. Anyway, I'm like, why are they suddenly making these anti-Soviet movies? And you know what I think it is? I think it's because they're like the current thing is just, we hate Russia. We hate Russia. We hate Putin. And I think that's might be what it is. It's like, it's okay to bag on Russia. So that's why I'm just a theory. Anyway, the way that final episode explains how the reactor works, how the explosion happened in absolute, just deadly accurate historical detail, but does it in a way that's dramatic, that has tension, that's interesting to watch, and it's fun and entertaining as a viewer. It was incredible. It's one of the best miniseries I've ever seen. Hands down. Maybe the only other contenders would be Band of Brothers and The Pacific, which I'm a great fan of. And then, of course, John Adams. I love the John Adams miniseries. That is another really good one. Every American should watch the John Adams series. And you too, Star Fury. You too. And I think even Star Fury should watch John Adams. What am I missing? There's like another really, really good one. I feel like is not coming to mind. But in any case, there you have it. Dude, there's nothing wrong with a good limited series. It's nothing wrong at all with a good limited series. Oh, Waco. Waco's another really good limited series that I thought was pretty fair to both sides of that. They were pretty fair to the feds, but also pretty fair to the Branch Davidian characters. I was surprised by that. I thought it was going to be basically like you are to assume that the Branch Davidian characters are just MAGA, and the feds are just, you know, holy. They're just these holy characters doing the Lord's work. And I just kind of what I thought it was going to be, but no, it was actually a pretty good movie. Speaking of Chernobyl, I'll always talk Chernobyl. This thing will go another hour if we start talking Chernobyl. I am obsessed with that event. Like, I have a real obsession with kind of just nuclear stuff in general. I'm very into that. And that disaster, since I have been a child, I remember being like 8 years old and there was a movie about Chernobyl on TV and it was disturbing as hell. And I was glued to it. I couldn't stop watching it. I remember, like, I rarely remember things from when I'm that young, but I remember being a kid and loving the Chernobyl thing. So I've always been a Chernobyl junkie. Anyway, my biggest grievance with the show is how it misrepresents radiation in the sense of the firemen are shown to be able to transmit radiation, and that's why they are quarantined. Well, I don't actually think that's inaccurate, because what the issue is, and I have a family member who was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, and he literally worked in nuclear reactors, and he actually would explain a lot of this to me. And so I kind of understood a lot of it. It's not like gamma radiation, like the rays. The energetic rays, you can't transmit those. So you're correct about that. But I think what it is, it's the irradiated material, the dust, the ash from the fire is laced. It's all radioactive fallout, basically. In fact, after the bomb on Hiroshima, this is what would happen. If a nuclear detonation happened and you were close enough that you saw it, but you were far enough away that you're not like vaporized or dead or whatever, and it starts raining, do not be under that rain and do not drink any of it. That's one of the things that happened to the Hiroshima. Like, I'm giving you advice for when the nukes hit. Anyway, when Hiroshima happened, there were survivors that saw black rain coming down, because what happens is the heat from the blast condenses a cloud and then it rains all the ash back down in the form of condensation and rain. And people who were, they had been burned, were thirsty, and they were drinking it. What they didn't know they were doing is they were drinking radioactive ash. And they call it black rain. In fact, the Fallout universe even references black rain. which is very clever. So anyway, the point is all that ash is on their clothes. To this day, the fireman suits are still there. They're still there under the reactor. You can't go near them because of the radioactive material that's on them. So I think that's what they were talking about, is like, if just even a little bit of that dust gets on you, you're in deep shit. Because if you inhale it, there's not much they can do for you. If you inhale the dust, you're pretty much done for. Because now you've basically got little bits of radioactive material going through your bloodstream, poking holes in all your cells. Readout goes on to say, in fact, it's because they were now hypersensitive to illness and therefore were quarantined, also likely not going to survive. Well, that definitely has to be a part of it, because your immune system is trashed if you're irradiated. Yeah, they hate Russia, but it's okay to adopt Soviet policies. It's effed up. Yeah. Well, there's that old saying, like, I hate totalitarianism, especially your favorite kind. And I think that's a really apt phrase, because, you know, they adopt all the same mentality. In fact, you just reminded me, I watched a movie on a lark called The Book Thief. Has anyone seen this? The Book Thief? I didn't watch it because it looked like cloying Oscar bait, and I'm just not interested in Oscar baiting. So I just don't like movies that are, you know, an exercise in Oscar baiting. And so I avoided it, but I was just I was doing the movie slot machine, you know, where you're just paging through things. And I just saw it and I read the description, and it was, you know, a young girl in Nazi Germany survives the horrors she sees by reading books. And I thought, I'll give it a shot. And I literally was given it 5 minutes. That's what I do. If I watch a movie, you've got 5 minutes. If I'm not interested after 5 minutes, I'm gone. And so I start watching it. 5 minutes goes by. I'm like, let's go another 5. 5 minutes goes by. Let's go another 10. And then I'm like, dude, this is a great movie. It's a fantastic movie. It's definitely a little bit on the emotional side, but it's done very well. It's a beautiful story. It's one of the best movies you've never seen, I got to tell you. And I really loved it. And there's even a voiceover by a character that is clearly Death. And he has amazing killer lines in this movie. Like for one, there's a scene where all the young boys are going off to be trained to grow up as soldiers, you know, in the Nazi army, the German army. And they're like, I would say they're more like teenagers, young men, I guess. And they're basically being recruited into the army. And Death is sort of doing this voiceover. And he's like, I have seen so many young men who believed they were charging at the enemy when really they were just charging at me. And I thought, oh, that's a great line. Maybe a bit on the nose, but I like it. I like it. Anyway, what struck me about the film is they kind of went through a lot of the things you've heard about, but it was portrayed in a really, like, there's a part of the film where she attends a book burning. The whole town is organized to attend a book burning, and they have to throw books on the pile. But it's done in a way that's very nuanced, and it portrays it accurately. And what struck me is it's like almost every single thing that they are portraying in this, that the Nazis are doing, banning books to purify the minds of the German people. I'm like, hello, hiding posts, deplatforming, censoring, shadow banning. Dude, that's all it is today. That's book burning in the modern age. You burn the comments, you burn the posts, you won't let people see it. No, you're not allowed to see that footage. There were people trying to get Tucker Carlson to take surveillance footage of the J6 situation. They wanted that footage censored. It's just footage. It's just footage. They wanted it censored. That's book burning. So I'm like thinking to myself, every single thing that they're showing in this film is shit that the wokies are arguing for. But the wokies are too dumb to know that, like, dude, if you want people's comments and if you want people's YouTube channels taken down, if you want Russell Brand taken off of everything, if you want people's lives ruined, you are for book burning. The difference is books are not that's not the modern way of transmitting information and ideas. In 1930s and 40s Germany, books were the primary way that ideas were transmitted that criticized the state and that criticized, you know, things like warmongering. Do you want to know one of the books that the Nazis banned and burned? All Quiet on the Western Front. By the way, a great Netflix film as well, All Quiet on the Western Front. It was a book written by a German about World War I that was criticizing the madness and the futility of endless war. And they wanted it banned. What are you not allowed to criticize today from the left? You are not allowed to criticize an endless war in Ukraine. Isn't it fascinating? Isn't it fascinating? It's like literally they don't understand that they are the people. They are the people they hate so much. Watch The Book Thief, folks. I'm telling you, it's like every moment in that movie, you see something else the Nazis are doing that's awful. You're like, oh yeah, that's something a leftist would do. Oh, that's something they are doing. So just between us, don't tell anyone this. It's just a secret among friends. But the Yahtzee party, they're not a right wing. They were not a right wing party. They were a left wing party. They were a left wing party. They were obsessed with group identity. Sound like anyone you know? Leftists are always obsessed with group identity, whether it's socioeconomic status or racial status. They're obsessed with it. It's all they can ever think about. So yeah, anyway, The Book Thief, aside from all that, The Book Thief, what an excellent drama about just living under Nazi rule. It's brilliant. It's really a good movie. I loved it. And really a surprisingly powerful story that doesn't quite go where you think it's going. You kind of think it's going in this very cloying, syrupy kind of direction, this very sentimental direction. And it actually turns out to be, I thought, it's just really good. Really good. I don't want to give you spoilers if you haven't seen it. Go see it. It's a good one. And you know what else I love about it too? It's inspiring. It's an inspiring film because it's about actually the beauty of humanity. It's not a black pill. I think that's what it is I love so much about it. It's easy to look at the horrors of the 20th century and get black pilled about the human species. For a good while, I'm telling you, when World War II was over and people started sifting through Auschwitz and all that stuff, it's like it cast real doubt on what we are as a species. We were like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? How could a civilized country do this? It's like, well, lots of civilized countries do this. So did Russia. Russia did that with their Gulag archipelago. But what struck me about it is in the film, the story is really about Lisbeth, who is she's the daughter of a communist. Here's another example. She's the daughter of a communist I believe a German communist who is being sent to a concentration camp. And so what the Germans were doing is they were taking anyone that was a political enemy, which included anyone that expressed communist sympathies, and they were putting them in the concentration camps. That's the first thing the concentration camps were used for. And what they would do is they would rehome their kids with an adoptive family of Germans. And so this couple is adopting this daughter of a communist mother. And dude, I'm telling you, it's brilliant character work in this movie because Jeffrey Rush is excellent in this film. And he plays the German father. And he's married to this wife. I think her name is Ilsa, maybe. And she's actually one of the actors that was in Chernobyl, actually. And she plays this really hard, kind of angry, bitter woman who's always nasty to her husband. But her husband is this kind of playful. He kind of goes along with it. He's quiet spoken. And I gotta pull up the IMDb to get the names of the characters. But I think her name is Lisbeth. If I'm not, I might be mistaken. It's hard. They all have an accent in the film. They're all speaking with like a German accent. So I often was like, is it Lisbeth or Lisbel? I can't tell. But anyway, Lisbeth, she's kind of in the car. She's shy. These are not her parents, but they're adopting her. And she doesn't want to get out of the car. And Jeffrey Rush's character, like the mother's being kind of mean to her. She's like, don't get out of the car. What's taking you so long? Well, then Jeffrey Rush's character, he kind of takes a different approach. And he just says, your car has arrived, Your Majesty. And she kind of smiles a little bit, kind of charms her. And he shows her kindness and warmth. And the mother kind of just shows her harshness and discipline. And so you're kind of thinking, oh, this is a story about how the mother's kind of a bitch and the father is kind of a sweetheart who's kind of stuck with this ball and chain. But no, it actually doesn't. It turns out there's a lot of humanity in every single character. And the way her relationship with these adoptive parents evolves, it's really amazing. The way that she kind of deals with both friends and bullies in this German town. It's like, it's really awesome. And by the end of the story, you realize this was a story about the fact that what truly makes us human is cannot be destroyed by evil. Evil can't touch that place because that place supersedes it and precedes it. It is the source of all creation. It is what we truly are. And it is only when we forget our humanity that we become, those ugly things we saw in the 20th century and some of the ugly things we're seeing in the 21st. So I love it. It's a great film, very inspiring, excellent performances. But like another example of just kind of, they are the things they hate. We had the Hillary Clinton was like, when are we going to start putting the MAGA people in some kind of official re-education? And I'm like, dude, do you not hear yourself? They just think German concentration camp and they just think, oh yeah, the Holocaust. That's all they think of it as. They don't understand that it began. Look, dude, every leftist ideology, every totalitarian state uses concentration camps. They all do. All of them. There's no such thing as a totalitarian society that doesn't have a prison where they put people who need to be re-educated or removed from society because they're inconvenient. The Soviet states called this the gulags. This was the gulags. That's where you sent people who are the enemies of Stalin or whoever to be shot. So they all have them. And that was the first thing they did. The Nazis took power and they started taking anyone who was their political enemy. They outlawed all of their political parties and they took all the other extremists that they disapproved of and they put them in concentration camps. There you go. So the leftists are everything they accuse everyone else of being. Band of Brothers, the GOAT, the greatest of all time is the Band of Brothers. It is. It really is. I'll tell you what, though. Have you seen the Pacific readout? Because I'm going to tell you the Pacific is magnificent. I really love that miniseries. And John Basilone, who is a real historical figure, I'm reading a book about his life as we speak. John Basilone, one of the most incredible stories of a real life hero. A real life hero. He would have been like a real life Commander Shepard. Like if you want to know a real life Commander Shepard, go read about John Basilone, and he's portrayed in the Pacific. It's incredible. Dude, the guy was a war hero who won the Congressional Medal of Honor on Guadalcanal. They sent him home to sell war bonds. He got sick of it and went back to the Marines and started training recruits. And then he was just tired of not actually, doing anything to help his guys. He went back to Iwo Jima, voluntarily stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima. He took out several machine gun nests and pillboxes on his own single-handedly. The guy was a real-life Commander Shepard. I'm telling you right now, unfortunately, he caught a bullet, and he died on the beaches of Iwo Jima. But dude, what a hero. What an absolute hero. So I really love the Pacific because it captures all that so magnificently. It's excellent. And yes, Waco, surprisingly good. It really is good. Yeah, I mean, I was never up on the deep lore. I had a friend whose father during the 90s when that whole thing happened, I had a friend of mine's father was deep into the Waco lore. He was like an Alex Jones of like the Waco lore. I'm not that deep into it, so I don't know all the ins and outs, but I did get the sense that wow, I feel like I learned something true. Look, I take every miniseries, I take every documentary with a grain of salt. I never fully trust anything I see as a portrayal. Even if even Chernobyl, I take it all with a grain of salt. But I got the feeling that there was a lot of accuracy in that Waco series. Yes, the fireman's clothes, still irradiated, still in the basement. Dude, brutal, man. Brutal. Jared Harris, his performance in that show is unreal. It's so good. Like there's a scene where he's trying to explain to that, going back to the leftist thing, if you want to see what wokeness does to, it's not just wokeness, okay? They correctly identify sometimes that is used as an oversimplification. But the reality is, any kind of groupthink where there is a line, a political line of ideology you must adhere to, and if you violate it, you're out of the group, you're out of the cult. Well, you know, the Soviets, they literally had to deny the truth of what was going on so as not to embarrass the Soviet state. So when the scientist gets there, who knows what's happening, the nuclear physicist, and they're like, oh yeah, the radiation's not bad, the fire's not bad, everything's under control. And he's like, no, it's bad. It's extremely bad. We have a serious catastrophe. This is what's going on. And then Stellan Skarsgård's character, who was magnificent in the show, kind of pushes back and he said, well, why is it so bad? What is it really that bad? And Jared Harris's character just goes on this epic rant where he just breaks it down and he just says, what is happening is that fire is emitting a Hiroshima bomb level of radiation every hour on the hour. It has already been running for 20 hours, which means it has already emitted 20 bombs worth of radiation. And it will keep emitting that radiation every hour for week after week after week until everything on the continent is dead. And he's like, okay, we need to put out that fire. And I'm like, dude, dude, I love that movie. I love that show. Fucking great. Wrangler, you're back. See, look, you know, the great Rush Limbaugh, harmless, lovable little fuzzball. May he rest in peace. The mighty Rush Limbaugh. He used to say on his show, he's like, look, folks, look, just admit it. You're addicted. Just admit it. I love Rush. He was like, I was doing what I am born to do. I was born to host, and you, my dear audience, were born to listen. I used to be like, yes, Rush, I was born to listen to you. Fu Man Blue says, a person, dust or not, can absorb enough to irradiate it themselves and become lethal to others. It does not take much. It does not take, it's the particulate. It's not the actual rays. You know, this is the thing. Like, so if a nuclear bomb goes off, it's going to emit a burst of gamma radiation that will fry you. It will fry you. It's going to emit a bunch of particulate that will actually degrade very quickly. Within a couple of days, a lot of the nuclear fallout is harmless. It's completely harmless. However, there's going to be a lot of other elements that are irradiated. I don't know the exact elements, but like, I think like cesium, for example, and some other elements, they have long half-lives that will last for weeks, some of them years. So there are certain kinds of like particulate that will be radioactive and deadly, and it will be in a dust form. So like if you touch the dust, you inhale it, like, you know, you're done for. You're done for. So that's actually why they do. So those masks, like when you see radiation gear, you see like the outfit, that's not to protect you from the rays. There, if you are close enough to a reactor that the rays are still penetrating, like there's nothing you can wear that's going to really protect you from that. Even astronauts in space wearing their protective suits, there's only so much of the sun's radiation they can safely absorb or be exposed to. However, what they're really being protected from with those suits is they're being protected from inhaling the dust or getting the dust on them, which is the real problem. It's a really great. I think they seem to portray it pretty accurately, but look, no show is going to be 100%. I'm sure there's inaccuracies. There's definitely going to be inaccuracies. They also did, and they said this in the closing, they had to condense the role of, there was like 30 or 40 scientists that were working on the problem, and they condensed all those characters into one character, and they kind of represented one scientist. I forget her name, because it's a Russian name. It's hard to pronounce. But anyway, she goes around sort of investigating things. She was a stand-in for like the 20 or 30 other scientists that were working on it. So they have to take some liberties. I've heard some people refer to it as bit burning. The 1930s All Quiet is better than the 2022 remake. I saw that version also. Been a long time, though. I saw it in school. It probably is. I do think like the Netflix version, they did this weird kind of like third act battle that I felt like was totally made up and was just because we needed a cool action scene to close it out with. And I wasn't wild about that. But I think they did the story of, you know, the characters were done really well, and it was powerful. And the way they showed trench warfare was very accurate. I mean, it was like, there were so many interesting psychological things about World War I, like how the both sides would figure out what to do to keep the other side from fighting. And if one side figured out the other side wasn't fighting, they would just quit fighting, because basically both sides were giving each other a break. They're like, oh, you're not fighting? Okay, I'm not going to fight either. And they literally had to send in more leadership into the trenches to make these guys fight. And it was like, see, that to me is human nature actually asserting itself. It's like, that's human nature correcting itself. It's like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, I don't want to die. You don't want to die. Let's not die. But then it takes like the state to come in and make you die. It's like, make you die for your country. World War I is absolute insanity. World War II was also complete madness. It was complete madness. And both sides engaged in a level of madness. Now, that is not me saying that we didn't have to. You have to get, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Like, you have to get a little nuts if you want to beat the Nazis. However, you can also acknowledge it's insane. It's insane what we're doing. We're charging into machine gun nests. We are throwing people into a meat grinder for a worthless volcanic island. It's not worthless tactically, but in every other sense, worthless. It's a strip of land that means almost nothing. It's like, except that you can land planes on it, and we're dying by the thousands for it. Like, we dropped a nuclear weapon on people. That's madness. So yes, we can recognize that, was there another way out of it? I don't know. And I am not so morally sanctimonious as to pronounce judgment on my ancestors who had gone through a decade of hell and did not know what else to do to make it stop. Far be it for me to pronounce judgment on them. But I will say, necessary madness, perhaps, but madness nonetheless, which is why I quite liked Oppenheimer. I think it captured that pretty brilliantly. I like that Oppenheimer was not a total... It was a little too pro-communist for my taste, but I will say it did not turn the whole thing into a whiny... What am I trying to say? I don't think it character assassinated Oppenheimer is what I'm trying to get at. Because I felt like my fear with Oppenheimer was it was going to portray him as someone who totally disapproved of the use of what he created. And I wouldn't have felt that was accurate. Because I've seen interviews with him and it did weigh heavily on his conscience. No doubt about that. But I think he was a patriot who recognized we can't let the other guys get it. Because if they get it, God help us. Dude, do you know what's really interesting too? The Japanese could absolutely have built a nuclear weapon, and they had nuclear scientists who were every bit as good. Oppenheimer knew this. They were every bit as good as our scientists, the Japanese scientists. And they were working on it. They had theories. They just didn't have the resources to get very far. That was their problem. The United States, the Allies, really, because Britain also helped. You guys helped a lot, Star Fury. We'll let you have some credit. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, the Allies, we just had enormous resources. The United States had so much in natural resources that there were two ways to build the bomb. You could try a plutonium weapon. You could try a uranium weapon. We weren't sure which would work. So you know what we did? We said, well, build both. Just build both. No other like Axis power could have done that, right? So that was one advantage that we had. However, if enough time and enough victories had passed, it's conceivable that Heisenberg on the German side could have figured it out, or that the Japanese scientists could have figured it out. So that possibility was real, because how do you think the Japanese verified so quickly what had happened? When the nukes were dropped, they sent their nuclear scientists to those sites to verify, is this what we think it is? And the nuclear scientists were like, yes, this is a nuclear bomb. They have it. So they could have built one if they had had the resources and the manpower. Well, they had the manpower, but the resources, in other words. I think their biggest obstacle was they did not have a good source, a reliable source of uranium. So that was their biggest problem, the Japanese. Oh, yes. There you go. That would be the full name of the WW2 bad guys. I know. Razor Fist has an excellent video explaining that the Nazis were socialists. They were card-carrying socialists. And what's really interesting, too, is their brand of socialism. This is Razor Fist video, so check it out. He does a really good breakdown of this. He cites their exact documents from the time. His citations are impeccable. And he points out that in the early days of the Nazi Party taking over, they basically said every business Every single business must demonstrate that what they are doing is serving the state and the German people, and it is in their interests. And if we find out or determine that any business is not, their business and assets will be seized, confiscated. They will become state-owned. How long do you think it took for every business to start doing exactly what the party wanted? Exactly 0 minutes. Like, they basically, every business was like, oh, so you'll just take over the business if we do anything you... What does that remind you of? Hello, cancel culture. If your business, and I'm not talking about individual consumers not buying products or choosing to boycott, individual consumers choosing to boycott. I'm talking about the state will intimidate or threaten someone out of business, or, the mob will come after you, try and get your business shut down, your sponsors pulled. There you go. Redoubt says, that's my only doc on Chernobyl, though, and it may come down to a disagreement on the directing of certain segments. The roof sequence gives me gray hairs for how tense it is. Oh my God. Dude, the roof sequence. I literally am in physical pain when I'm watching that scene. And Redoubt, referring to the Chernobyl miniseries on HBO, they're on the roof of this building, right? And literally the radiation from the blocks of graphite, which is totally irradiated, every block of it, it'll freaking kill you in minutes if you're near it, right? And they've got to get all these blocks off of the roof. They have literally sent robots that are rated to work on the moon in solar radiation. They've sent those robots out, and every single one of the robots is fried. The circuit, literally the radiation is poking holes in the circuitry and killing the robot before it can even get a minute. So it's like, what are we going to do? Well, they said, well, what we'll do is we'll use humans. We'll just have humans who can withstand roughly 1 minute of exposure and survive. Their lives will be shortened, but they'll be able to live. And we'll send them in teams, and they do 1 minute of work, and then we send in the next team. 1 minute of work, we send in the next team. And they just show one crew doing 1 minute of work, and it's some of the most riveting shit you've ever seen. I'm like, oh my, you know what? The other type of scene that does this to me is underwater scenes, like the Mission Impossible stunt where Ethan Hunt has to hold his breath underwater in a cooling tank, and he's got to reprogram the computer. I hold my breath when I'm watching those scenes. I'm like, I'm trying to hold my own breath. That's how I felt in that. Oh, dude, Chernobyl's rad, man. I might watch it again tonight. I love that show so much. Yeah, talking about Hill Dog, deprogramming, she said. Deprogram. What kind of people think they have a right to deprogram other people? Who thinks that way? But a statist, a totalitarian, a tyrant. Yeah. This is why I think Castlevania Nocturne is such a joke. Because they're like, we are the rebellion, and we're the rebels, and all these rich people have taxed us. They've taken too much from us. And it's like, no, they're not rich people. They're the state. They are the landed aristocracy who rule over you and have power over you. They are the state. That's what they're fighting in the French Revolution. But the wokies are idiots. They think those guys are on their side. They think that Mark Zuckerberg and Hill Dog, they think they're on their side. It's like, you don't understand. It's the state that the French revolutionaries were fighting. Fu Man Blue says, oh, I did see that Pacific. I forgot you said his name. Yes, Pacific is so good. Wrangler says the projection is the name of the game. Going down the Waco rabbit hole, says Redoubt. Redoubt says, I feel the biggest mistake people make about learning from Chernobyl is the scare word used to stop nuclear energy. You're exactly right. And my family member that was that worked on the reactors, both in submarines and in actual civilian nuclear plants, he explained exactly, well before I ever saw Chernobyl, he explained the difference. I said, because why was Chernobyl such a disaster? And he said, well, because they used graphite as their moderator. And we stopped doing that in the 50s. In the 50s, we realized what a disaster waiting to happen that was. And if you want to know why that's such a disaster, watch Chernobyl, dude. It breaks it down in the final episode perfectly. But the short of the long is, in modern Western reactors, we use water as the moderator, and water is a perfect moderator because did you know this about water? It is an extremely good shield for radiation. You could literally swim inside the water tank of a nuclear reactor, and you could get within like something like 6 meters of the radioactive core and be untouched by radiation. Don't quote me on that exact distance, but it's not a far distance because 6 meters of water is enough to absorb a massive amount of radiation. So in any case, yeah, we use water-cooled reactors, which have a kind of built-in failsafe, which is if you evaporate, well, don't quote me on this because I'm not like the biggest expert on it, but essentially the hotter the reactor gets, the less effective it gets. And so it will kind of naturally shut down if it gets too hot. But if you're using graphite and you lose water coolant, or trying to think, I won't get into it because I'll have to go through Chernobyl again. But basically, using graphite to control the reaction, it's bad news because if it does get too hot, the graphite burns. And then the graphite, which is radioactive, turns into radioactive smoke. And then radioactive smoke turns into particulate that will blanket a continent and irradiate the whole area. We don't use that kind of technology anymore. So, and even Fukushima, which was a really bad disaster, the only reason that happened is because the seawater was able to get into it. That's another really interesting case because with Fukushima, if they had not had to use seawater to cool it down, they would have been fine because these things are built so that you could bury them in concrete and let them burn, and they'll just burn and they'll work themselves out in about 25,000 years and no harm, no foul. However, because they dumped a bunch of seawater in there, seawater is full of minerals. And the minerals in seawater then become irradiated and radioactive minerals, which then corrode all of the technology around them, which then adds to the problem, and it just becomes a huge disaster. So, safety tip, if you can avoid using seawater as a last-ditch effort to cool your reactor, avoid. Yeah, you do your best. Do your best. Oh, Wrangler, you warmed my heart with this one. With half his brain tied behind his back just to make it fair. Yes. That would be El Rushbo. Dude, I'm telling you, I went on a total, I wouldn't listen to anything political. I stopped listening to anything political for quite a while. But I would still listen to Rush Limbaugh because he was so much fun. He always had such an upbeat, positive personality. He was a white pill. Rush Limbaugh was always a white pill. He always had even now, if he were still alive today, I'd still be listening to him and I would still feel better every time I listened to him because he would always have a positive message. He would have people call him, and even people that were hostile to him. He was so kind to people while still eviscerating their arguments. Or, I used to remember he used to give away free iPhones at Christmas just for fun. Every single caller that got through to his show, he'd be like, "Hey, would you like a new iPhone 10? And they'd be like, "Oh, sure, Rush, I'd love one." They'd be like, "Okay, which size do you want? Do you want the big screen or the small screen?" "I don't know, Rush. Which one do you think I should get?" "Well, I'll tell you what, I'll send you both." He's like, and then sometimes you get like an 11-year-old or a 12-year-old who was like just whip smart and listen to him all the time. And he'd be like, "Oh, well, that's so nice of you to call. And I'm so glad you like the Rush Revere books. Hey, would you like an iPhone?" And they're like, "Yeah, I'd love it." Well, would your parents be okay with that? Is your mom there? Okay. Okay, yeah. And then the parents are, "Okay, yeah, my parents okay." "Okay, well, if you have permission." And so he would always make sure he had the parents' permission to send them an iPhone. And sometimes he'd be like, "You know what? How about, let's throw in an iPad. Yeah, let's get him the iPad with the EIB logo on it. And we'll throw in like a whole bunch of Rush Revere goodies too." And dude, I had more fun listening to that than anything else on his show. I was like, this is like the best thing ever. Because he just loved Apple products. He was a junkie. He was an Apple. He's the reason I have Apple products. Because I would listen to him talk about them. And I'd be like, "Oh, well, I'll try a MacBook here or there." And, I like MacBooks. I like Apple products, but I also still like PCs. So, dude, he just had a big heart. He really did. He really did. And you know something? Rush Limbaugh would never have said something as horrific as saying that like leftists need to be re-educated or leftists need to be reprogrammed. He would never have said something like they shouldn't have a right to have a radio show or they should be deplatformed because what they're saying is communist and it's dangerous and we can't have communists spreading their hate. He would never have said that, ever. Rush Limbaugh defended liberty for all people. All people. And so that's the difference. That's the line. You know, there's such a great episode of Star Trek Voyager I really love called The Void. And it's an episode in which Voyager gets sucked into this void of space where the only way to survive is to steal from other ships. But Janeway decides to do a different strategy, which is, you know, we're going to hold to our Federation principles and we're going to make a deal. Any ships that join us and agree not to raid and pillage other ships, if they agree to those terms, we will share our resources and technology freely. And they create this mini federation. But here's the key. It's very difficult at first, and it fails. She fails multiple times in the episode. And even her own officers start to question her and say, listen, Captain, I appreciate your idealism here, but this is starting to look bad. And she's, you know, but she keeps fighting on. And eventually it starts to work. And I just always loved that episode because it reminded me that the difference between a tyrant and a liberator is the liberator will honor their principles even when it does not benefit them. That is the key. Even when our principles may not be in our best interest, we will still hold to those principles because they're our principles. And there was a phrase that my liberal civics teacher taught me in high school that I've never forgotten, which is, you know, I may disagree with every single thing you say, but I will die to defend your right to say it. That's what I believe. That's what we believe here on the Swords of Starships podcast, Captain's Cast. That's how Dad did it, and it's worked pretty well so far. No, that's right. That's the Tony Stark line. That's how Dad did it. That's how America does it, and it's worked pretty well so far. The readout says the 2022 version has the advantage of better technology to visual the horrors of war. The tank sequences horror. Oh, talking about All Quiet on the Western Front. But the 1930 version leaves you with a true sense of the futility of WW1 combat. Agreed. America has one advantage over Germany, anti-Semitism. Oh, no. Oh, no. Cillian Murphy and Oppenheimer. Oh, yeah. Okay, no. I misread that. Okay, yeah. America has one advantage over Germany. Yes, exactly right. That's such a great point. You know, one of the beautiful things about the Lord of the Rings is the moral tale that is the Lord of the Rings. And I actually think one of the mistakes Peter Jackson made in the trilogy, which I love, but one of the mistakes he made was changing it a little bit so that Gollum has to wrestle with Frodo before he falls off into the lava. In the original tale, Gollum gets the ring and he's so happy that he frolics his way off of the cliff and he falls into the lava. And there was a kind of moral lesson in that, which is the whole tragic tale of Gollum, you know, the whole story of Sauron and the Nazgul. The whole point of it was that evil has ways of winning, but it also has a way of undoing itself. And because evil is also its own worst enemy. And no better example of that is the story of Stalin, and also the story of Hitler. I mean, the guy made so many mistakes because nobody was allowed to question his orders. And, you know, it's absolutely crazy too. Like, we'll just call him the mustache guy because I don't want to like throw that name out here on YouTube. You know how they get. But the mustache guy basically ordered when he was losing. He was losing at Stalingrad. He was losing on the Eastern Front to the Russians, and they were grinding down his forces. He had massive armies trapped who were begging him to retreat, or they were almost trapped, begging him to retreat. And he refused. He refused because he was so obsessed with holding on to his land that he would not let them retreat. And he allowed army after army after army to be annihilated. This would be the equivalent of if the army at Dunkirk, the British army at Dunkirk and the French, you know, trapped there by the Germans, if they had said, hey, back to Britain. They said, get us home, get us off this beach, get us back to England. If Winston Churchill had said, no, Dunkirk is not to be surrendered. You will fight to the last man. You will hold Dunkirk at all costs. How absurd would that have been? How insane would that have been? Right? But this is exactly what the mustache guy did do. He did that every single time his armies were trapped. Every single time they were about to be annihilated, that's what he did. They hounded all of the most brilliant people out of Germany for not just for being Jews, for almost any reason. If they had, communist leanings, if they had roots in any kind of ideology, if they were suspected, even Heisenberg, who is their one physicist, Heisenberg, the Gestapo brought him in and they accused him of being possibly Jewish and possibly a homosexual. They thought he might have been both. And so evil absolutely has a way of undoing itself. And by the way, see Wokies for examples. The behavior of bullying and censorship and just mania that is the woke mind virus, you're watching it undo itself in real time, folks. It is undoing itself. Disney losing billions in their parks, in their streaming service, in their stock, in their films. What is that if not evil undoing itself? In fact, the film that they once owned and tried to suppress, The Sound of Freedom, destroyed them in theaters, beat their own garbage Indiana Jones boondoggle, beat it like a drum in the box office. And they could have had that. They could have had that profit. Quark would be that, the Ferengi would be ashamed of Disney. Can you imagine what Quark would have to say about Disney? He'd be like, you need to manage your finances better, Disney. You need to start following the rules of acquisition here. But Disney is not an adherent of the rules of acquisition. Let me just tell you. Disney could have had all that profit, but their ideology is so all-consuming and pervasive that they would rather that movie not be made than make money. How's that for proof? How is that for proof? Stash dude, you get a field promotion. Yeah. Wrangler says, perhaps tense is a better term than rough. I forget what we were talking about there. Oh, yes. Wrangler says she made, talking about the episode of Voyager, Janeway made a miniature void-based federation. It was a rough episode. Tense is what, okay, I get what you're saying it's a tense episode. I really like that episode for a lot of reasons. It was, look, one of my criticisms of the character of Janeway, I felt like Janeway had one of the biggest flaws in terms of writing, is that she would often be in situations that were a no-win scenario, and she was basically willing to just go down. She was willing to just lose because she was going to hold to her principle, and it was only because like a crew member disobeyed her orders that she got off the hook. So in other words, the plot would let Janeway off the hook, and I didn't like that. I really didn't. Like, one example, there was an episode where a wounded species 8472 is trapped on the Voyager, and Seven wants to hunt it down and kill it. But Janeway decides that, well, no, it's a life form, and it is seeking shelter from the Hirogen, the hunters, and it is asking for asylum, and I've decided to grant it asylum, which is all fine. Until about 1,000 Hirogen ships are surrounding Voyager and saying, we have you outgunned and outmanned, and if you don't turn over the 8472, we're gonna hunt down you and your whole crew. We're gonna butcher you all. And Janeway says, no, we won't give you the prisoner. Now, here's the problem with it. Janeway has absolutely no way to win, nor does she have any plan, nor does she have a card up her sleeve. Basically, the Voyager crew is about to die. And then 7 of 9 says to Janeway, look, this is lunacy. We have to give them the alien. There's no choice here. We don't have a choice. And it's a great episode, too, where Janeway and 7 have just a knockdown, drag-out argument. It's really good. And 7 just disobeys orders. 7 beams the 8472 over to the Hirogen and saves the lives of the entire Voyager crew. And Janeway is pissed. Janeway's like, you are, confined to quarters for 3 weeks for this. And it's like, also, how about a thank you for saving your entire crew from going down in flames? Because that's what was going to happen next. if she didn't disobey orders. So that's one of the things about Janeway that annoyed me, is that too often they let her off the hook that way. However, the episode The Void was one of those few scenarios where she actually had to pay a high price to win. She had to pay a high price for her ideals, and that I respect. But the other thing I really like about the episode is it was one of the best episodes ever to kind of demonstrate how the Federation works. And I feel like that was one thing that, they always say that Earth is a utopia and we've done away with all crime and poverty and everything's happy. And it's like, but how does that work? And that was one of the few episodes that kind of posited a way of, well, this is kind of how it functions in a microcosm. And I thought, that was cool. That was cool. I like that. Tuvok took the transporter crystal. I vaguely remember, I don't know exactly what episode, but that rings a bell. I think I kind of know what you're talking about. It was in like one of the early seasons. There was like an alien species. They needed something from the species, and the species wouldn't give it to him, but Janeway wouldn't violate the Prime Directive, and Tuvok did it for her. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's another example of like a crew member kind of just bailing her out from making a kind of bad decision. But, by the way, I'm not saying I think that Star Trek captains should be free of making bad decisions. They all make bad decisions from time to time, which is important. It's important to their characters that they sometimes make the wrong call. I just felt that it was plot armor is kind of what I felt with Janeway. Sometimes it was just plot armor. It's like, no, this was not a bad decision. This was a catastrophic, your whole crew is getting killed decision. And then the plot would just find a way for Janeway to be off the hook. And that was my objection. Not that Janeway was making a bad decision. However, there were some episodes where Janeway was making a very morally questionable decision, like when she made an alliance with the Borg, and there was a lot of moral debate. That stuff I like. I liked it when Chakotay and her would kind of duke it out over things. And, dude, Cisco basically nuked a planet just to prove to the Maquis that he was willing to use their same tactics against him. That's one of the most questionable decisions any Starfleet captain's ever made. That was dark, man. That was dark. He basically rendered a planet uninhabitable just to beat the Maquis. So yeah, Star Trek captains are not above making the occasional bad call. Trying to think of I don't know, did Archer had such a great, he had some really good ones in the Xindi season where he one of my favorite all-time episodes of any Star Trek series ever was the episode of Star Trek Enterprise Damage, in which the Enterprise is totally beaten to shit by the Xindi and it's limping and there's no way to repair it. And they literally cannot save the human species if they don't get a warp coil. And there's this kind of hapless civilian transport they come upon that has what they need, but they won't trade it to him. And Archer just straight up says, we're going to go and take it. And his crew's like, wait, what? He's like, you heard me. Get a party together. And T'Pol argues with him, and she's like, Captain, we can't do this. We're no better than the raiders that attacked us. And Archer's like, I've made my decision. This isn't up for debate. We have no choice. Fucking great episode, man. I love that episode because it's like, it forced a Starfleet captain to actually come face to face with, can I hold to my ideals in an extreme situation? I loved it. So every Star Trek captain once in a while has a moment where they just go off the rails, and I kind of like that. Oh, don't remind me. No, Wrangler. No. I hate that episode so much. Dude, Voyager had some stinkers. So Tuvix was a stinker. I hated that episode. It was so weird. Oh, God, no. It was like The Fly, but instead of combining a fly and Jeff Goldblum, we're combining Neelix and Tuvok. It was gross. I hated that. Dude, the transporters are kind of a weird technology on a good day. What's a Tuvix? Well, go watch the episode of Star Trek Voyager entitled Tuvix, and you'll find out. No, don't watch it. There was a transporter accident, don't you know? And they combined two characters into one weird hybrid of both. It was a very weird episode. Voyager was good at having really weird episodes that were kind of a fever dream that you want to forget. Such as the episode where Janeway de-evolves into a lizard and mates with Tom Paris as a lizard and hatches eggs. I'm not shitting you. Oh my God, that was one of the worst. That may be one of the worst things in all of Star Trek until Kurtzman Trek, but that might have been one of the worst things in all of Trek. Janeway evolving into a lizard with Tom Paris mating, having babies, and then being de-evolved back into a human or whatever. Oh no. And she's like looking at Tom Paris like, let's not talk about what happened. Oh, what the fuck, man? That was so weird. Every Star Trek has a few duds in it. Let's just face it, folks. Yes. A hotly, well, maybe you, hey, look, if you like, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? I like the episode Year of Hell. I know you hate it, Wrangler. So yeah, there you go. Have I gone through every, look, I'm almost 5 hours in, folks. I'm not even tired, frankly. I'm not. I could do this all day. But, you know, there is such a thing as propriety. There is such a thing as knowing, quitting when you're ahead. Dude, can we just, how about one more time for the road? One more time for the road. This is one of the best things I've ever seen. It fixes it all. It fixes it, folks. You want to see Star Wars being saved here?
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the master of evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy. Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change.
I love quick change.
Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown.
The music is so good.
Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed to pilot. And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
Oh! Dude, I am watching this show.
With the threat of a new Star War looming over them, they wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save one of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedis. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them. But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
This is the best part. Yes. Yes. Now I'm a shill. Now I am a shill for Ahsoka. Oh, Dave Filoni, you're so brilliant. You're such a gift to humanity. You are. I'm telling you right now, if that show's on TV, I'm watching it. I am watching that show. Hu Yang, a 25,000-year-old robot with the knowledge of thousands of generations, the most valuable artifact in all of the galaxy, is now assigned to ship maintenance. Dude, Hera, the pilot with the heart of a pilot who is always dressed to pilot. I could watch that all day long. It's so good. You know what, though? Quite seriously. Do you want to know one of the things about it that is actually so delightful? Is that even though the characters are kind of dumb, they actually seem like characters. Do you notice that? That like when he says she's a pilot with the heart of a pilot, it kind of implies she's a one-dimensional character, but somehow that also kind of implies something interesting about her character, which is that, yeah, she kind of has all these other responsibilities, but she's such a pilot, she doesn't care, which actually would have been kind of interesting if it's like, oh, I kind of hate being a general. I'm just a pilot. I like piloting. That actually, would have been pretty cool. And then you've got like Sabine. She's like Mandalorian and demolitions expert and hopeless Jedi. And I thought, something? That's not bad as a character story, because it's like, yeah, she's got all these technical skills. She wishes she could be a Force user, but she just can't. And that's just kind of part of her sad story. I'm like, dude, that's pretty good character work. It's like, leave it to the internet. Leave it to the internet to turn Ahsoka into a kind of a dumb 80s TV show. And it's like, that actually kind of works. That's weird. That's weird. Weird. You know what's also interesting is it would be a show that has a better awareness of what it actually is. That's what it would be. Dave Filoni thinks that he wrote The Sopranos of Star Wars. Okay. Dave Filoni thinks he's Vince Gilligan in the Star Wars universe. Dave Filoni thinks that, he just wrote the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings Star Wars tale. And what is so sad is that it is painfully obvious he wrote nothing of the kind. He wrote nothing. He wrote something not even as good as that 80s commercial we just saw. I'm telling you right now, if you just took that commercial at face value and just made that, like let Ahsoka be kind of dumb with her movements, I would be into that. I would be into that. It's like, oh my God, that is one of the best things I've seen all year, frankly. Frank, you know what? In fact, I'm subscribed to this channel. Links in the description. Check it out. I'm gonna see what else they got, because if they could do this with like I want to see the Secret Invasion one. Does he have the Secret Invasion one? Oh my God. Oh my God. If he did this with Secret Invasion, I am so here for it. I'm just gonna let's just pop over to the channel is called Oral Nuts. That's AURAL. That's AURAL. Very unfortunate choice of words. Let's see. He's got Andor. Some cool stuff in here. Barbenheimer. I'll check some of these out. No Secret Invasion, though. No Ice Matrix. That's got to be one. That's got to be a good one. Secret Invasion is so devoid of life, though. I doubt you could even do this. But then again, Ahsoka had nothing going for it. Nothing going for it. But I'm telling you, it had more going for it than it realized. It actually did. You know what's so funny, too, is that's basically like a dopey kind of, 70s, like kind of style future tale. And it's like, that would actually almost work, where Thrawn is more like Ming the Merciless or something. But, here's the thing. Ming the Merciless would win a few rounds, okay? That's the problem. Yeah, Wrangler said, this show should have been awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the problems with it is hubris, because I think I heard Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet, made this point, which is that Ahsoka is just she's not a leading character. Like, they want her to be the face of Star Wars. That's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. She doesn't have that kind of weight as a character. She's not interesting enough as a character. She just isn't that. It's just not what she is. Doesn't mean that you can't have someone become a leading character for the Star Wars franchise, but it ain't her, okay? It ain't. Now, if Filoni would have a little humility and just recognize that, certain characters are just not right for being certain things. They just aren't. Han Solo is Han Solo. He's not Luke Skywalker, and he can't be. He's not that archetype. He's a different archetype. So if Filoni would just have a little humility and recognize that you can't be all things to all people with your characters. You have to let your characters live in their corner of the world where they live. He could have made a story in which, Ahsoka is not, the new Luke Skywalker of the franchise, but she could still have been a really powerful and interesting character in her own right. And that's the mistake. That's the mistake that Filoni made, is he elevated her way beyond her station. There is a great line in John Wick Chapter 4 in which the Marquis is being warned by Clancy Brown's character. He's like, be careful that your ambition does not exceed your worth. That is a great warning for Dave Filoni. His ambition exceeded his worth. And really, his character's ambition exceeded their worth. You know, just that one little thing about Sabine being a hopeless Jedi. I love that. I think that could have been such a great plot point, and it would not have made her a bad character or a weak character. She still would have been a Mandalorian. When they need a door exploded open, she still would have been the one setting the charges. She would have been the one picking the lock. That's cool. That's cool stuff. And the fact that she wants to be a Jedi but just can't would have been an interesting thing for her character. It could have been something you could explore from season to season. Does she one day finally get it and then it's a big payoff? Or does she one day realize it's actually not what she thought it was and she changes her mind about it? Those could have been interesting angles for her character. But no. You just had to have your girl boss. You just had to have her have a lightsaber, a blaster. She had to have the ability to fight off 7 dudes. She had to have just everything. She had to have the Beskar armor. She couldn't have one failing. She couldn't have one. She couldn't even have the responsibility of making a bad decision and working with a bad guy to go find Ezra and jeopardizing the whole galaxy. She couldn't even have that. She had to have, pat on the head. You're forgiven. All's forgiven. You did what you had to do. No harm, no foul. We might lose the galaxy, but no big. We all make choices. By the way, Redoubt, I 100% agree with you here. I genuinely really like the Ahsoka character as seen in the Clone Wars, but she's soulless in live action. Why must everyone become stoic with arm folding? Here's what I've said before. You know, this is actually faux stoicism. Dave Filoni is trying to write a character that is wise and stoic, but he does not actually understand wisdom or stoicism. Stoicism is not saying things slowly and refusing to answer questions and making obvious observations all the time. That's not stoicism. Stoicism is a way of being in the world. It's a way of enduring adversity. I'm going to tell you right now, if you had done Ahsoka properly, you should have put her on a grueling journey where there was devastation and loss, where there was fear. And I mean, she should have lost to Thrawn. I'm telling you right now, I think in episode 5 or 6, she should have lost to Thrawn. And I frankly think someone should have died. Hu Yang dies. That would have been, I actually think Hu Yang dies, Sabine dies. I don't care. Pick one. Ezra dies. I don't give a shit. But pick one. Because I'm telling you right now, having Thrawn's tactics, could you imagine how freaking cool that would have been if, Thrawn drives them back, steals whatever he needs from them, kills one of them in their fighting retreat. She's laid to waste. He escapes. What are we going to do? All is lost. It would have been great. It would have been great. And then Anakin can show up in a Force ghost and give her hope and give her encouragement. Filoni doesn't understand what actual wisdom is. When Obi-Wan Kenobi appeared to Luke, he was giving him wisdom at a time of need. That's the difference. And Filoni doesn't understand that. He's not a good writer. But you are right that Ahsoka was generally a good character in Clone Wars. I do think she was annoying and irritating in the first couple seasons. However, she went on a journey that basically ended up where she was a wise Jedi who was even war weary. I thought that was a really smart aspect of her character, is that by the end of the Clone Wars, she's kind of tired of it. She's had enough of it. The weird thing about the Anakin episode of Ahsoka is that, I actually think they did a very poor rehash of that very concept where she's like, oh, our lives are all about death and destruction. And I'm like, honestly, the Clone Wars already dealt with this with Ahsoka, and it did it in a much better way. And I think that if you were going to do that, you should have given that whole episode much more time. Mahler has a great video called Star Wars Will Not Grow Up. Watch it if you haven't. He gives you 2 examples of other TV shows that did an episode just like that, much better. Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Futurama, who both had an episode where a character is trapped in a kind of dream and they're on the verge of dying. And there is a mentor character that is helping them through it. And he shows you the difference between what Filoni did, which was nothing, and what those other two shows did, which was brilliant. I want to see Rosario Dawson go full snips, as Wrangler says. She is not in the Rosario Dawson version of her is not. She's not a shred of the character that was in Clone Wars or Rebels. Frankly, she just isn't. And here's the issue. Hera is not a shred of the character that Hera was. Sabine is pretty much Sabine. Sabine flicking her bean. Anyway, Ezra is not a shred of the character he was in the other series. So really, the problem that I saw right from episode 1, I was like, I don't understand anything about these. I said this about Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan and the Mandalorian. What was her childhood like? What is her favorite food? What is a pet peeve? What is something people say that she never likes? What is something that makes her soft in the heart? You know, what does she have a soft spot for? What's an animal that she's afraid of? What's an animal she has an affinity for? You know, there's none of this. What is her? Where does she live? Does she have quarters in this castle on Mandalore, or does she have kind of a small apartment somewhere? I don't know. My point is there's character details that they're just nothing. There's nothing with Ahsoka. There's nothing with Hera. They say lines that don't mean anything to each other. So that's really the problem with the show is there's no character work, none. And it's really frustrating because, you know, Andor, which I don't like Andor. I really don't. I think it's mostly a boring, slow plotting show. However, there are a few episodes in it that are really complex and nuanced and pretty good. However, what it does do well, for the most part, is it gives characters reasons and personalities. Like Andor has a personality. Like the character Stellan Skarsgård plays is freaking brilliant in that show. He has got a fascinating personality. Like there's kind of mysteries to why he does what he does, but there's also, you know, a part of him where you can see that like he's a man that wears so many faces, he starts to forget which face is his. That's fascinating. Dude, watch just the episodes. I literally would just skip a lot of the stuff in Andor to get to Stellan Skarsgård's part because it was so good. It's like, you know what? How about we just dump Andor and his whole side of the story, and let's just tell a story about this character, Stellan Skarsgård. He's so interesting that I don't really care about anything else going on. So there you go. And unlike the Ray Stevenson character in Ahsoka, he actually did have detail and nuance. Redoubt says the plot doesn't make sense to be a Ahsoka-centric tale. Maybe is Sabine was actually a character they could have pivoted to her perspective for this plot. Every character in the show they could have done something interesting with. Like I think so. I've said my breakdown of how you do this correctly is Balin is the big bad, right? Thrawn is Sauron, whereas Balon is Sauron. If we're talking about like Fellowship of the Ring sort of terms, right? Balon is a direct antagonist to Ahsoka. That's important. That's very important. He is a direct antagonist with a clear, diametrically opposed goal to Ahsoka. Ahsoka's journey in this is that she has laid down her arms. She does not want to fight anymore. The New Republic, they are heroic, and they are fighting a devastating sort of war on terror against the Imperial Remnant terrorists who keep bombing their planets and doing terrible things. And they are fighting an ugly, dirty, gritty war against insurgency. That is what is going on. The New Republic is stretched to the max. They are full of heart. They're full of bravery and courage, but they're holding the entire New Republic together with spit and baling wire. And they're basically sticking their fingers in all the leaks in the dam. That's basically what they're doing. Hera is a general who is on the front lines in this kind of Fallujah style war on like stamping out the remnant. And the New Republic citizens are getting fed up with it. They're tired of this and they want results. And that is what Senator Mon Mothma, is in a very supporting role, is dealing with, right? And so that's kind of what's going on. And you have Ahsoka now is brought into the story because Hera has a problem. Hera's son, who is a 17 or 18-year-old character, is what I would put him, like Luke Skywalker's age at the beginning of A New Hope. He's a teenager. He's been fighting by her side all his life. He's been living under the shadow of his late father, Kanan. He's very well aware that his father was a Jedi. And in a way to kind of compensate for what he feels he's lost, he is fighting very hard on the front lines with her, with Hera. But here's the problem. He's starting to show signs of dark side tendency. He has nightmares that trouble him. He sometimes shows cruelty and way too much aggression in battle. Like he almost executes a surrendering prisoner in cold blood, let's say. And when Hera confronts him about it, he frightens her because he literally kind of threatens her in some way, and she doesn't know what to do. So in desperation, she goes to Ahsoka and says, he's showing signs of the Force and signs of the dark side that his father warned me about. I need you to train him as a Jedi. And Ahsoka says, no, I'm done with that. I don't believe in the Jedi. I left the Jedi Order years ago. I'm never going back. I'm tired of war. War has been my entire life. I'm done with it. And she says, but if you don't, I'm afraid my son is going to be lost and he's going to turn into a monster. And she's like, well, why haven't you asked Luke Skywalker? And we would need a reason to explain that, but I would say probably something along the lines of Luke is elsewhere doing something more important, and he can't be spared for this. You know, you're the only person, and plus I know you. We fought together in the rebellion. I trust you. And Ahsoka says, you know, she twists her arm, and by the end of the episode, Ahsoka's on board, and she's like, okay, I will train him. But after that, this is over. Then by the end of episode 1, Balin comes into it, causes a whole bunch of a shitstorm, and Ahsoka winds up getting pulled into a fight with him. And now Ahsoka says, well, we have to finish this. We have to stop him because, you know, people don't understand the threat. I'm kind of shortening this up a little bit to wrap things up. And basically, this is all in episode 1, by the way. I have not gotten beyond episode 1 yet. And this establishes that Ahsoka's on this mission. She has this new Padawan. He's showing some dark side tendencies, but he's got a heart of gold, kind of like Jack Crusher in episode season 3 of Picard. I actually think that's kind of the way I would have played it with Jason Sedula, similar to that, where he's got kind of a heart of gold, but there's something dark and scary about him. And then this sets up the issue of Ahsoka's guilt about the war, her desire not to be part of it, and the fact that she's worried that not only does she have a master that fell to the dark side, she's about to train a Jedi who's going to fall to the dark side as an apprentice. And that is why she wants to die when she gets stuck in the world between worlds. And Anakin is there. It's really him. It's him after the fact. They have a conversation about Luke because they need to. And then she confronts him. She confronts him about the fact that he fell to the dark side and expresses how much he has nothing to teach her. He is a stain on her memory. She hates him. By the way Hank Schrader reacted to Walter White when he found out he was a meth dealer, that's how Ahsoka should have reacted to Anakin. You have nothing to teach me. You're scum. You led a genocidal war against innocent planets. And I am ashamed. I am ashamed that I was ever your apprentice. I am ashamed that I ever followed you into war. It is the greatest stain on my life. And Anakin says, I understand how you feel that way. And, you know, and maybe we even deal a little bit with the issue of like, Luke brought me back from the dark side. And she says, I don't believe you. Once a dark side, always a dark side. Now we're getting somewhere, folks. And over the course of that episode, he takes her through her memories. He takes her through her life. And slowly but surely, she begins to change her mind a little bit. And he says, what you're really afraid of is the dark side in you. What you're really afraid of is you want to be off the hook. You feel too guilty not to train Jason, but you also don't want to train him because you're afraid. Well, you're going to have to confront that fear. And then we can have a lightsaber fight. Not before. Not before it is earned. My dear sailors and star nuts. Filoni is the kid that can't resist the cookie. That's his problem. By the way, I just described for you the first three episodes. In episode 5, Thrawn humiliates Ahsoka and defeats her brutally. Somebody dies. She is on the run and she is lost. And we see that Thrawn is every bit as devastating and nightmarish as possible. He is a non-Force wielder who beat the stuffing out of 2 Force users. Now we're afraid, folks. Now we're afraid. And that is when the lessons Anakin taught her in the World Between Worlds and her ability to rise back up and start fighting again. That is your break into 3. That is what takes you through to the finale. It can be done, folks. It can be done, but not by this, not with this equipment, not with these writers, not with this company. So there you go. Wrangler, no, Wrangler, what are you doing? You're too generous, sir. A $4.20 super chat. How we really reach the World Between Worlds. Thank you, sir. Very generous. I appreciate it. Ahoy! Maji Chan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, welcome aboard. We're in overtime now. The show's pretty much over. I'm just hanging out in overtime. Stunt wire work harness? Okay, I'll look it up after the show. By the way, I've recast the characters. We're not going to do Mary Elizabeth Winstead for Hera. I actually would be, you know who I would pick? I would pick Ashley Sharp Chestnut, who played, what's her name? Sydney LaForge in Star Trek Picard Season 3. I would put her as Hera because she's cute, she's peppy, she's good as a pilot. So she could be Hera. And then we've got, who's going to be Jason Sedula? For him, I think I went with, dang, I had notes on this. There was an actor I was thinking of that would be good for Jason. I was thinking Ed Spaliers, but he's too old to play that part. Oh, here it is. I think I've got it right here. Recasting. I wrote down Taz Skylar, but I don't remember why. I woke up after a long night of sleep and I just wrote this stuff down. No, I'm just kidding. Who is this guy? He's a new actor. That's why. Oh, that's right. He's the guy who played Sanji in One Piece. The guy who played Sanji in One Piece live action is who I would cast to play Jason Sedula. Okay. He's got the physicality. He's charming. He's witty. But he can also have a dark side. I like that. Ahsoka, you're going to love this, folks. This is who I would cast for Ahsoka. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? This is taking into account the way that she was as kind of peppy snips in the beginning of Clone Wars, the way that she was war-weary Ahsoka at the end of the Clone Wars, and the way that she became sort of wise Jedi Master in Rebels. Here we go. Haley Atwell. Haley Atwell plays Ahsoka. She's got the physicality because I've seen Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, and she has got moves. She's sexy. She's cute. She can do vulnerable, and she can do badass. She can do both. She's got a sharp tongue, sharp wit. I like it. Haley Atwell plays Ahsoka. We got Ashley Sharp Chestnut for Hera. I don't care who plays Sabine because she's lame. Whatever. Just whoever can play her. I just don't care. And then we have Sanji is going to be Jason. Balon, of course, remains Ray Stevenson. Would I recast Thrawn? I honestly, no, I would not necessarily recast Thrawn. However, I would be open to recasting him. How about who could be a good Thrawn? Let's just workshop this, shall we? How about Jared Harris? How about Jared Harris plays Thrawn? How badass would that be? Oh man, that would be cool. Or honestly, why not just Mads Mikkelsen? Why can't he just play him? He's pretty good. Oh, I feel your pain, Maji Chan. Ahsoka lost all hope in Star Wars. Look, don't lose all hope in storytelling, okay? Look, it's always darkest before the dawn. It's always darkest before the dawn. One Piece is a sign to me that the classic structure of an adventure tale still works. You know, good character work will still make audiences very happy. You know, One Piece is really what Star Wars should be. One Piece is actually a proper kind of Star Wars story. It really is. And I love all the characters in it are so well done. Every single one of them has a wonderful story that has warmth and joy and tragedy and loss wrapped up in it. It's fucking brilliant. And so look, Star Wars may be in the hands of corporate raiders, and there's nothing we can do about that. But we are turning the tide, and we have made ourselves heard. We have been heard. They can't ignore us anymore. I mean, they can pretend to, but trust me, they know. They know, folks. Look, Disney has lost. They have lost on every single front, folks. They lost $1 billion on their movies, on their last 10 movies. Their last 10 movies have been failures. They're Star Wars. What the hell was it called? Destiny something. What the hell was that stupid thing? That stupid Star Wars hotel closed, shuttered. They spent billions on it. Dude, it's not even just that they lost money on it. It's humiliating, folks. They packed that stupid hotel full of all their dumb, like, sequel trilogy actors with weird songs that didn't fit the world at all. And you know what they were doing? They were doing that SJW smile. Well, we're doing something new. We're not doing the original series. And you know what? We humiliated them because nobody cared. Nobody wanted to see it. And then their shares have plummeted to less than $80 a share. They are at over a decade low in stock prices. They are being fled by they are a junk stock. Okay. They're turning into a penny stock. Then we have their streaming services. They have multiple lawsuits suing them for their lies to their shareholders, to their customers, to their employees about the profits that they are not making. And then we have their streaming service, which is a boondoggle. It is a boondoggle that is a road to nowhere. Just like it is perfectly represented in the first episode of Ahsoka with that road that goes on Lothal that just goes to nowhere and there's no one on it. That's exactly what their streaming service is. Nobody watches their shows. Nobody cares. Little Mermaid's ratings on Disney Plus are a catastrophe. So listen, they are losing in every way that they possibly can lose. They are paying dearly. They are paying the dearest cost for ruining Star Wars. So what I mean to say, Maji-chan, is I hope that's a bit of a white pill for you. If they have destroyed Star Wars and if they have taken that from us, know that it has cost them everything. It's cost them everything. So I hope it was worth it, Bob and Bob. I hope it was worth it. All you activists with no talent and no ability and no professionalism, I hope it was worth it. Because you bought it. In the words of the Joker, you bought it. This Disney was not the Disney I used to work for. If Walt Disney was still alive, he would start a new company. He would. Dude, he absolutely would. In fact, if Walt Disney had been alive, how much you want to bet they would have forced him out? They would have totally done the same thing that Apple did to Steve Jobs. They would have forced him out because they would have been like, no, we can't have all these. Walt Disney would never have allowed them to do what they're doing with these live action updates. He would never have allowed that. And you're right also that like the Disney, it's so weird too, this weird argument that the activists make all the time where they say, why do you care so much? It's just Snow White. It's just an animated movie. Why do you care so much? And yet they're remaking it. Well, why do you care? Why do you care enough to remake it then? Like, that's so bizarre to me that they make that argument. It's like, well, obviously it means a great deal to you. And also, if it's just a dumb animated tale from the 1930s, why do you care what it was about? Why change it? Why does that matter to you? So it's always a false, disingenuous argument. They're literally projecting exactly how they think onto you when they say, why do you care so much? It's like, well, I care so much because nothing was broken until you came along and decided it needed to be fixed. That's why I care. I was fine. I was fine with my Disney Vault. I was fine with my Star Wars prequels and my Star Wars original trilogy. I was fine with all of that. I was fine with my Warhammer and my Dungeons and Dragons and my Lord of the Rings and my Wheel of Time books and my Doctor Who. I was fine with all of that until you people came along and said there was something wrong with it. So yeah, I love this argument. Why do you care so much? It's like some bratty kid from next door coming into your room and like throwing all your toys around and just messing with all your stuff and being like, well, why do you care? It's just stuff. It's because you're doing it and it's my stuff. That's why I care. Like, what's wrong with these people? Well, what's wrong with them is they're bitter, they're resentful, they don't have talent, and they're afraid. Hollywood is a dog-eat-dog meat grinder, and there's an angle now, and there's a grift. The grift is if you cry ism, you get to move up. You get to move up. There's only one group that's not allowed to cry ism, unless they switch teams, if you get what I mean. And they are not allowed to cry ism, but all the other groups can cry ism. And look, when you give a narcissist a button they can push that will help them compensate for their lack of talent, as opposed to hard work and years studying under mentors, taking rejection letters and failing, getting laughed out of agents' offices over and over and over. Would they pick that, or would they pick racism? Well, they pick racism. They say, you know what? I am just like Director X saying to Az, just like Director X saying, like, no, this is all about racism. You just hate the fact that I made Robin Hood with black people. It's like, well, what really is going on here is this guy has no talent. He has not earned this job that he has. He's making something that everyone's laughing at, and he doesn't want to admit it. And instead of be a professional understands that failure does not define you. A professional understands that a lot of failure goes into success. A lot of failure goes into success. Elon Musk, I have a family member of mine, a cousin. I was at dinner with him one time, and he started kind of bagging a little bit on Elon Musk just because he's so rich and he's got all this money and he does all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, think what you want about Elon Musk. You can like him, you can not like him, totally fine, but don't get it twisted. This guy slept on the floor of the Tesla factory day and night, and he was this close to going out of business. He literally risked his entire fortune on every single test rocket that it took to get those rockets into space. And when the last rocket, the last prototype went up, if it had crashed, he was bankrupt. He was done. Fortunately, that was the rocket that succeeded, but he was this close. He worked 100 hours a week for years doing things he hated. The guy has worked his ass off. He has done things that 99% of people are not willing to do. He could not find a rocket engineer for SpaceX when he first started. This is what I'm telling my cousin, all this stuff. He could not find a rocket engineer for SpaceX. You know what he did? So the problem was this. No rocket engineers that were worth their salt were willing to take a risk on him because, like, no, your company's a boondoggle. It's going nowhere. I'm not going down with it. But then the people that would take the job, they were too green. They didn't know enough. They weren't skilled enough. They couldn't take it on. So he literally could not hire anyone to run his rocket program. Well, it turns out he had some background in engineering. So what he did is he started reading. He taught himself to be a rocket engineer and became his own head rocket engineer for the first year. Who does that? Like, that's incredible. Listen, so I said, so you can not like Elon Musk. That's totally fine. He cannot be your cup of tea. I get it. But don't you dare claim he's lazy and that he doesn't deserve his billions. He earned them. He earned them. And my cousin was like, no, you're right. I was like, so there you go. So why did I get on that tangent? I don't remember. I think we were talking about Walt Disney. Yeah, exactly. We're talking about Walt Disney, and he would have to start his own company. So listen, here's the deal. Super Mario Brothers and films like it, I think, are proving that, like Disney, they're on the way out. We don't need them. They have nothing that we want. And not to put too fine a point on it, but...
Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
There, get him, Az! Get him! Az, what a guy. What a proper British don't tell him that, but he's a proper British gentleman. All right, Fu Man Blue, I got to go to... the captain's got to run. We are in the dog watches now. So anyhow, this has been the Captain's Cast. I hope you enjoyed it. We had a good time. We even rewrote Ahsoka again. Why not? And, thanks to all the new people in the chat. Love seeing you. We are, again, on YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter. Check us out there. The Rumble chat is no holds barred, by the way. Have fun in that chat. And we have a Discord. The link is in there. And finally, I put my money where my mouth is. I don't just criticize all the bad storytelling. I'm doing my part to write good stories as well. And you can check out, I have 2 books already live. They are adventure tales, historical, tall ship, high seas adventures against the Barbary Pirates, called Blood and Oak. 2 books in the series. They tell, I think, a pretty complete and awesome tale. And there's going to be more adventures. So the link is in the description, www.bloodandoak.com. That is my website. And if you join my Reader Circle email list, you'll get a free digital art book. So check that out. And so we march on. We of the Iron Age, we will not be intimidated. You may take our franchises, you may take our characters, but you'll never take our freedom. So, in the words of Q, in the final episode of Star Trek Picard, Season 7, the finale of Star Trek... I'm sorry. I messed that up. Producer, theoretical producer, edit that part out. Okay. 2, 1. All right, and live. Is this my frame? This is my frame. Okay, cool. All right, good. In the words of Q, in the final episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, I will see you out there.